Today, I build a brand new and improved trading hall, solve my food problems with a Hoglin farm, and get the ultimate Minecraft armor, which shouldn't even be possible to obtain. Although this did have catastrophic results in my world, and trust me, it's worse than you think. Also, we're getting super close to 3 million subscribers, so if you could help me out and subscribe, that would mean the world to me. First, I'm going to go on an adventure. An adventure to find some notch apples. Since I didn't actually get any last episode. Does this ruined portal have what I seek? No, but it's got obsidian. And I do also want to dip into caves to see if I can find dripstone. And look at this, I've managed to find some. I'm also going to grab coal when I see it because I'm starting to run low on it. Let's also grab dripstone blocks. Now it's back to hunting for a desert. And I found a savanna, which is a pretty good sign that a desert will be nearby. Oh my goodness, after last episode, I never want to see a cactus again. There's the first desert temple. And just a normal golden apple, nothing better than that. Oh my goodness, this iron golem is dying. Get off the cactus, you... Okay, this is just a massive hazard. After doing my good deed for the day, let's check the second one. Once again, nothing other than golden apples. Same result with the third, the fourth. Ah, the fifth one though. Well, that was fine. Okay, well, we managed to get the 14th one. I'm kind of tempted to keep looking though, because I would like to have 15 notch apples in total if possible. And we have got a massive desert ahead of me. Hopefully I don't have to search too many more of these to find one. Although no success in this one. This must be the 10th or 11th one I've searched altogether now, and still having not very much success. Guys, I've been searching for days, so instead I'm just going to try and find some dripstone. Finally managed to spot some more. There's quite a bit more over here as well. In fact, that's a massive one. Look at the size of that. It is 4 high. I think I've got all of them. Time to head back home. On my way home, I've come to the blaze farm, and I think it might be worth me grabbing a few more blaze rods because my super smelter's nearly run out. I managed to get loads of blaze rods from that, and now I can top up the furnaces. Another adjustment to this that I'd like to make is to grab a few hoppers and a double chest, and then to place a chest right here, which will connect to the auto storage. It'll just need a trail of hoppers below it. Successfully dug the tunnel. Now to add all the hoppers. All the hoppers are in. I'm just going to put composters on top to reduce lag. There we go. Very nicely done. And as well as having a chest here, it's also going to be useful to have one right here as well. That looks quite nice. I'm then going to go and chuck in a load of stuff that I want to filter. It just saves me going all the way downstairs. Because in this world, if I can be lazy about something, I'll be lazy about it. Also, thanks so much for the support on the 2000 days poster, guys. It was absolutely amazing. There is still a very small number left, so if you want to buy them, the link's in the description. And if you don't get one in time, they're gone forever. I'm now trying to search for a villager that will sell me silk touch, but it's proving to be a bit of a nightmare. So I think doing it this way may be a better way. But unfortunately, if you don't get what you want, you just waste so many levels. Although I did just get it like second try. So yeah, we've got silk touch. There's an unbreaking book here, so we can go and anvil those together. This guy will happily sell me efficiency 5, and this one's going to give me mending. Now let's chuck everything together on the anvil, upgrade to netherite, and we're good as new. Might as well buy some carrots while I'm here. And I also want to refill this shulker box of experience bottles, and trade it from these guys is the way. And I'll buy redstone while I'm at it. A whole stack of redstone blocks, which is pretty nice. And I've used up all my emeralds and got quite a lot of XP bottles, but they are a very expensive purchase. And now it's time to head to spawn. And at spawn, I wish to mine up this dripstone farm because it's just in the wrong place. And then I'm going to rebuild the dripstone farm right here. That is every single dripstone placed. Now I just need to build a place to encapsulate all the water. And there we go. My dripstone farm is complete for the second time. Next, I'm going to head back home. Then I'm going to craft a few stone cutters. Place 1 here, 2 here, and finally 2 here. I think it's just going to be useful to have them lying around. And now I'm going to add more layers to this cactus farm so that I can improve its rates even more and get lots of that XP. Many days have passed and I've done quite a lot on the cactus farm, as well as gathered loads of XP from the guardian farm. And now I'm going to see how much XP I've got from the furnaces. For some reason, we seem to have had a bit of a minecart disaster. I can only think that it must be slimes that have caused this problem, so I need to spawn-proof any slime chunks. Everything does now seem to be working as it's supposed to. Just when you think you've built the perfect machine, slimes come to ruin your day. My dripstone farm has been working because the dripstone grows, but for some reason, when they get bigger, the observers don't get triggered. I thought it didn't work like that. I should have tested it. So for now, I have to mine it manually. And interestingly, the dripstone also spreads onto the floor, which I didn't know was even a thing. Once I get another 300 in here, I will build a second lava farm. And unfortunately, I am nearly out of emeralds. Thankfully, I've got another 14 here. The reason I just need these emeralds is because I need a load more golden carrots. I'm completely out of food. Whilst I'm here, I might as well sell a load of sticks. So one thing I need to get this perfect ultimate armor is, of course, the XP, but there's more things to do than that. One of them, I hate to say it, involves getting lots and lots of diamonds. And guys, I've got to come clean. I haven't been completely honest with you. You see, you may think that I have been burning all my diamonds in here, but guys, this may surprise some of you, but there's actually a hopper underneath and it's got all the diamonds here. I just couldn't bring myself to destroy them all. SB737 exposed. Are diamonds really for peasants? I don't know. Well, they are. It's just diamond tools and armor. The actual diamonds themselves, they're pretty precious. And I'm going to mine all of these up with the pickaxe and see just how many diamonds we can get. And without a doubt, the answer is I've got a lot of diamonds. Over 100. A couple with the other 10. Yeah, we've got like 110, 114. But I still want a few more. And the best way to find these extra ones is going to be to go to a swamp. Here's one up ahead. Let's go ahead and do F3G so we can see all the chunk borders. And then I'm just going to use all the clay to find the diamonds. I just realized I completely dug in the wrong direction. There we go. That's much, much better. And with 2 stacks of diamonds, I think I've got enough. In fact, that's nearly 4 stacks altogether. Yeah, I've definitely got more than enough. The next thing I'm going to do is create a massive trading hall. Because to get the perfect armor, I'm going to need loads and loads of different kinds of books. To begin with, I'm going to need quite a bit of terracotta, which means mining for clay. I wish I'd realized this earlier because I've literally just been in a swamp biome. And I think with these final pieces of clay, I should now have enough. But also grab these ones for good measure. Now let's set all of these off smelting. This super smelter really is super fast. And why did I want the terracotta? Well, quite simply, I wanted to use it to build a villager's head. And there is the villager head, but I just feel like there's something missing. Yep, it's not a villager unless it's just got a massive nose. There we go. That looks more like it. I'm also slightly short on terracotta for the roof, but all that means is I'll have to mine up more clay, smelt it, and then fill in the head. I'd also like to mine up lots of dark oak wood, and then I can use that to be part of the floor. I quite like the idea of having green along here for the walls and the same in the middle, and stone bricks above it. Let's add some doors like this. I ended up making this staircase go a lot deeper than I expected to, but we're definitely low down enough now to mine out a giant room. Now that the room's mined out, I'm going to add a bit of a floor around the edge. Let's also go in here and grab some glowstone, and also birch wood, and these corners can have the glowstone and here as well, with birch fencing along here. And for the second floor, I'm going to place slabs. And I wasn't sure if I was going to make the room slightly bigger, but I think I'm happy with the size of it, so I'm going to round off the edges. I've got ladders which are going to go in the corners. As you can see, I've also added green where all of the villagers, so they're going to go in each of these pods. We've got glowstone for extra lighting. And since I am going to be needing a lot of emeralds to do this, I might as well take out a pillager captain and then spend some time at my raid farm. I've been AFK for some time, and as you can see, I am starving, but thankfully because of the regenerate... Actually, I better get rid of the rest of these. But because of the regeneration beacon, I am okay. I keep regenerating the health faster than I will lose it, but I'm going to eat as well just to stop that continuing. Next, I drink some milk, and now I can collect up all these emeralds. I had a slight change of heart with the design, and I've gone for something a little bit less green. So the green is instead on the floor. Got these nice birch stairs and things. I think that just looks way better than what it did before. So I'll repeat this design on the opposite side. To split the villagers up, I'm using fences. I've taken the fences away from it. I just didn't think it looked right in the middle. Next, I'm going to need a load of different rails. The way this is going to be done are the villagers are going to stand on pressure plates, and attached to each pressure plate, there is going to be a redstone torch, and there needs to be a block above that, so I'll just temporarily change the birch fences. So all the activator rails are here. As you can see, they are powered by these torches, and when you step on the pressure plate, the activator rails switches off. I also need the power rails in between. Now, as you can see, if I go along, I get ejected right on the pressure plate. Next, I'm going to add fences along here so that the villagers can't escape, and connect the track up to the village. I'll also need lecterns along here so that the villagers can't escape, and then I can kidnap villagers and send them... Okay, that didn't work. Take 2. Send them down. So I've sent quite a few down, and there seems to be a bit of a backlog. What's going on, guys? Okay, you're blocking. Wait, what's going on? Oh, wait. How is this? Oh, did I not put the pressure plate back? Wait, I did. I've managed to sort these two into the correct spots, and this first guy is already offering a book that I want, which is perfect. Blast Protection 4. Now for plan B, I'm going to go over here and grab glass. Then if I mine up these fences and instead change them... Okay, you need to move. But if I then change them to be glass, I'm hoping that then solves the problem when I send them through. Okay, he's got out in the right place. He's not gonna... Okay, no, they haven't got out in the right place. Well, I'm fairly confident that this one will be in the right place. Let's have a look. Yeah, it worked. The issue with the design is that I put the torches on the wrong side of the blocks. There's always something to go wrong, isn't there? I have to trap the rest of the villagers in here by using job site blocks. And then they can be sent down in minecarts. And look at that, they've all gone into the correct slots, except for these two. And this is it. Every villager is in. Now I need to try and get all the different types of books that I need. After not a lot of time, I've got loads and loads of good trades. So all of these are completely the highest one. So you can see that's projectile protection 4. You know, you look at the efficiency one, you can see that's efficiency 5. It's absolutely perfect. I just need more lecterns, which I'm going to get from bookshelves, and then I can carry on setting these up. I ran out of birch wood, so I'm going to go ahead and use this tree farm. That should be plenty of birch wood for now. And that is every villager on this side done. The track is now going to be brought around here. Once they add a load of glass, then I'll be ready for more villagers to be sent down. And of course, being the idiot that I am, I forgot to put pressure plates in each one. Thankfully, they haven't taken too long to sort into their own ones. All these villagers are in. Time to sort out the trades. And after getting feather falling from this guy, I've got every book that I need. However, I have a spare lectern, so let's see if we get anything getting decent from this guy. I've managed to get infinity, which to me is going to be pretty useful. And the only books I'm really bothered about at the moment are sharpness, power, and punch. I still haven't got a mending one down here, but I've got a good one for 1 emerald up there, so I'll just use that. And in here is pretty much everything I'm going to need to create the ultimate perfect armor, which should be impossible. I just need to spend loads more emeralds on buying all of those books 4 times each. And then the only other piece of the puzzle will be to get loads of XP. I think I probably want to try and aim for level 600 just to be safe, because once I do this strategy, I'm only going to get 1 shot at it. And the last thing I want is to run out of levels doing it. I've also just realized that this building has holes in it because the beacons need to be able to shine through. So I think it looks slightly better if I instead patch these up with glass. I don't know. It kind of works. It's a window if anybody asks. And now to gather up more emeralds. I think that's enough of being at that farm. And I got even more emeralds than last time. And being the idiot that I am, I have accidentally started a raid. I better put these emeralds somewhere safe and stop the attack. I can't believe it. They're actually managed to somehow get in the village. They're just coming from all angles this time. I think the raid is actually on the underground village. I wish I had my ultimate armor right about now. I'll let the Iron Golem do the honors. That is the way the raid defeated. That's it, guys. Cause for celebration. And that's quite handy because now I can use the hero of the village discounts to get cheaper upgrades. And after I bought all these, I'm going to do more upgrades on the cactus farm so I can get more XP. And then I should be good to go. I've been very busy and placed all the sand, all the water for quite a lot of layers. As you can see, I've done 5 more. But unfortunately, I've run out of cactus, which is a slight problem. A slight problem that can easily be solved if I just stand here and collect up all the cactus that's flowing down. All this makes me realize is how amazing of a cactus farm this is. Look how fast I'm getting cactus. All of that should definitely be enough. Let's get out of here and add it to the ever-expanding cactus farm. Once again, I've run out of cactuses. I also take this moment to say that the people who think that it's not cactuses but it's cacti, if you Google it, you will see that both are actually correct. And every cactus is now in. Time to cover these walls in glass. And after this, we'll be ready to make the ultimate armor. And that is every glass block down. Just need to turn off the machine. Although just before that, let's go and also collect up all of the XP. I've got 11 levels for that, which is a decent amount. A lot of these furnaces are still generally empty, although not that one, but over here, you can see most of them don't have anything in, which is just because the cactus farm isn't yet big enough. So this farm is only going to get faster and faster. So in these shulker boxes, I have all the books and items that I need. Let's grab all of them. Next, I'm going to need some chests and some random blocks. I think dirt will be fine. I've got to be so careful as I do this because I really do not want to corrupt my world. But if I do anything at all wrong, I will do. So yeah, this is going to be so careful. So to begin with, I'm going to fly far away. Next, I build a portal and then head on through. Now then, I want to go a little bit away from where that portal is. I'm going to just go a few chunks in this direction. And to me, this looks like an ideal place. Now I'm going to build a wall so I don't accidentally leave this chunk. The area is complete. Now I'm going to get some chests, and these are going to be what the items are going to be put in. I don't know whether I can actually keep them in shulker boxes. You know what? I'm just going to keep them in shulker boxes and see what happens. So basically, we're going to be rolling back to version 1.14 because that is the version where you could put things like projectile protection, fire protection, blast protection, all on the same piece. It was present in the game from 1.14 to 1.14.2, so for like 3 updates until eventually they patched it out. But of course, because we're going to 1.14, things like netherite did not exist. So just to be on the safe side, everything, absolutely everything, is going into this chest because I won't need any of it. I am just going to sleep though before I do this. There we go. Rise and shine. It's day 2074 and we're about to get armor that's so good it shouldn't even be possible. Final thing to be done is turn my render distance down to 2 so that I'm not going to corrupt any chunks. I'm pretty sure like this chunk might get a little bit ruined, but it should keep everything here. I've just done a little bit of research before going ahead with this, and it turns out that the chunks themselves will get reset no matter what, but your inventory doesn't. So I need to get all of these in my inventory and then I can place them. And now I can save and quit. And now when I do it, it's going to be absolutely fine. I've got the message, do I really want to load this world? It could cause corruption. You know what? No risk, no reward, eh? Actually, I'm Alt F4 in it, guys. I've just realised something. Quick, close it. I think I managed to close it before it opened. I need to remember to set the render distance down to 2. And here we are. As you can see, I've got my inventory, I've got my XP, but the chunks are completely different. And as long as I don't load the chunk that has the portal in it and then delete it, everything should be fine. I'm going to start by placing these along here. Then I'm going to craft 2 of every single armor piece. And then see what good stuff I can get. I'm hoping to get 2 illegal things. In fact, there we go. We got it. We got protection 4 and projectile protection 4. They should be impossible to get on the same thing, but in this version, it's possible. In other news, I've just realised I need a grindstone to make this more efficient. So welcome to the 1 chunk challenge. I mean, I've got to get everything from this chunk. So with 11 cobblestone, I can make a furnace and smelt the rest. And whilst that cooks, I'm also going to want to make some shears because I could do with the bed. It's going to be dangerous if it goes dark. And I didn't want to have to do this, but I'm going to have to leave the area and look for a sheep. I found one. Okay, didn't have to go too far. You didn't drop Oh, you only dropped 2. Come on, eat. That's it. Oh, you are the best sheep ever. Thank you. You can even keep 2 of the wool. I don't need it. With that, I can make a bed and also a grindstone. Now we can properly get to work. And now I've got exactly what I want on all of these. So time to get the anvil. This is where you have to do things in a pretty specific order to get the most efficient amount. So you see, only going to cost 4. We want the lowest cost possible. Let's start by doing this. And we're just going to kind of, yeah, keep doing the cheapest one. I'm going to leave thorns till the end. So I'm going to go like that. That's going to cost 20. And then with thorns on, 27. Perfect. I can put that on. That's fully maxed out, like more than you would believe. Next I'm going to do the helmet, which is the other difficult one. And the anvil just broke on me. But that's why we brought 60 blocks of iron. Okay, it's gone dark. I need to sleep. The last thing I need is for a creeper to spawn or something. Yeah, you see, look, there's one right there. Just going to blow all of the creepers up. Because if creepers are standing below you, they'll do little damage. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to take all these shulker boxes underground. This would definitely not be the way that I would like to go in this world. Another anvil, let's get to work. I'm also going to actually name my armor. So that is the ultimate helmet. It is now fully maxed out as well. The boots still need soul speed, which is why they're not quite ready yet. That is the ultimate chest plate done. And finally, the leggings. And now I'm going to do some armor that has no thorns on it. And these are just going to be called the backup boots, the backup helmet, and the backup chest plate and leggings. And that is it. I'm just going to do some combining of these books, and I think I can now safely load the world back up in 1.17. Right after I've slept, of course. So let's save and quit. Well, here we go, the moment of truth. Everything seems to have loaded fine. If we head on down here, look in the shulker box. Look at it. It is all maxed out. If I open my inventory, yes, I am wearing the fully maxed out armor. As to be said, that is such a successful project. You can see why I needed so many levels. Look at that, I'm down to 93. I am a peasant. I am also in diamond armor, but I had to get back to 1.17 before I could get rid of the diamond armor. Let's get that render distance back up and then try and head over to my portal. That is if my portal still exists. As you can see where it loaded the chunks, it is completely broken off. I think maybe my portal was in the other direction. Could have been much more organized for this. Don't know why I didn't bring food or obsidian. I have completely lost the portal. I have no fear. I can just play some good old survival Minecraft and make my own. So let's grab a bit of flint, and we can make flint and steel. It's a shame that the armor glitch that lets you get, you know, ones that shouldn't be able to be put together doesn't work on things like your pickaxe and your sword and all that kind of thing. That would be really, really cool. But I guess I've just got to be happy with what I've got. Here's the lava that I walked past earlier. I'll quickly build a portal. Hopefully it connects to the portal that I already made on the other side. It does. Okay, perfect. So we're in this chest. Look at that. Some beautiful food. Just basically all of my good stuff. And I just got the advancement cover me in debris. Wait, does that mean... Oh my goodness. I've lost all my advancements that I did. Oh, are you kidding me? So I could go back to the older version to get better stuff, but... At what cost? There's another advancement, hot tourist. Basically, all the 1.16 ones are gone. Somehow, though, I don't think it'll be hard for me to get them back. Finally, I'm going to get Soul Speed 3 to put on these boots. So they're the backup ones, so we'll go ahead and put those on. Although, apparently, I don't have any other ones that are level 3s. So I guess it's time to do some bartering. Does that get me another advancement then? Yeah, you guys go and do that. Yeah, it does. I can pick up this and we can be like, oh, who's crying now? Or who's cutting onions? There we go. Unfortunately, though, I don't really have much gold. Let's also go and pick this up. We've got hidden in the depths. And now to the pigment farm. I just remember there's actually already loads of gold here ready and waiting. Oh my goodness. So I dropped my chest plate off the edge. I come down and this baby piglin's got it. Well, you're just a thief. And the problem is it was so powerful. Look, I had all my gold as well. I had all sorts on him. But there we go. Nobody could have the ultimate chest plate. Would have been the saddest moment ever if that's how I was to lose it. But there you go, guys. You enjoy yourself. There we go. I've got what I was looking for. Although somewhere along the lines I messed up and these are too expensive. That should not be the case. I might be able to save this though. I'm going to go and test something. Hello, good sir. I would like to purchase some thorns. Now then, will thorns go on the backup boots? Oh, they will. You know what? This is a great turn of events. How did I manage that? These ain't just the backups. These are the ultimate boots. And these, well, they're just the letdown boots, I'm afraid. Yeah, they've got thorns on, so I can't really use them for anything. Yeah, they're just going to exist. That is a massive relief. I thought I'd just completely screwed everything up for no reason. But no, instead, we've just got to get him upgraded to netherite. Also, can you believe that I've used up over 500 levels this episode? That is the really depressing part. I was aiming to get to level 1,000 and I've actually gone backwards, can you believe it? Also, you may be thinking that it's complete overkill and I don't actually need all of these on the armor, but because I'm mainly wearing my elytra, like, they're actually really useful, are all these extra ones. So even though when I'm like this, like, it kind of, you know, it is overkill and they don't actually get used. But when I have my elytra on, they're all super useful. And I know you're probably thinking that I should just go back to 1.8 and get loads and loads of notch apples and get really OP that way. But even though that could technically be possible, you saw how, like, already a few things messed up going back to 1.14, like losing advancements. I think I'd lose every advancement and I just don't want to risk it. Thankfully, I didn't lose How Did We Get Here. That would have been very depressing. I always find it so difficult to find a smithing table whenever I come down here. So I'm thinking maybe just in the floor. Yeah, that looks all right. These 3 are now upgraded. So at least we're not looking like a peasant as we walk around. But we do still need to do the chest plate. And I'm also going to need armor stands because, you know, we've got these great armor. Let's have something to put them on. I think it makes the most sense for these to be in the treasure room. So this is my old retired armor and also the reject boots. And then these right here are my old backup armor pieces. I have to say, they do look very good, although I want to get those boots to be netherite. And for now, all these backup ones can go in this shulker box. They're just useful if I don't want thorns, you know, if I'm moving mobs or something and I don't want to take out the mob. And I think now the next project needs to be to get loads of sand, because we need loads of TNT to get loads of netherite. I've mined up plenty of sand and my shovel is just broke, sadly, but I think I've got enough. I've also absolutely no idea where my sword has gone, so I'm going to have to use a backup one, which is this one right here. It's not quite as good as my old one. It's called Diamond Sword. That's how you know it's my original one. Kind of depressing that I can't even afford to get this up to a max shovel. In one sense, it's been good that I have got these ultimate pieces of armor, but in another sense, I've lost my shovel, I've lost my sword. It's all going wrong. I'll just chill at the top of here and get loads and loads of creepers. I've been AFK here for long enough. As expected, it is extremely laggy, but I've created this in such a way that it's not a problem. We land on the vines. Now I've just got to try and hit them. Okay, I don't know what just happened, but I somehow walked straight out and missed the creepers. So now I've got to try and get out of here. Yeah, my foolproof thing wasn't really foolproof, was it? I finally made it back in. Now I can start getting rid of the creepers. Thank goodness my frame rate is back. I've also got plenty of XP from that, which means I can now upgrade the shovel. And now to get all of the TNT. And that should be enough TNT for now. I also want to mine this piece of glass and put it right there so that I can never accidentally do that again and walk straight into lava. Let's see just how good this armor is. I'm going to jump straight into lava. It's got protection, fire protection. As you can see, Prop 4 was already pretty powerful, but with this, I take absolutely 0 damage. Oh, there goes the first half a heart, but it's so slow that I can regen it way faster than I lose it. And straight off the bat, I've spotted some ancient debris. This is a place that I've TNT'd in the past already, but it's a bit that I missed. And there's 2 of them here. That's a nice bonus to start with, isn't it? I run out of tunnel here, so I think the best thing to do is just set off the TNT and then mine up the ancient debris. Already I found loads. Look, there's 3 pieces in this room as well. And I didn't even see that here was 2. Already got 36 pieces, which is the equivalent of a netherite block. 61 pieces and I've run out of tunnel, but there's still a lot of TNT left, so I'm going to make another one. I made a portal so I could come and sleep and get to the next day, but I found a mine shaft. And nothing good in that one, but I've also noticed that there's another one down here. You never know, could be something amazing. Nothing much past a golden apple. What about this one? Again, nothing particularly useful. Oh my goodness, the creepers! Look at that, they did no damage. This armor is too good. Literally point blank from 2 creepers and I was fine. Oh my goodness, and look at that, we have got another one. I don't know where. Wait, where are my original ones? Thank goodness, they're in my ender chest. I've lost my sword, I didn't want to lose another one. But yeah, look at that, we got the second one of the episode. Only I could build a random portal that takes me straight to a mine shaft that has 4 minecart chests and 1 has a notch apple. It just doesn't get any better than that. And I'm finding random ancient debris whilst I'm mining this tunnel. Everything really is coming together for me. Thought I had more TNT than I actually had, and so I made the tunnel way longer than it needed to be. But now we've got a stack of ancient debris. And after this mining journey, I got myself a total of 81 ancient debris. Very nice indeed. Although I'm just going to try and find... Okay, well, I was about to say I'm going to try and find another 9 pieces mine like this. Now I just need to find another 8 pieces. Found another one here. Is it just a single again? I need a few triples to speed things up. Well, I got a double anyway. No, it was a triple. This time I will not let my pickaxe break. I'm going to go ahead and use some bottles of XP to mend it up. And that is it. Definitely got all of the ancient debris that I want. I'm just going to mine my way back home. I'm back and these blast furnaces are going to get filled with ancient debris. I also want to set off loads of the netherrack smelting, so we've got loads of nether bricks for when we need them. In fact, I've just chucked the shulker boxes up there as well. Every piece of netherrack is getting smelted. All of this is finished now, so let's collect it up and make lots of ingots. We can also make 2 blocks. And if I mine away at this piece, we can put 1 there and also 1 right there. Smelt this ancient debris and make another ingot. And if I head to the treasure room, grab these diamond boots, they can be the first thing to be upgraded. That definitely looks a lot better. And all of my backup armor can also be upgraded. I also now have the goal to repair this floor, which is always nice. And next on the agenda, I'm going to head to spawn. What have I just done? This is spawn, guys. And this shulker is pretty much all that survived. I mean, wait, we just got turtles everywhere. So all the entities survived, but the chunks have not. I may now have the best armor humanly possible, but you can't say it did not come with a cost. It cost me all my levels, and it cost me everything that I have built at spawn. Was it worth it? Yeah, of course it was worth it. Like, I am so happy with this armor. I mean, it's a little bit annoying that I've lost all the stuff at spawn, but I mean, there's nothing too major there. I wanted to make a new shulker farm anyway. All I can say is thank goodness I didn't build my house at spawn. And take my advice, don't ever load your world up in an old version of Minecraft unless you're sure you can cope with the consequences. Looks like I'm going to have to do things the old-fashioned way and grab some bone meal and then manually plant my trees. That should be enough wood for now. And now I'd just like to get back some of my levels from the Guardian farm. And at some point I plan to redo the Dripstone farm so that it's actually AFK. Although before I AFK here, I do have some unfinished business in searching for caves over in this area. For example, this needs spawn proofing here. Oh wow, this is actually a massive cave. Pretty sure I've successfully lit everything up now in this cave. I'll now see if I can find any more caves in the area, but I think we're probably there. Because I'm back around to this ravine again, which I've already kind of done the caves around here and lit them up. Let's go ahead and use the lava farm. Then I'll reload the world and AFK at the Guardian farm. Well, it has not taken me long to get 180 levels, which is why I love this Guardian farm so much. And this was always the plan for it. I can be gathering up the XP whilst I use the lava farm. Let's also gather up all of the XP from these furnaces. Even though it is getting me a lot, the frame rate is quite bad because of all the Guardians. So I'll let it store up even more and grab it another time. And now onto more pressing matters, such as where on earth has my chest plate gone? I couldn't work it out. I couldn't find it anywhere. But I went back and watched the footage and realised for some reason I put it in this chest. So there is the ultimate chest plate, still safe. And where is my original sword? I don't know. Okay? In here. It's not in here, but then you'll notice the netherite hoe is missing. The fortune pickaxe is also missing. Yes, any netherite item that was in my ender chest also got deleted when I went back to version 1.14. Thankfully, if the item was in a shulker box, it was okay. So there was, I know it's not this netherite items, but there was nether items in there that were safe. It's the same with the ancient debris that was in there at the time. But it's a shame that we've lost 3 more items. Not to worry though, I should be able to recreate all 3 of them. Although sad to say, it will mean nicking a netherite block from here because I ain't going mining for more ancient debris. To begin with, I can easily buy the books for the hoe and the pickaxe and already fully max that out really quick. However, the sword is going to be more challenging because I don't have a sharpness 5 librarian or a sweeping edge one actually. I've also got the opportunity. Let's do that. We get the achievement that we've already got once again, and they can go and live once again in here. No problem at all. I also need to upgrade this shovel and this chest plate. There we go. Let's see if I can get some good stuff on this sword. Sweeping edge 3, which is pretty much all I wanted. And now I need this guy to give me a sharpness 5 book. Not exactly what I was after, but power 5 is not something I can turn my nose down at getting. That's got to be pretty rare. And look at that. It might take 64 emeralds, but finally I have got sharpness 5. Put all of these together on an anvil. And there we have it. A maxed out diamond sword. I didn't want it to have knockback on it because I just don't like knockback. But there we go. We have a good netherite sword back that's got sweeping edge on it. This one doesn't, and that's the problem with it. But it is certainly a worthy backup. And with that, I've now recovered every item that I lost in the disaster. But what about these chunks at spawn? Well, what I've decided I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and reset all of the spawn chunks so that they are like blank versions of the original seed, because I just don't feel it's right that there's like, I guess in a way, 2 different seeds at spawn, even though this is like what 1.14 would be for the seed and this is 1.16. But yeah, I think I am going to reset all these chunks so that it's at least the snow biome like it should be. It won't get me any of the farms back. I will probably lose all the turtles, but I want to use the opportunity to build bigger and better versions of the farms anyway. I can build a better iron golem farm, a way better shulker farm that uses portals. What about the teleporter? Is that ruined? No, well, I'm going to set that up with wireless redstone so it teleports me instantly and way more consistently. So yeah, I'm not really too worried about what's just happened. And now I'm going to fix this dripstone farm so that it actually works. Now I've just realized what's wrong with the farm. It needs redstone behind, otherwise it doesn't work. As you can see, now it works fine. So when the dripstone grows, it harvests it. That's all I had to do. This should really go down as one of my stupidest moments ever. If I just mine that, yeah, it harvests all of them. Same on this side. I'm pretty sure that it is now a fully AFK dripstone farm, which should have already been the case, but we've got there in the end. Next, I'm going to head down here, grab some string, and cover this villager's head so that snow will no longer be a problem. Let's get it off his nose as well, poor guy. And good news, the villager breeder seems to be working properly now. We've got loads of villagers in here. They'll all be added to the trading hall where I can get different things from them. And the next thing I'm going to do is reset the spawn chunks. So it's now the day after that I've had the chunk disaster. I mean the day after in real life. So I've been to sleep, slept on it, had a think, and I realised that the tool that would allow me to reset all the chunks so that the world would be like it was as a blank seed would also allow me to import the old chunks back in, so that's what I did. I just felt like there was too many memories here to let it all go, okay? So I've got it back, I've saved the world, I've still got my ultimate armor. Everything's back to normal. I mean, very, very disastrous things had happened, but yeah, everything's back to the way it should be. And with that all out of the way, I think it's time that I addressed the food situation. Golden carrots really are a great food, but they're just hard work to get. They either take up a lot of gold or they take up trading, which both things I shouldn't really have to do. I think instead it makes 10 times more sense to make a Hoglin farm and get my pork chops that way. And to build this, I'm going to need plenty of warped fungi. I realise I'm spending way too much time looking for these, and it's just being hard work. So we're going to go to plan B, which is to grab a bunch of bone meal, and then to head to my flour farm, change these middle blocks to be warped nylium, and then if I go like this, look at this. It's getting me all of the things that I need. It's a brilliant invention, this. Very versatile. Look at this. Before I was just a peasant going around collecting them, but now I've just got so much. It's beautiful. I don't really have a need for all the warped roots, and there is a lot of them, but 3.5 stacks of warped fungus is definitely enough. I'll also need plenty of hoppers. I'm also going to need a load of trapdoors, so I'm going to grab a shulker box and then head to spawn, and then use my lovely tree farm to get lots of wood. And I think with that, I have probably got enough. Shulker box is nicely full of everything I need. I'm also going to need more coal for torches. As you can see, I've got coal galore right here. All of these will definitely be enough. I've now got every item I need for this. Time to start building. Right here, I'm building a fancy little auto sorter, which will have torches powering these hoppers, with repeaters going into the torches and comparators up here. And next, I'm going to need a long line of hoppers connected all the way here. And these are all going to have trapdoors on top of them, with 3 high walls around those, then lava on top of those, and more trapdoors on top of that. And I've just realised there's no way I'll have enough of these red nether bricks for the whole build. So in a tactical move, I'm going to grab a load of stone. This is what the platform's going to look like. Then I'm going to go up 2 more blocks, well 3 I guess, and I'm going to build the next layer. There we go. Then we need trapdoors along these sides as well. Then I'm just going to build another layer, and after I've done this layer, I think I'll have enough. On top of these walls, I'll put trapdoors as well, because we don't want anything spawning up here, and I'll get all these placed as well. And look at that, already we've got hoglins spawning. As you can see, there was piglins as well, so to stop that, we're going to use torches and light up each platform. And now that that's done, it's time to add the warped fungi so that the hoglins will run off into the lava. And on top of each warped fungi, there's going to be a fence so that the hoglins won't get stuck on this block and get confused. And with that, the farm is complete. I just need leather in this hopper and pork chop. Look at that. It's already kind of done it itself from hoglins just falling in there, but that is completely set up with that. I need to build a really high platform now. I actually need to build to about this height where the bartering farm is, which is a bit of a, well, I don't really need it anymore. It's only going to be ruining my spawn rates. So I'll mine away this massive platform. Finally, the platform is completely destroyed. I'm going to get rid of this pillar. And as you can see, hoglins are spawning down here. I don't really want to fly in there myself. I'll make my way out. With my armor though, like the lava just does no damage. It's like, yeah, lava, who cares? And as you can see, we've got a bit of leather and we've got a little bit of pork chops as well. So I'm going to fly onto this AFK spot, and down below, lots of hoglins are spawning and going into the lava. It's only been a few minutes, but we'll go and see how much we've got. Well, not very much. I realised before I was looking in the wrong chest anyway. It's this one. We're getting so much so fast. Obviously, when this one fills up, it'll then all go into this one. Same with the leather, but yeah, that's pretty successful. We should fill a shulker box. Since it has kind of become the tradition now, I'm going to go out in search of another notch apple. We've got 15, but that's nowhere near enough. There's my new hoglin farm from the last episode, looking very nice indeed. All the way over here should be far away enough to build a new portal. Let's find those desert pyramids. An igloo is definitely not what I was looking for, but what do we have down here? Golden apple is useful, nothing really else worth grabbing. I've discovered a desert and exactly what I'm looking for. Although there's a portal here, which means I've been here before, so it's not exactly what I'm looking for. It's a disaster because it's already been explored. I guess this was bound to happen eventually, so I'm going to make another portal right here. Hopefully this time I find a desert that's actually new. Savannah spotted, with the desert right next to it. And here we have the first of the pyramids buried in the ground. Although by the looks of things, there's nothing useful. And at pyramid number 2, we had a villager house generated inside it. Okay, this is very straight. Hello, good sirs. And at the bottom, oh my goodness, okay. Well, that was a very successful mission. Who knew that these villagers were hoarding such a surprise? You guys had no idea, did you? Well, after that brief journey out, I can head back home, and that is now 16 notch apples. Quite the accomplishment, that's for sure. And you know what? Whilst I'm here, I'm going to take down a bastion. Although I am getting hurt a little bit. That's half a heart right there. Even with the ultimate armor, these guys still pack a punch. So sometimes you just got to use brains. Something like this is always kind of risky, which is why I'm going to take a fire resistance first, and then jump straight down. Look at that. Barely any health. Oh, sorry. Okay, where's me thing gone? There we go. Whoa, don't just drop me like that. Get rid of that spawner and collect up all the gold blocks. This is where they're going to start dropping because they're angry. Then see what we've got here. Look at that. 2 ancient debris. Nice. And you'll see, you'll realize in the last episode why I'm getting advancements again, even though I've already, well, at one point I had every single one. So if you watch the previous episode, you'll understand exactly why that's happening. There's also quite a bit of gold to be found on this side. And you look at that, another pig step. Excuse me, good sir. I know you like pig step, but that will not stop me from stealing it. That's a pretty successful mission, so I shall get out of here. And look at this, free gold. I can't just leave it, can I, when I'm flying right past? And here we are, home sweet home, with an extra 45 gold blocks. That's not bad at all. And 2 more pieces of ancient debris. Can make another ingot with those. Perfect. And we also brought back the most important item of them all, pig step. Don't really have a dedicated pig step chest, so we're just going to going to put that there. I don't know if that's the only one I had before, but at least we've got another one now. And I'm going to grab a load of different items. And the only thing I need a little bit more of is TNT. Although if memory serves me correctly, I've got sand right here and plenty of gunpowder here, so we might as well just make some this way. One stack should be enough for now. And then I'm going to go up above here, and I'm going to start breaking loads more of this bedrock. It'll just make it easy if I can fly straight up through a hole rather than having to go through this tiny gap and up a ladder. And this block right here is going to be the first one that I break. So we do something like this. And then when the piston gets placed, as you can see, 100% of the time it's going to break the bedrock with this method. I've broken an entire chunk doing this one, so something as small as this should be pretty straightforward for me. And already 4 pieces have been broken. And already I'm working on a lower level now. As you can see, we're going down really far. The hole is coming along nicely, but I still want to make it way, way bigger. I've blasted such a big hole here, but I'm just going to get rid of a few more pieces. I'm going to get rid of these 3 and that one there, and then I am definitely done. And there we go. All of the bedrock is gone that needs to be. Next, I'm just going to dig out a massive hole. And just look at this. Doesn't it look amazing the way I can just fly straight up now and above the bedrock? I don't think these ladders are necessary at all. And whilst I'm here, I think it's time I mined away this old portal. Let's also get rid of this tree. In fact, I just realized I think I could use my hoe. Yeah, look at that. Mines it way faster. And so now every time I need to go above the bedrock, I can just fly straight up. Oh, that is so much better. And I think I will still make this hole bigger in the future, but for now, it's more than big enough. And now I can offload all of this stuff into the chests. I'd also like to come down here, grab a couple of buckets of fish, and breed more blue axolotls. And there we have it. 4 has become 6. Eventually, I plan to make this tank a lot wider and fill the entire wall, and just have not loads and loads of blue axolotls, maybe not as many as there are in there. I probably need to get rid of a few of those, but just a good amount, because it's just cool to have them. I also completely forgot I had so many turtles down here. They're just everywhere. Fish. It's a cool little aquarium. I should properly finish it, shouldn't I? Just make it look better. At the moment, it looks a little bit strange. And for the next thing I'm going to build, I actually made a poll on YouTube asking you guys what you want me to build next. It was either a Sonic statue or a new base at spawn. And most of you voted for a Sonic statue, so that's what we're going to build. I'm actually very proud of all you guys for choosing the Sonic statue. I've also discovered a random tunnel here that I must have built that a long time ago. Let's try and block it up. And I also said, now this is a new one, that I'd also build it out of Lego bricks to kind of use it as a concept for the actual build. So do you want to see it, guys? This is the masterpiece, okay? I had to build this from my own head, all right? Completely from scratch. Look at this. This is my Sonic statue. Look at that. I only had a limited amount of pieces to work with. It could fall to pieces any moment. It's not the sturdiest of things, but look at that. Oh, and his legs have fallen off. And I'm then going to use this to build the Sonic statue in Minecraft. It's going to be brilliant. And one of the things I'm going to need straight away is concrete. As you can see, I do have a little bit of blue concrete, but we're going to need way more than that. And more blue dye as well. Now, I seem to remember having a load of cornflowers, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I am mistaken, because I don't know where they are. So I'm going to go and grab a load of grass blocks and some more bone meal. And then I'm going to fly all the way over in this direction to my flower farm. Fortunately, I do have all these roots from last time, so we're going to get rid of those. And then by right-clicking this note block, I can set the farm off going. And as you can see, after a very short space of time, we've got millions of flowers, and in particular the cornflowers, which makes blue dye. And then by combining the gravel, the sand, and the blue dye, we get concrete powder. And I think the sandstone is going to be useful if I can make... Is it cut sandstone? Yeah, that's going to be handy for me. Because I'm thinking for his mouth and stuff, that should be sand. Then we've got white concrete, blue concrete, and black concrete, probably best. And obviously red concrete for his shoes as well. Still need to create a proper concrete farm, so we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Let's also convert the red, and finally the white. And next it's time to get building. I'm actually excited to see how much easier it makes life for me. Since I'm starting with the feet, I'm going to take one of these little individual legs. And each of these, like, circles, I'm going to use as a block in Minecraft. I think that's a perfect way to do it. So the 2 shoes are 8 Lego bricks like that. So then, and I think it's got 3 like that. And it was the exact same thing 1 block away, I do believe. So like that. And this leg looks to be a 3 high block. We'll go 1, 2, 3 on both of these. And now to get onto the complicated stuff. So we've got his torso to do next. And this is where the sandstone will come in. Tell you what, I've never had such an easy time building. I don't even have to think. It's like it's ready made for me. As you can see, with the hands are like this mitten shape. So I'm going to try and recreate that. What do we think? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good representation. I've also decided I'm going to move the feet back slightly. There we go. He looks a lot less flat now and a little bit more 3D. And now for the head, which is 5 wide according to the Lego bricks. And then this next bit is 9 wide. Yeah, he's got a big head as our boy Sonic, hasn't he? And in fact, if I make some sandstone stairs, I can do a nice little rounded bit on the edges. So far, so good. Change this middle block to big concrete, so that's his nose. Got an eye here and an eye here. And this is where the white concrete will come in to go around it all. And I'll just get rid of this bit in the middle and do something like this with 3 more. Now it's time for his ears, which is, I guess, something like that. Does that work? I mean, it's kind of the way the Lego bricks work, but they actually have a special piece for it. As you can see, it goes like diagonal. I think I have managed to make that look right, actually. And this part of making it look 3D would actually be kind of tricky, but with the Lego bricks, it's a piece of cake. So far, so good, you know. The Lego bricks are definitely helping. I'm also going to change the back of his torso to be fully blue. I'm telling you now, guys, I think I've created a bit of a masterpiece here. I'll just fill in all of this, and I just need to do these little spikes on the back of him, which I think something like that, and then a little tail, I think, like that. Let's have a look at it. Oh my goodness, what a creation. Look at it from the side. Okay, you know what? I think we just short on the end spike. Yeah, these bits right here come off. And I'm happy with that. I am more than happy with that. That has come out so much better than I thought it was going to. Let's have a little side-by-side comparison. Look at that. It looks so good, both of them. The Lego group actually sent me this massive box of Lego Minecraft. And as you can see on my bed, I had Lego everywhere I was building. Honestly, it was a great time. I can see on the front, the build it was designed to be was that. But I created something completely different just by being creative and mixing and matching different sets and stuff. And I would like to add something else to this build. Sonic is well known for fighting enemies. So I'm thinking, if we go and grab the creeper head... I don't know if this is my only creeper head, but I can easily get another one. I don't know how this guy feels about that. And if I also grab some leather and make a chest plate, leggings and boots, and also grab some cactus green, which I have loads of, I can dye all of it green. Although I've just had to change of heart and I actually want to make it lime rather than dark green. And I think there should be an armor stand in this chest. Yeah, there we go. And with that, I can build a little creeper right in front of him. Probably not going to be good news for Sonic, but there we have it. Now then, I think I can also recreate a creeper out of Lego bricks. Give me a second, guys. I've got to find the pieces. Well, I've found the instructions, and I think I know where the creeper bit will be. Somewhere in here, I found the body. And there you go. I've created a creeper out of Lego bricks. Okay, no, maybe not. That's not a creeper head. Okay, now I've got a creeper in Minecraft. It's actually a charge creeper as well, which makes it even cooler. But there's loads of stuff in here. I think you can make villagers, creepers, piglins, you name it. They've got it. Very fun indeed. And this creation is going to be in my world forever. And look at that. It's just brilliant. Get rid of all this concrete to my auto storage. And the thing I want to build is a wireless redstone receiver. Yes, it's very, very complex on how they work, but they're not actually that complicated to build. So it's time to grab a shulker box and begin gathering up the necessary materials. Also, thanks for all the support on the posters. They are going off sale tomorrow. And that's because there is a new secret item going on sale next Saturday, which is really, really good. I also feel like I'm out of redstone, so I'm going to buy a load from these guys. All of that should definitely be enough. Back to gathering up materials. I have now got everything that I need in here. Although I have completely run out of cobblestone. Whilst I won't need it right now, I think I'm just going to go and grab a bit more. All I'm going to be building right now is a receiver, but I will need to build a transmitter as well, so I'll need that cobblestone for them. And sitting here is a pretty easy way to get it. I've been at this for quite some time now. Let's go and see how much we've got. Absolutely loads. Look at this. It's fantastic. It's also useful because I can make more pistons, which is kind of the main reason I wanted it. And now that's all sorted, let's get to spawn. I think the best place for this receiver is going to be somewhere over here. It's quite a compact build, which is nice, but a bit of deforestation is going to be needed. I might clear out an area that's definitely going to be big enough. I'm not sure if it does have to all be in one chunk, but I'm going to turn on chunk borders just in case. When checking the build, I've realised two things. First of all, it won't all fit into a whole chunk. And second of all, I've forgotten a couple of materials. I need a bit more white concrete, loads of repeaters, 40 is actually the total I need, so that's perfect, and redstone dust. Let's turn all this concrete to powder, and then I can start building this. This is just going to be a really complicated redstone build, so I'm not going to bore you with too many of the details. I'm just going to get on with it. And I've also kind of got to concentrate, because if I mess up one tiny little thing, yeah, the whole build is just not going to work. So I will be as quick and careful as I can be. Everything I've built so far probably looks quite complicated, but the main gist of what I'm building right now is a system that detects whether or not the chunks are loaded or not. So basically, if I place an armor stand here, if that armor stand, I'm going to put Frostwalker on that, Frostwalker onto the armor stand, and then I'm going to have water right here and water right here, and everything should work correct. And now, yeah, it's just that observers are going off. But now, if this gets frozen, then that'll get detected by the observer. Now, I actually have to make sure there's a block above that, otherwise it will just get frozen on its own, so I have to do something like that. But yeah, then it will know that the chunks are loaded, and the machine will be in operation. It's starting to get really complicated now, but I'm building a system that kind of keeps dispensing the items, and it's these items that keep dispensing that will then detect wirelessly if an item gets dispensed somewhere else at a certain point. Like, that's kind of how it works. It's a bit more complicated than that, but it's the general gist of it anyway. I'm pretty sure this is now finished, but one of the next things I'm definitely going to need are some Frostwalker boots. So that's what I'll go and get. And this villager is the one that will give it to me. I don't know if Frostwalker is something that's easier to get, but I got it so fast. So I shall buy that book and also add a sign for this guy. Fancy putting these on gold boots as well, because I don't want to use any diamonds, since I don't want my machine to be a peasant. And I'm not wasting a netherite ingot on netherite boots either. So add Frostwalker to that. And now if I place that right there, I'm pretty sure, I mean, should it work? Should it have turned that to Frostwalker? I'm not entirely sure. If I wear them myself, does it? Does Frostwalker just straight up not work? Is it? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. Seems to work pretty well on these blocks. I think I know what the issue is, so I think there needs to be water there, but then also water at the bottom, and then water here. Okay, I'm not sure if it messed up there or not, but if I just go and put these on. Okay, I think, yeah, okay, that worked perfectly, and then it pulls it down, and it should keep regenerating. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now all I have to do is instead put these on you, and then whenever this chunk is loaded, so when the world is reset or anything like that, in fact, I'm not sure why I just did that, but if I now do this, it should turn the whole machine on, and there should be a clock going on. Now, the only thing I need to do is need to add items into like this system so there's actually things being dispensed. So let's go with a bucket there and a slab right there. And I think there needs to be an item here as well. I think that's then everything, and it all should just be dispensing and working correctly. So you can see what it's basically doing is dispensing 2 items at exactly the same time. I was trying to work out why this wasn't quite working properly. As you can see, signals keep getting sent through, so these shouldn't be lighting up. These pistons shouldn't be moving unless a signal gets sent to it. And the reason for that was really the amount of items I was putting in. I'm not actually putting enough. First of all, they need to be non-stackable items in these, so I'm just going to make a bunch of axes and fill up these. So I've got 3 in the bottom ones, 4 up there, and the same on this side. And I also need to sort out the item counts up here because I've definitely not got this right. Instead, I'm going to put about 15 in this bottom one and 1 in there. And they're going to be planks because they're going to have to be different to what's on this side and this side so they don't stack. So sticks should work perfectly. And now I'm hoping that the machine actually works. Only one way to find out. Just look at this. It's like a dream. This lamp is no longer powering. So yeah, it was the fact that I wasn't putting the right amount of items in there. The tutorial I used didn't really specify, so that's why I kind of got mixed up. So now I'm going to build a test transmitter, which I could build anywhere, but I'm going to build it right next to it. And this will let me see if it's successfully sending wireless signals. This is the transmitter. It uses daylight sensors to align everything. And if it works, when I press this button, that should light up. I didn't. It almost did, but it didn't quite. Wait, it did just then, though. Okay, it did it a little bit delayed, but it did work. It seems to be pretty consistent. If we look now, look, it seems to... Yeah, pretty much. That first time was a bit weird, but it seems to be every time. So let's see what we can do with this. First of all, I'm going to head back home and grab a piston. And I've also grabbed a bunch of other items. And if I create an ender pearl stasis chamber like so... Okay, well, maybe it needs to be a little bit deeper. And now if I press this button, it should teleport me, if it works. Yeah, look at that. It worked. I'm going to leave this ender pearl here, and I'm going to mine away at all of this. Hopefully it doesn't send off any signals. And now we build the transmitter somewhere far, far away. And I think the Guardian farm is the place. So right here is the perfect place. The build is done. Now if I press this button, in theory, I should get teleported to spawn. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It works. What an incredible machine. I must shout out Redstone Warper for the design and all the help in his Discord. I'll link everything that I used in the description. And I suppose now the next thing that I need to work on is the void base. And to get that done, I'm going to need 15 more shulkers. So let's switch on the shulker farm, and then the shulkers will be filling up. So far, I've got 5 shulkers down there. I've got all the minecarts ready, so I might as well start sending them down. Very carefully jump onto there. There we go. When you're invisible and I can't have any elytron, I've got to be so careful about everything. But if I just go, yeah, start doing this. And every single one has been sent through on a minecart. Just got to patiently wait for 9 more now. And whilst I wait, I might as well do something productive and mine up a load of wood. Looks like we've definitely got enough shulkers now. The only thing that's going to be annoying is I've run out of invisibility. So that may lead to a few problems. Yeah, okay, I don't want the shulkers to get damaged. You know what? I'm going to go and get some more. I could just live on the edge and keep flying around and placing minecarts. All of them are in. I can collect all the minecarts. Now I've just got to send them all off. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should have probably done this differently, but you know what? We're doing it now. Yeah, shulkers are dying. I definitely should have gone invisible. I've got invisibility now, so things should hopefully be a little bit safer. As you can see, I'm just sending the shulkers through, and they are going down there and stacking up. Just fell off there. That was a slight mistake, but that's why we've got totems. 15 are stacked, ready to go. Let's break this block so they all fall down into that tube, and I can gracefully float down and do something like this. So I only get 1 shulker to come through. He's going to land in the perfect position. Repeat it 2 more times, and then when I flick this lever, they should all go down, and the TNT with them, and they've all fallen into place. And I can do this to heal them up. And now I keep repeating the process over and over until I finish this strip. And that is 3 more shulkers in place, and that is 3 more on the way down. Somewhere along the line, a shulker died or I lost one or something, because that is my last shulker. He is going into place, but we need another one there. Thankfully, I've still got a few shulkers over here ready and waiting. And there he goes down to the bottom. They're all in position. I'm going to heal them up just in case. These are the last ones. Let's send them down. And mission accomplished. I could add another layer along there, but I think this is going to be more than big enough. So all these minecart tracks and the brilliant redstone has got to go. Everything's now mined out and ready. But now in order to do this next stage, I'm going to need loads and loads of wood. So many, in fact, that I want to fill up all 7 of these shulker boxes. And so it's time to do some serious mining. Unfortunately, my axe did break whilst I was doing it, and I also ran out of bone meal. I think building another one of these might be a smart idea. But on the positive side, I definitely have enough wood. I worked out that I only need about 23.5 stacks of logs, and I've actually got way more than that. We've got loads of sticks. Although before I do anything else, I need to make a new axe. And this is exactly why I created the trading hall in the first place, so that I can get everything that I need extremely fast. And there we have it, a fully maxed out pickaxe already, I do have some netherite ingots, so the repair job was pretty straightforward. And before doing the next bit of this void base, I really need to sort out the bone meal issue, so I'm going to do a bit more deforestation, and then build a replica of this farm right next to it. An operation deforest the entire area and terraform it all is complete. I've marked out all the places that there needs to be water and put a light source underneath. Now I just have to fill them all up. And then hoppers are going to come along and go underneath these gaps, and then composters on those, and more hoppers on there. Next I need to grab my hoe and do lots and lots of tilling. And then I need to plant loads of seeds. All my seeds are planted. Before I can finish it, I just need to head back home and grab a few more items. Placing the piston here is what makes the flying machine go back on itself. And now to build the actual flying machine that harvests the melons. Pretty straightforward bit of redstone involving a hopper clock. For the hopper clock I need 3.5 stacks, and I feel like powering it by melons is only fitting. And once I place this observer right here, I think the machine's ready, but I'll send it for a test run by flicking this lever. Everything seems to be moving and working, which means next I need more iron to make 6 minecart hoppers. Let's quickly place them along here. If I can do it before that machine gets here and break the rails underneath, although it's going to be pretty tight. Let's do it. There we go, we did it in time. Although it doesn't matter. I realised I've forgotten. Oh no, okay. I forgot to put the stupid iron bars on, didn't I? I'm hoping if I place a block here, yeah, it should fix itself. Then I had 6 iron bars along here, which all get picked up. And look at that, I didn't know that this was a way, without Enderman, to get the glitch snow block. So, if you use a piston to push snow off a snow block, like with the iron bars, you get it. How cool is that? Let's just test it like that. Yeah, so it doesn't work like that. Push an iron bar on, it still doesn't work. And they seem to have all turned to normal grass now, so I'm not entirely sure what I did to do that, but it was very cool indeed. And now comes the important task of making sure this is properly lit up. And I apparently can't speed bridge either. Although sadly we are out of sea lanterns, I think it's going to be time for a trip to the Guardian farm. With this farm I can get a lot of sea lanterns very, very fast. And if I do this with my looting sword in my main hand, I will get the looting effect on all of these Guardians. And whilst I'm here I can actually repair all my items. And hopefully with all of that I've got enough sea lanterns. And then I can use the wireless redstone device to get teleported back to spawn. Let's see if it still works. Come on, game. Yes, it still works. It's definitely one of the coolest things I've ever built. Can't believe it. I've run out of sea lanterns again. Pretty sure I'll definitely have enough now. And that is mission accomplished. I think it'll also be nice to have a strip of sea lanterns through here. And this bone meal farm is now twice as fast. And to get things going, I'm going to grab a load of the bone meal from here and make sure all the melons on this side are fully grown. All of them are now bone mealed and fully grown. Let's set this machine off as well. And let's see if the bone meal farm is now fast enough to keep up with the tree farm. And I can use this opportunity to get more wood for the void base as well. Unfortunately, the machine did run out of bone meal, but the reason for that was because an Enderman placed a grass block there that blocked this machine. Once I place this, it will go back again. So the lesson learned is that I should only use this farm with the mob switch turned on. And now I'm going to repair up my axe. And now we get started on finishing the void base. First things first, let's get rid of all these extra blocks. Then I need a bunch of gates and trapdoors. I've actually crafted way more trapdoors than I needed. We're going to have gates all the way along like this, and then I'm going to break the blocks in between. And next to each gate, there's going to be a trapdoor like this, and this is just going to be used so I can line myself up correctly. And finally, I need boats. Lots and lots of boats. Here I have 30 of them. I'm going to open the gate, look at this very precise pixel, and then I'm going to place them. And I'm going to place a lot of them. You can actually do it pretty quick. And you can see I'm in a pretty precise place as well, using the trapdoor and the block behind me to align. As you can see, they're all stacked up down there. I will break the blocks at the end to drop on the shulkers, but I want to make sure everything's fine before I do that. And once I've done one batch, I just do another lot and use the exact same trick to be in the line positions. This is why it's so important to use the alignment, because you have to be so precise with the gaps. If the gaps aren't the right size, it'll all go wrong. And that is 30 down, so that is 5 times 150 altogether. And if I very gracefully fly down, as you can see, we can walk on here. And if you look at the hitboxes, you can see that kind of the gap is kind of almost the length of the player. So it is technically possible to fall down the middle if you like, you know, not very careful, but as long as you're walking fast, you'll never fall down. Also realised I have no firework rockets. Thank goodness there's an ender chest at the bottom of here. That's going to be a lifesaver. Then we use the dirt to make another strip with gates in between. These have now got to go. Be replaced with more dirt and more trapdoors. And I just have to keep doing this over and over again. Another layer is done, and as you can see, they just all fit so perfectly together. I can walk along this absolutely no problem. Once again, rinse and repeat the setup and place down more boats. And that's another row falling into place. And I've decided that I'm going to make this layer the last one, because otherwise it's just going to be way too laggy for my game already. Like if I look down there, the FPS is a little bit choppy, and I don't want to completely ruin the game by making another 3 across. So this is what we're going to be placing on all the shulkers so that they won't be able to detect me because I'll be far away enough from them. But of course, in a proper base, you need storage, so that's something else we're going to have to sort. Let's make a couple of chests and a couple of minecarts, and then put the minecart in the chest. Well, put the chest in the minecart, should I say. Stick a rail here, put that there, and then if I break the block underneath, that's going to drop down and sit nicely on the edge of the boat. Do the exact same thing here. I don't know exactly what I'm going to store down there, but I'm sure I'll think of something. And now for the moment of truth. So to test this out, we must mine the blocks below, and the boats will just naturally fall. I think, yep, there goes the first lot. They're falling very fast. The shulkers have caught them. I have to just keep mining. And 2 layers are now down. And there we have it. Everything is down there. All that's left for me to do is go and join it. Are the minecarts going to land? They have. Okay, let's now gracefully float down and land right here. And yes, this, ladies and gentlemen, is my base in the void. And it's brilliant because the shulkers have absolutely no idea what's going on. Put a bit of stone in here, some glass. Look at that. I'm literally storing things in the void. I'm not going to put anything too valuable down here. Although very wisely, I'll put some firework rockets down here, because if I ever get stuck down here without firework rockets, then I'm basically either have to live down here forever or I'm dead. So there's not really any other way out. So I think that is a wise idea, but I can come out whenever I want just by doing that. So really, the only thing left for me to do... Oh my goodness, did that water mess... No. Thank goodness water does not go into the void if it just messed up all my boats. As I was saying, the only thing left for me to do is clean all of this up. And then I want to go back to my house, put all these shulker boxes through the auto sorter, smelt a load of sand, and also grab some glass from this chest. So I can just have a bit of extra glass along here to make the platform bigger. That, ladies and gentlemen, is it. The void base is complete. But just to be extra safe, because I don't want this to lead to my demise, I'm going to grab a pair of elytra as well. Apply mending and unbreaking to them. And they're also going to be called the emergency elytra. Then I'll grab plenty more sugarcane, craft firework rockets. Now these elytra and a load of firework rockets can be added right there. Just in case the worst were to happen and I fell down there, had no elytra, or I don't know. So, yeah, anything could happen. We don't take risks though. If it were actually true that I don't take risks, I wouldn't have built a void base in the first place, I don't think. Next, I'm going to quickly nip again to my storage room, grab a bunch of sea lanterns and place them underneath the glass of this sugarcane farm, because sometimes I am getting mobs spawning on the other side, and then if they pick up an item, they become persistent, and it's just being annoying. And on top of that, this sugarcane farm, it's just not fast enough. So I think it's in my best interest to create something much more powerful and much faster. But before I can build it, I'm going to have to chisel out a massive area. So this is the area all carved out. Now to head back home, grab lots more glass. And to be honest, that's nowhere near enough. So time for a quick trip to the desert, where I can grab lots more sand. And I think all of this should be enough. I've also got a full shulker box here. Let's add loads of sand to the mix. I also think it would make a lot of sense for me to build a chunk loader here, just so that those furnaces will be working even when I'm not in the area. That should be all the items I need. I want to go really far underneath this chunk down towards bedrock. Yeah, right here should be fine. Then I build a portal. I can light that, and I need to go and build another portal. Although whilst I'm digging down, I should probably be careful not to go straight into lava. Look, because I'm burning so much, but okay, can we just not do this, please? Yeah, you know what? Maybe I will actually use a totem at this. I'm taking like no damage, but I'm just trying. That was a slightly embarrassing moment. This very powerful armor kind of protects me. So much so that I'm just going to carry on digging down. Right, here is where the portal needs to be. So when I go through this portal, it should perfectly link. There we go. We need 3 droppers here and then 1 facing into the portal. There we go. And hoppers like this with 2 minecart hoppers on top to pick up any items. A little bit of fancy redstone. When I put an item in here, it should just get knocked through. Now to do the exact same thing on the other side. And there we have it. It's complete. All that's left to do is just go ahead, go to the bottom, chuck an item in. As long as that keeps going through, which it does seem to be going round and round, the chunk loader's working. And an extra part of the plan is to go and grab a sign. And I want to mine away at this bit of glass. Sadly, it's burnt, but we're going to place a sign right there. And I'm going to dig directly down along here. In fact, let's just fill in some gaps as well. And as you can see, I've lined it up so that it perfectly connects up. So you'll look, you'll be able to see if this redstone's going off. And if it is, I'll know the chunk loader's working. Quickly just put an extra piece of glass. So all I have to do is look down there. And look at that. I can tell if it's on or not. All this junk can get sorted. And you know, I also think it makes sense to connect the super smelter up to the chest room with a bunch of hoppers, because these chests are just getting a little bit messy. I've managed to discover the other line of hoppers, so I can just connect it up to those. There's hoppers in the walls everywhere in this house. Let's also grab a bunch of composters to help with the lag. They are all connected. I need to... Okay, am I going to regret doing this? I can break that. This hopper needs to be broken and changed to that. There we go. So they're now all just going to go straight through. Every time it smelts, we should see a bit of glass going through. Look at that, perfect. Although this will be stealing all of the glass, so... Okay, you know what? I've made a big mistake in just going straight in and mining all that. Let's start filling up some hoppers and get this going through. Really did not think this through, did I? There we go, crisis averted. And that looks pretty perfect to me. All the blocks filled in. I don't know, I might want a bit of blackstone there, though. Perfect, just a nice little extra touch. And I got sidetracked pretty easily there. I should probably grab all this glass and get on with the build. Time to start placing all the glass. And that is now done. I'm not really happy with where this mountain is, so I think we've got to do a little bit more mining away of the mountains and deforestation. That is looking a lot better. And now I need to dig a 2 deep hole inside all of the glass. And there we have it, completely chiseled out. And for the next bit, I'm going to need some powered rails. But I don't have much gold. My shovel is nearly broke, so I reckon I nip home, I go to the gold farm, repair everything, and get loads of gold too. And I can also check to see if my chunk load has been of any use. Yep, everything's finished smelting. That's perfect. And I want to get rid of all this junk in my inventory too. And now let's get repairing and collecting up the gold. After quite a long time, I've got over 200 levels, which is very nice indeed. And more importantly, I've got loads and loads of gold nuggets. I've also put loads of ingots in here. This should solve all of my powered rails troubles. To be honest, all my powered rails are here anyway. I may use them on these tracks. And now to gather up all the materials I need to do this farm. And here are all the items that I need. Time to get building this. This is where the building's going to be happening. Let's get to it. I'll begin with the chest down here and then hoppers going into that. We also need to dig out all the way along here, and then there'll be going to be hoppers coming and connecting up. Now to dig a way to actually get to this collection system, and look at that, I've completely missed it. This is the fully finished chest system. Look at that, loads of storage for the sugarcane. Now to dig some trenches, and in these will go redstone torches. And that is every single one now in. Let's cover them all up. And this is where all the powered rails are going to come in, and the normal ones as well. And that is every single rail placed down. Now I need to add a load of blocks. There we go, mission accomplished for all the bricks. Let's now craft the hopper minecarts and begin placing them along. They're all in and moving nicely. Now I get the very fun task of placing down all the dirt. And that is mission accomplished for that. Next to grab my slabs, make an infinite water source. And now I need to do a pretty fancy pattern of slabs, and these are going to have water in them, so that is how the sugarcane is going to be placed. So this pattern that I've done right here, I'm going to create the exact same thing on this side. And there you have it. It's starting to come together. And then all I have to do is count 1, 2, 3, 4. And then on the 5th one, place a slab and a block like that, and then do it again. And keep going with that on every single layer, like adding 4 to each bit. And one side's complete, and the other side is complete as well. I just need to place all of the slabs down, and then add water. And it is now done. And what do we need now? Yep, you guessed it. Lots and lots of sugarcane to place on every single, well, not every single block, but 99% of them. There we have it. All the sugarcane is down, with quite a lot of it to spare as well. And now on to the next phase, which involves building a flying machine that will harvest all the sugarcane. We're going to put glass like this and some obsidian there. This is the redstone for the flying machine. Pretty much the same as those ones that harvest the pumpkins. And we're just going to add a bunch of slime going all the way to the edge, with then glass on this side, same on the other side. This right here is a little system that will send the flying machine back when it gets to this side. And right here, I'm going to build a hopper clock. Don't know what I did, but I accidentally sent off the machine, so this is a quick test run just to see if the flying machine actually works. And as you can see, look at that, like a charm, coming straight back along, and it stops right here. Only one thing can go wrong with this farm. Cats. You are stopping all the minecars, you stupid cat. It's going to be impossible for me to catch and do something to it. So I only really have one choice, and that is to head to the Guardian farm, grab some raw cod, go back to spawn, and then I would tame the cat, but it seems to have despawned. It's weird. This kind of feels like a version of the world's hardest game. I'm like having to go through and dodge the moving squares. And that is mission accomplished. All cats must stay above ground. The final thing to be done is add 5 stacks of something into a hopper. So I'm just going to go and do something like that, and that will create a nice little timer. And to prevent any sugarcane from possibly spilling over the top, I'm also going to place more glass. Well, just make the glass a little bit higher, really. Perfect. No sugarcane will escape. And after about 2.5 minutes, all the items will run out, and this hopper will get completely full, and it will set the machine off. And because of that, loads of sugarcane will be filtering into this chest. So in theory, it should work fine. I've got loads of bone meal again from these farms. So I'll first go and turn on my mob switch, which can be done by loading in this chunk loader. Then I'll AFK this machine to get loads of wood. I'll be getting loads of bone meal, loads of sugarcane. Everything will just be coming together. And it would seem now that the machine has run out of bone meal. I'm also surrounded by logs. All that tells me is that I probably need to build way more of these if I want to constantly keep up with the farm. And I found a bit of a flaw to my sugarcane farm. It would seem that it's got a bit jammed because some sugarcane went into a hopper, so I've got to make sure that there's no way for that. All the sugarcane is ready to be harvested. I mean, we haven't quite got as much as we would have done. Not entirely sure how a piece of sugarcane managed to get in there, but I shall make sure that it definitely does not happen again. See what the problem probably was. The piston could push the sugarcane and it could go through this tiny little gap and somehow get in that hopper if I'm really unlucky. The only way to stop that would be to move the position of the hoppers. So I will instead need to put the hopper clock up here. I put that there. Yeah, I think that should make it work. A little bit more foolproof than it was before. And plenty of sugarcane too. It's really working nicely. Time for me to head home and sort out all of these shulker boxes. boxes. I'm also going to grab a few more items, and that includes a few composters. And then I'm going to create an auto storage system for this iron farm, since the current system is a complete mess. Although I've just realized to make this work, I'm going to need 2 more repeaters. I've also made it so to be able to filter iron blocks as well, because I have quite a lot of those in the chest as well. The sorter is pretty much all set up. All I need to do is have a chest for the compost to go into. For the first set of items, I'm going to manually sort some out because otherwise it's just going to be completely overrun. So all the poppies will just go in here. Yep, iron, get out of there. And this one will have all the iron in. And now it's all set up, so I'm just going to snake the hoppers along something like this. And I'll just have to break these 2. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was a bad move, SB. Sorry about that, guys. I'll break this one, place a hopper, and then do something like that. Oh my. Well, it'll be okay. A new sign is easily craftable. There you go. Piece of cake. And the only other thing I'd like to do is take this quartz and make a bit of a nicer room. And unfortunately, we are now out of quartz, but I can get more from the bartering farm. Although, to be honest, it would have made 10 times more sense to just use iron blocks. I've got loads of them. And the humble little iron room is complete. Any extra random items will go into here. We'll get all the blocks, all the ingots, all the bone meal. And I'm going to link this portal as well so that I don't keep going in the iron farm when I want to come through here. I built this portal but then realized that it wouldn't link to a portal at spawn, so that's kind of a useless area. So instead I've built the portal over here, and this perfectly links to one at spawn, but it has to kind of be underground. So from here I need to create some sort of system to get up and down really fast, and some sort of tunnel down may be the answer. I'm gonna need a bunch of materials to make all of this work, that's for sure. And I'd like to get my axe repaired before I go any further. The last thing I want is that to break again. And now everything's fully repaired, so it's time to grab a bunch of materials. I think I'd like the walls to be blackstone, and there's gonna be water that you drop into here, so that's why there's glowstone to stop it turning to ice. And this bit might be tricky, but I need signs going all the way up, and that is every single sign successfully placed. Let's add some water at the top and put glowstone next to it so that it doesn't freeze. And we place these right here, add loads of kelp, and then break all of it, and we have a fully working elevator, which I can easily drop down and then go through the portal. And I want to change the walls of this to be blackstone, and that is also now complete, looking pretty good. I'll add a few glowstone in the walls as well, just to make it look a bit nicer. And I've now fully finished building the entranceway to the iron farm with all of this, and I can come through here and go straight to this portal that'll take me to spawn. And I'm definitely very pleased with this place. I have realized that it's possible for mobs to spawn in these little bits there, so I'm thinking maybe, I don't know, I'm thinking would a lantern inside them work? I think that still looks good, yeah, but it'll stop anything from being able to spawn there. And every time I want to go through and check this overflow chest to see, you know, what other items are in there, I have to break my way through the blackstone, and it's just not a good way to do it. So I'm thinking creating some sort of simple piston door will be the best way. This works. It'll be the simplest bit of redstone I've ever done in my life. I only require a single lever to test it, and I think I place it there. Oh, look at that. It's that easy, guys. that is so good. Since I will be coming in here quite often, I'm going to try and make it look a little bit nicer. That's about as good as it's going to get for covering things up, unless I want to start breaking blocks that will break redstone. I don't really want to go down that road. I'm going to add a ladder here so I can easily go up here with a trapdoor just... I think I want the trapdoor on this side, actually. It'll be a little bit better, so just like that. And this is now the official room to check the overflow, see what's going on. And when I'm doing that room, I just flick this lever, and it's just hidden perfectly. I am also fresh out of gunpowder, so a bit of time at the creeper farm will be very helpful. Quite some time has passed, and my game is about to lose all of its frames, but I can just walk down here. I landed on the vines, and I can get rid of these creepers now. And my frames are now back. You know, I think it's just a really good system. Let's get this shulker box filled back up and move on to bigger and better things, such as something that I should have built a long time ago. A concrete maker. It's a pretty easy thing to build, and I reckon the best place to build it will be at the end of this corridor, since there's loads of concrete here. It's kind of nicely out of the way, and very conveniently, I don't have to travel very far to grab all the items that I need. So right here is going to be the place that has the chest that collects up all the concrete powder, so it has a hopper going into it. And I will need a stairs behind it, but I might be better with getting something that's not like that, because I might end up breaking it by mistake with my pickaxe. In fact, never mind, I've got a better idea. I'm going to go and put this right here, and then a piece of obsidian behind it. There's no way I'm going to have to worry about breaking that. A dispenser is going to go here. A dropper is going to go here facing downwards. And I've started to realize a slight issue with this building position. I'm just going to have to move a bunch of hoppers out of the way. That's that problem solved. Now the observer that's facing down can go there, and on top of that I think we're going to need some redstone. Let's also craft 3 stairs, block everything up. I need a sign that will hold the water in place, and actually we need a bit of blackstone above that as well. And now if I place the water here, you can see it flows through. And if I grab some blue dye, craft a load of concrete, I can then shove it all in the dispenser, just keep one in my hand and go like this. In fact, I'll keep more than one in my hand, it makes more sense, doesn't it? Then when I place one, as you can see, I can just do place and mine at the same time, and I'm getting the concrete as fast as I break it. And just like that, all of the concrete is now converted. Although some of it did escape because I didn't really properly block all of this up. And I have a bit of an idea. If I make the farm a little bit longer, will it go faster? So it is longer now. I'd actually need to waterlog both of them though. Let's craft a load more concrete powder and find out if this actually helps at all. So yeah, sometimes I don't know, am I ever going to break 2? It doesn't look like I'm ever going to break 2 of them. You know, I've kind of been studying it. I think it does occasionally place the one behind, mine the one behind and place it. So when that does happen, it definitely speeds things up. So that's definitely mission successful if you ask me. I gathered up now all the resources for my next project. Although I do also need a cake as well. And now I want to solve the issue at my gold farm where the swords are always lagging my game out. And to begin with, that means breaking all of these mine carts. Hold on a sec, I didn't think this through. Why have I put them in this chest? Oh no, they're all going to get dispensed into lava. Instead, I'll shove them in this shulker box here. Next, I get rid of this trapdoor. I also do want to get rid of the hopper, but I've got to be a little bit careful. I think, to be honest, this chest can go. It's not really needed. And also this one. And we have a hoppers like that. This is where the cake comes in, because I'm going to eat a piece, place a rail, push a hopper minecart into it like so, and then use a piston to push the blocks into it. The exact same thing with this piston. And right here, I'm going to have a block, and on this block is where the swords are going to get destroyed. So an upside down stair is needed here, a slab on top of that. Okay, it's kind of coming together. This is a trapdoor I will stand on, which is going to be like that. Now, is there a... Hold on a second. This torch right here, it's got to go. I also accidentally broke the last trapdoor there, so I only have one more trapdoor now, put it that way. Then this sticky piston is going to be extended and going to be moving that. But right here, there has to instead be a gate, and that's, if I can place it, that's going to stop the minecarts from coming off. Now this piston will be connected to a redstone torch, so you see it's normally out. And here we have a repeater, and next to that is an observer, which will be next to a hopper clock. So as you can see, when an update happens, it didn't quite work because the thing's not enough delay. But when an update happens next time, you will see. Sort of making it work. The comparator's going to go here, and then there's going to also be one on that slab. That's like that. I just need a bunch of items in the 2 hoppers, and to extend this out a little bit. And in theory, everything should be ready. Any moment now, the timer's going to run out. Yeah, look at that. That trapdoor moved. Perfect. So as long as I've done everything correctly, this should theoretically work. When I break this, and then, yeah, break everything up. All these extra blocks anyway. And don't forget to set this block right here on fire. And now my days of my FPS going down when I use this farm should be over. Well, time will tell anyway. I have to say, guys, I've been testing it for a while and it has been working perfectly. Isn't it just great when one of your machines actually works? And I feel like we should give all of this gold to all of these piglins. From that, I get loads and loads of items. You know, I feel like this might be one of the most productive episodes I've ever had. Managed to complete so many of the jobs that I wanted to. And for some reason, sometimes you do get a false positive from this machine. I'm not sure why. I think it's a bug or something. So I'm just going to make a couple of tweaks. Although after doing a couple of checks, I've just realized it's a little more work than I realized to make the modifications. Not today. Although speaking of today, we've now made it to day 2200. Let's also top up our supplies of redstone. And that definitely gets me back where I want to be. And right here, I'd like to add hoppers for coal and coal blocks. Since I'm not really sure why I don't have at least the coal one. So coal in that one, blocks of coal in this one, and I'm thinking blocks of iron in this one. A few more items added to the collection. Although I only have 22 more slots now, so I've got to use them quite sparingly. To begin with, I'd like to get another netherite block. And in order to get one of those, I'm going to have to gather up a load more sand and also a load of gunpowder. Thankfully, this desert has still got loads of sand to go at, and I should now have enough. Let's craft all of the TNT. Next, I'll dig a massive tunnel and find some ancient debris already. And then to place loads of TNT. I also had to dig another tunnel because I had loads of TNT left but got to the end of my tunnel, so let's fill this one up as well. And look at that, ran out of TNT, ran out of tunnel. Let's light it up and watch the fireworks. Already got 9 ancient debris from the strip mining, and now to gather up lots more. And I've come with an idea to solve the problem of the chain breaking. I could use arrows. I do have a flame bow, but I have 0 arrows in my ender chest. But I'm sure if I dig my way up, I can find one. There's the arrow that I need. And I think I just got blown up. This time I've definitely got the arrow. Now this should really speed things up. Don't know why I never thought of this before. The first half of the tunnel is complete with 31 ancient debris. And now to start on the second half. And I have over a stack of ancient debris. And that's the end of the tunnel with 70 pieces of ancient debris. Now to smelt all the ancient debris. And I'm also cooking the netherrack. Also remove a couple of pieces of ancient debris here. And now I can grab all of this, turn it into ingots, and make 2 more blocks of netherite. I'll have this done after about 10,000 days. Also, guys, do you ever get the feeling that you're being watched? Yeah, it seems that I'm not alone in today's episode. Yes, after months of planning, I have finally released the SB737 plushies. I have to say, I absolutely love them. They're really, really cute, really, really cool. They're on sale. Link is at the top of the description on sb737.store. Get them whilst you can, and don't treat them like I do. Well, one of them survived anyway. And the next thing I want to do is sort out this void base. Because unfortunately, it's just making my game way, way, way too laggy. So let's gracefully land here. And I've worked out I can get rid of 3 boats on each... Okay, hold on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just steady on, guys. That was almost a massive disaster. Yeah, those minecarts are very dangerous. As I was saying, I can get rid of 3 boats on each layer until the shulkers will detect me. This time I'll be much more careful and leave that one till last. I don't really want to do this, but I'm going to make the platform much smaller as well by shooting the boats with bow and arrows. That's the only way I can think to safely break. Wait, did I not use my infinity bow? Okay, I used the wrong bow. I will be right back. Let's also give this one a name so that I never do that again. And that's one strip gone. There's probably easier ways to do this, but I'm just trying to be super careful. And that is all of that row gone. Now to do this row over here. So many bows have sadly been removed, but I think it's for the best. My frame rate is way better now. I accidentally broke one of these as well with my bow, so I can't stand on it, otherwise I'll activate the shulkers. To avoid any accidents, I'm going to break this row as well. There we go, mission accomplished. It's certainly not as grand as it used to be, but it's going to get broken in the new caves and cliffs update anyway, so I'm not going to be too attached to it. And more importantly, everything isn't now super laggy like it was before. And now for my next project, I'm going to head to the Guardian farm. I just found diamonds while I was about to say the next thing. But I'm going to I can't even speak now. But I'm going to build a massive tunnel that connects to my house. And I've made it below my house. Now to connect it up. I think right here is where I want to dig straight down. Never mind, that means I'm going to crash into the beacon. Instead, right here is where I shall dig. And it's connected up perfectly. And this tunnel is going to be used for extremely high-speed transport. In fact, one of the fastest ways you can actually travel in Minecraft. To actually build it, we're going to need to gather up a lot of this. And with all of that, I've probably got enough. Then I'm going to place a big line of it all the way along. And that is mission accomplished for this. And as you can see already, it takes you at a pretty decent speed. For the next part, ice is going to be useful. And I need more than that. And I'm also going to mend up my tools because I do not want this pickaxe to break. There we go. They're all repaired. And here's all of the ice. If you're wondering why the ice caps are melting, don't look at me. I'm pretty sure all of that should be enough. And now to place them all down. And then if I mine up all of the ice, then I can swim all the way along it, no problem. But without a doubt, this is still not fast enough. And that is because the next thing that I'm going to need is dolphins. It's always an interesting experience to try and get one of them. And so the first dolphin is going to be right here. We're going to have a window so we can see him. And if we use this to make bubbles, then it'll allow him to breathe. Then I mine up the ice so that we've got water. Digging a tunnel for the ocean, but I think I've discovered a cave. And more importantly, it's a cave that I haven't yet lit up. This will be just another step to improving the rates of my Guardian farm. And now this tunnel is ready. Although it would seem that no dolphins whatsoever are spawning. And I think I know why. I think all these turtles that spawn are filling up the mob cap. And I could move them all so they're not in the spawn chunks, but that's going to take ages and ages. So I see only one way to solve this problem. Don't ask how I did it, guys. It's confidential information. And also, don't ask where I got all this secret from either. I've just realized that the turtles actually don't affect the dolphin spawns, and it's only squids and axolotls, so I didn't need to do what I just did. But hey, dolphins are spawning now anyway. I think it was the chunk loader at my house causing the problem, loading in all the axolotls. Although I'm not sure if that makes much sense either. I don't think they count to the mob cap. Who knows? Either way, we've got a dolphin. Let's give him his name, which is you can never despawn. And you are going this way. There we go. Safe and sound. Also going to get him underneath. I don't really want him to be able to bounce up and down. And now if we go into it, you'll see we get Dolphin's Grace. And oh my goodness, look at the speed we are going. This is blistering pace. And we made it about 450 blocks before the Dolphin's Grace ran out. But don't worry, guys. We can go even faster. And that is by adding a Speed 2 beacon. Looks like I'm down to my last beacon, although I do still have 11 nether stars. Speed 2 is now activated. And now let's see how fast we go this time. Okay, apparently I just went straight past the beacon and it never activated. I must have messed something up. Although it has activated Speed 2 now. I think it's just a little bit too far in this direction and I'll need to move it across. Beacon number 2 is ready. Time for take 2, and already I have got speed. I think this is going to work. Let's just see how far we get. That time I got 550 blocks, which is pretty insane indeed. And so I think right here is the perfect place to add another dolphin. This second dolphin spot, unfortunately, is not underwater. It would have made it so much easier. Instead, he must be taken down into a cave, and then, yeah, we're going to drop him down there. Dolphin spotted up ahead. Now let's get him to come over this way. All right, dolphin, this is the place. Down here you come, and you can slide into your new home. That's it. You're in. Make sure your name tagged. And that is now job well done. And in theory now, I should be able to swim from here all the way to my house in just seconds. It's over 1,000 blocks. Let's go ahead and put a timer on screen and go in 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, this is pretty fast indeed. I've just got the Dolphin's Grace back as well, I do believe it. Oh my goodness! We just flew out of there. I don't even know how fast that was, but it was very quick indeed. The only thing missing now is a dolphin at this end. And I'd also like to craft loads more signs. Place them here like so, and then I can easily get up and down. And I think I'm really going to go the distance on this and add blackstone all the way down. Really add to the presentation side of things. Look at that. I've just found some diamonds whilst doing some random, well, sorting this out. So all this is complete now, so it will kind of change to stone, but at first, you know, all this bit is nicely black stone. Then we can add the signs all the way down. And there we go, that looks pretty good. I'll place this so that I get pushed straight up on this. Oh, look at this. Okay, it doesn't go all the way up though, it just kind of stops part way. I'll try placing a bunch of ice, see if that helps. Once I mine every single one of these, it pushes me all the way up. And now the only thing that I'm missing is a dolphin. This is the home for this dolphin. And now to actually get the dolphin. The dolphin is now in. Let's go ahead and name tag him, then place a bunch of blocks. And now I have a fully functional high-speed transport system, so when we want to go this way, oh my goodness, look at the speed, how fast. I think the actual speed effect as well is lasting all the way. Oh my goodness, we just traveled 1,000 blocks in like 10 seconds. And then when I want to go back, I just swim up here and we do the exact same thing again. It's actually one of the coolest things that I have built in my world. We just get straight up here and we're home. And the next thing I'd like to do is create a mob switch in the Nether. I've got the overworld one, which is great, but this one instead, I'm going to make it with shulkers. Because whilst it did used to be a massive challenge to get shulkers, now that I have this farm, it's much, much easier. Although somehow the machine is kind of bugged and the shulkers teleported over to this spot, so I've got to try and get him back over there just by breaking blocks, I guess. But before I attempt to fix it, I'm going to need string. Also, for this wireless redstone machine, Redstone Warper himself told me that changing that to 2 ticks will make it more reliable. He also said moving these pistons up, which I will do at some point. But I'll switch this back on and put another pearl in here. Hopefully that all works well. Meanwhile, I now have the piece of string, and I reckon a piston will also be very useful. I'm going to swim to my guardian farm and then use the teleporter. And so far, so good. The wireless redstone machine works pretty well. And now I can place down this piece of string. Hopefully this shulker doesn't take itself out. So we're going to place that there. There we go. And a sticky piston. Okay, that's not the right way. Like that. There we go. It's going to push it. Then we break this. It's teleported into place. That's perfect. Then I need to put lava back in here. Grab a piece of stone and craft a button, which should be added there. Then I'll put this piece of glass back like that. And then once I flick both of these levers, everything should start working. And yep, we have got another shulker right there. And now to create the place these shulkers are going to live. Although there is already quite a lot of shulkers ready and waiting. And the position I'm going to go for to have this mob switch is right here. The reason for that is that it's far away enough from the pigman farm to not impact that, but it's close enough to where my original portal is so that I can turn it on and off whenever I want. And that's all based on me using a 32 render distance, which is pretty extreme, but I think it's fine. Before I craft all the rails I'm going to need, because I'm going to need way more for this, I'd like to mend up both my pickers at the Guardian farm. I've kind of got to wait around a bit for more shulkers to generate at spawn anyway. So what better way to do that than to collect loads of XP? And I can turn on the cactus XP farm at the same time as well. As you can see, my Guardian farm has really slowed down. I'm barely getting any Guardians really, and there's a good reason for that. I believe what is happening is that loads of shulkers have spawned at spawn. And in fact, I'm swimming all this way, but actually, I better use the teleporter. So I'll just press this button. The signal will go along. We teleport to spawn. Since I actually added that repeated delay, as I was told, it's been working really well. And look up there. So many shulkers. That is why I was getting no guardians. I need 70 in total, and so far I've got 61. So whilst they keep growing, I'll grab lots of rails. I'm going to make sure I have loads and loads. You know, that should hopefully be enough. Next, I'll place these all the way along here till it connects all the way up to here. I'd better add levers as well. Right here is where I'm going to build a staircase, and this is around the chunk where I'm going to store all the shulkers. And so I'll create a massive platform, and they're all, just going to have to be ejected from minecarts and land on this. I'll have buttons on the bottom so the shulkers don't teleport onto this. So the track's ready. Although I'm adding buttons to this because I do not want endermen spawning up here. And so the final thing to make this work is an activator rail, which I have right here. They can go right here. Need to add this corner rail, a staircase up here, and then to test it with a shulker. And it looks to me like it's working exactly as intended. 1 down, 69 to go. This is probably a good time to nip home and grab invisibility as well. And now that I'm fully ready, let's drink up and collect up the shulkers. And then wonder what on earth... Okay, I've just had a shulker into me, but I was wondering what... Okay, hold on a second. What am I doing here? Why are there shulkers in minecarts down there? And then there's a golem floating off somewhere. I think he's been taken out by the shulker. I know he's just dropped down. Must have sent off too many minecarts at once or something. Okay, that one's definitely stuck. There's always going to be a few issues in an episode about shulkers. Look at this. The last of the surviving turtles. Now let's send all of these off to the mob switch area. It's great that I've got a proper shulker transportation system already in place. And just look at them nicely filling up the chunk as each one gets ejected. Look at that. They're all finding their own new homes. And with that, I can get my minecarts back. Once again, I've run out of invis, and it's all because I used up a totem. Now let's send all of the rest through. And even more are now coming into place. I just love the way the minecarts come flying off the edge as well. There's 37 shulkers so far, so 33 more are required. I don't know what happened to my shulkers, but that to me does not look like it's on the tracks. But once it gets around this corner, look at that. back on track. And new shulkers are going on so fast now. And with that, I have every single shulker that I need. There's actually 81 altogether, so that's 11 more than I need, but that's not a problem. I'm quite happy with that. Now I mine up all of this and also get rid of this bridge. I'm really getting this place properly tidy. And now the next thing I need to build is a chunk loader right here. And because chunk loaders can break when you reset the world, I'm going to create a version that can easily be turned on and off and can never break. Unfortunately though, that does mean that it's going to be way more complicated than normal ones. So here's all the items that I'm going to need to build the initial portal. Now let's begin building this. So to start off with, we're going to make a simple hopper clock. This observer is going to be what detects the hopper clock, so we need 3 droppers. This is going to connect to the portal. Here's the minecart hopper that will pick up the item. Now let's build up a portal. We've got an observer there that will detect if that trapdoor moves. As you can see, it then affects the dispensers. And then we need some repeaters like this and add some delay to them. And these pistons here are going to be what pushes the item into the portal. So we're going to need some blocks to ensure that, you know, it just doesn't fly off anywhere. So we'll enclose it like that. Here we have a lever, which is going to be the on-off switch. And now I need to do the hopper clock, which needs to have 7 items in total. So if I go like that, that will be perfect. And as you can see, when I flick this lever, it will turn it off now. I also want a load of items to actually put in. You know what, that's more than enough. We're just going to fill this drop up completely. And now when I unflick this lever, notice how an item gets sent through and goes into this, which will then go back round to the bottom. I've got the coordinates of this portal. I'm going to light it up and then I'm going to go and build a corresponding portal on the other side. And the place for this portal is actually going to be thousands of blocks in this direction. And this is the spot right here. We just need to build up quite a bit higher, and I haven't really got enough blocks to do that. Once I mine away enough at this mountain, I will have enough. This is the spot. Let's build a portal. When I light it up and head on through, look at that. Absolutely perfect. So now I'll send an item through, and as we can see, the items land right here. So then I just build another collection system, and I'm just recreating all the redstone again that I did before. And so now everything is complete on this side, and as this sends items through the portal, we should see items coming back. Yeah, did you see that one just sort of come back in? I mean, if I maybe just keep on this hopper. There we go, you can see an iron nugget came through. So that's now working. I am just going to grab a bit of glass. It does seem like there's a bit of an issue with this chunk loader design. The issue being that the item doesn't always like get pushed through, if that makes sense. Although it does seem to be working now that I've started using glass. So maybe it's the fact that pushing items with glass works better than with normal blocks, because let's see when the next item comes through. Oh, is it once again broken? Time to make a big change to this design and remove the pistons. Very minor change, but it's now consistently sending an item each time, because, yeah, the piston, I don't get the point of the pistons, really. But now you can see on this side, all of them are just flying all the way through. I think the pistons are more for alignment, but that problem can easily be solved by just placing glass blocks like that. And now when an item comes through, it will get fired back, and that should keep everything loaded. So now that this appears to be working perfectly, I have a fully working mob switch in the Nether. Just to make it even more consistent, I'm going to add another hopper here, a rail next to it, and then another hopper minecart right next to it when I craft one. Something like that. There we go. Just so in case any items fall to the side, like, they'll definitely get picked up. And I'm also going to do the same thing on this side. As you can see, items are also getting stuck on this one. Unfortunately, doing it on this side is a little bit more complicated. Although despite that, I think I've made it work. Well, that's perfect. I thought it was going to get a little messier than that. All I had to do was add a repeater and some things, and then it'll still, as you can see, when an item comes through, the door moves, which uses the observer, and it all works. And the next thing that I need is a way to turn the mob switch on and off from quite a long distance. There's a few different ways to make an instant wire, but I'm going to use one that involves slime. So it's time to spend some time AFK at the slime farm. Although my game says there's 131 hostile mobs spawning, there might be a problem here. I completely forgot to turn off the Shulker farm, so we've just got loads and loads of these guys. And now trying to get rid of all these guys is going to be fun, although they are just going to hit each other. And I can go in with the sword. And there we go, mission accomplished. If I was ever short on Shulker shells, I won't be anymore. And so now I can actually use the slime farm, and it will actually work. Plenty of time has passed. Let's see just how much slime we've got. I'm pretty sure all of that should be enough. This isn't the fastest slime farm in the world, unfortunately. I should make something a bit better. However, it definitely does the job, and not only can I use slime for this next contraption, but also honey blocks as well. I've also just realised that I never finished the walls in this. I guess I ran out of honeycomb blocks. But since this farm has been working nicely, we have got more of those, so let's go and craft some. And then finally finish the walls. I feel like this might be one of the builds that has taken me the longest to finish. It's still not actually finished, because I need to put all the beehives and redstone into it. Anyway, more importantly for this is that I have loads and loads of redstone. And all of this redstone is definitely enough. Let's add a few torches to the mix. So the button for this instant redstone is going to be right here, with something like this. So the idea of the redstone lamp is that it will flash when the signal has got there, so that you know that it worked. And whilst this might not be the actual line I use, I'm going to quickly show you the concept of wireless redstone. So basically, you're going to have a piston here, and then we're going to have a torch going into it, something like that. And if I place down a load of slime or honey blocks, 11 in total, redstone block, another sticky piston, and then another 11 of these, we get something that looks like this. Now then, pistons take 1 tick to extend, so each one would update and extend. However, when you retract the pistons, it does it instantly. So if I actually depower all these pistons, look at that block over there. Look how fast the piston moves. Look at instant, the moment I did it. Whereas when I break it, look how long it takes for that piston to retract, okay? Look at that, it took longer, okay? I mean, maybe you didn't notice that, but it definitely took longer. One more time, as you can see, instant. And that's the concept we're going to be using for this machine. Although to actually pull this off as well, I'm going to need a bunch of TNT and a bunch of other items that will allow me to break bedrock. So right here, there'll be a torch so that when I press that button, the torch goes off. And that torch is going to be attached to a sticky piston with a bunch of slimes, then a redstone block and another one. And then we just carry on doing this. And I keep doing this until I get to bedrock. And then that is where the TNT comes in as we... break some holes. And that is the first one broken. I think with that, I have actually broken far enough in. Okay, no wait, we've still got a little bit more. Don't have to say this, guys, but I have accidentally flown into this tiny hole with bedrock above me. Bedrock below me. I'm actually stuck. I'm so stuck. I'm screwed. I can't get out of it. Can I even place anything? Oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Now then. There's a way out of this. Will it let me crawl out? No, okay, but if I just go ahead and put the trapdoor like that. Oh, look at that. Look at that. My other idea was I was going to go in my ender chest because I'm pretty sure I have ender pearls in the shulker box there. So there was a way out if that didn't work, but yeah. All's well then. I can't really activate that TNT over there. Sometimes it works with one. I'm going to test it out. Yeah, it did work. Okay. It's not 100% if I only use one TNT, but it does sometimes work. And with that, I think I should be good to get out, I think. Because the bedrock isn't going to be a problem, so I don't have to worry about that at all. In fact, from here, it makes more sense to actually use redstone to bring it out. And then we just carry on. I'm going to use honey for a little bit. And if I do a mixture of pistons, redstone, honey blocks, you get something like this, which means it uses up less of the honey blocks and slime blocks, but it actually will go just as fast. And finally, I have reached this place. Now I need to make it so that the button pulse works as if it's a lever, which means I'm going to need hoppers. Then we just have 2 hoppers like this, and on top of that, there's going to be redstone. So right now, you see these are powered off. In fact, actually, I think we may even just get rid of that. And yeah, if we go like that, that should actually work much better. And this connects up to the machine. So now when I break something, I think if I just need an item in actually. If I go ahead and put a random piece of stone in and I break this, I've just realized I'm missing a torch. I actually need to be more like this. And then, you know what? Hold up 1 second. More like this. There we go. Otherwise, it's just going to keep going off and on non-stop. So then we go like that. We had that there. As you can see, it has now stopped. I've had a little think about it and I've realized that this actually doesn't make sense. The problem is because there's quite a long gap between the signal turning off and on again because of the buttons. So I think it's just going to be easy if I just use a lever. And when I say lever, I actually mean lever, but anyway, we'll get rid of that. So yeah, right now the machine is switched off. And now if I place this here and flick it, the mob switch turns on. Look at that. It just went up 80 mobs. Never mind, it didn't go up. It didn't work because for some reason I'm missing a piston. I'm guessing it only went up all those mobs because I turned my render distance up. Something like that. Anyway, let's give it another go. So I flick this lever. This time it should work. And so far so good. All the pistons have retracted. And the trunk loader is switched on. And if I flick this, it will turn off. Just been messing with the render distance. If I go ahead and make it 1 chunk smaller, notice how, like, you know, depending on whether I go up, like that's the render distance difference between whether the shulkers are loaded or not. So this is a perfect way to test now. If this works instantly, the number should jump up. Well, I have to wait a second for the chunk loader itself to actually work. And, okay, nothing's really happening. Not entirely sure what the situation is with the F3 menu and the chunk loading and all that, but I'm just going to leave it because I know that it is working. Not a single hostile mob will spawn here now, which is perfect. The only thing you will get is striders. And this is all just phase 1 for my master plan. My master plan to get loads and loads of notch apples. And now for my next plan, I'm going to activate the XP farm and get loads and loads of XP. I think that's enough XP for now. I've just about, well, I have healed everything apart from the armor. Let's just get that. There we go. Perfect. And I also think I need to do something about this storage. It's a mess. It's overrun. But I can't do much when there's millions of guardians here. So let's activate this mob switch. And now I can peacefully work here without getting loads and loads of lag. So I reckon the perfect place for the storage room is going to be down here. Yeah, we shouldn't be clashing with anything if we do this. And then I'm going to run hoppers all the way around and actually connect them to the whole storage thing. I have to say, this is very annoying with all the bedrock in the way. I'm going to regret this next bit. Let's miner pull that. I don't really have a choice. Then we'll get rid of the ladder. We're going to go like this. Then next, I need a dropper system that sends the items upwards. Otherwise, it's just too much of a nightmare with the bedrock. And this contraption does seem to be working. Any items that are in here, they are steadily going up. Yeah, I just need to get something. And that something is a chest. We're going to need 2 of them on here, and then they'll all go into the chest. I was hoping that would be enough, but I think I'm going to have to make it go even higher. So I'm going to do the exact same thing with more droppers. I think the bottom dropper actually needs to be this one here. Yeah, so we'll just put more in. And actually, the chest is kind of useless, so I'm going to go something more like this. And now I can put 2 chests up here and it should work better. So this is where the main storage room is going to be. We're going to have something like that. And from there, it's just the standard system that you've seen me do loads and loads of times. And that is all of the redstone complete. And that's all of the hoppers connected up. You can see we're in a little bit of a sticky situation now because... yeah, I can't really move any of that. I can make that to be more like that, but yeah. We're running out of room in here. But something like this should be fine. I'll make the roof look a bit better as well. Let's also load the hoppers up, and so we can start having the different things sort. One for the shards, one for the crystals, one for the fish. And this one can probably be for salmon, because you do sometimes get that as well. Let's place that here. So now this will start emptying, and the storage system is properly connected. It's going to take a while to filter all these different items. So whilst I'm waiting, I think I'm going to add more things to the cactus farm. Whilst it is pretty big and does get me loads of XP, I can still get way more. And that will begin by adding lots of fences. The storage room's looking pretty good. All the items have now sorted themselves. Okay, you can see there's not much prismarine, but what I've done is actually been crafting it because otherwise, well, these chests were starting to overflow a little bit. I have also got loads of sea lanterns here. So I'd like to change this roof to be made of them. And now it's completely done. Very happy indeed with that. I've also been very busy adding more to this massive cactus farm as I said I was going to. Now, for some reason, these fence posts take ages to place down all of them. There's so many of them, and I've done them quite tall, so I only actually managed to do 1 extra layer in all this time. So obviously it'll be a bit faster now that all the fencing are in, but man, it just takes so long. I've also got plenty of dripstone in here now. Look at that, over 6 stacks. I need to get way more. I'm also going to mine up these ones on the floor. The reason I want way more still is because I want to make a second lava farm. Since I feel like just having one can't quite keep up, I'd rather have an abundance of lava than only just have enough. Also spent some time using the guardian farm, so we're on level 300. Let's switch off this machine. And I'm going to grab any green dye that I can. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the furnaces are empty and there's no cactus going around them, so I can only do some of these. In fact, you know what? I'm going to turn the machine back on. And hopefully from that, yeah, every single one is now going to get something in it. And I started on level 300. Let's see where we end up. And from all of that, I have managed to get... in fact, I can't even pick up all of this, but I've managed to get 343 levels, so 43 more levels. It's literally just free XP. Now I'm just going to harvest up a bit more lava and then to zoom back home with this very, very fast system. And now I think I should begin my next plan. My mob switch is currently turned on, so nothing else can spawn. And then I'm going to use the entity counter to find bastions, and I'll know that no other mobs are going to get in the way of that. Other than striders, they're a little bit annoying because I can't stop them from spawning. So right now I can tell a bastion has loaded in because the entity counter is spiked up to 50. And then I just use micro lensing to travel in the right direction towards it. And here it is. And this is exactly the kind of bastion I wanted to find, a treasure one. Since treasure bastions are the ones where you can find notch apples. Oh my goodness. First bastion and we're going. Okay guys, this strategy works. We're also going to be getting netherite, which is perfect. And whilst I'm here, I'm going to take all the gold as well. On average, you have to search 7 treasure bastions to get a notch apple. So I did get quite fortunate there. And I really think that for me, this could turn out to be the new fastest way for me to get notch apples. Okay, another bastion has loaded in. It seems to be somewhere this way. And here's bastion number 2. Okay, hi guys. Nice to see you. Unfortunately, it's not the kind of bastion that I want, so it's not going to really have the things I need. But it seems as well, if I have the mob switch on, piglin brutes don't spawn, which is pretty insane. So yeah, the only bastions where this works is when it's a treasure bastion. Now then, this one, aha, it is a treasure bastion. And it does have piglin brutes, so my theory is completely wrong. Now, statistically, it's unlikely I'll get another notch apple here, but you just never know. I also feel like having a bow might be a smart move here. Now then, what have we got in here? Okay, so we've got diamond stuff, which is not really what we want. And more ancient debris, which, to be honest, I'm really happy to be finding that. Yeah, I'll take all the gold blocks and keep searching bastions. Oh my goodness, another treasure bastion? I did not expect to find this many of them. I mean, it's great, yeah, great for that. That seems to be the only chest though, so I'll keep searching. It's a shame that the treasure chests are the only ones that have notch apples in them. I don't know why I'm finding so many. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's me micro lensing that's bringing me to the treasure ones. I don't know. But again, look at all these things. This might actually be the fastest way to get ancient debris as well. Because I mean, look at it. It's full of it. I've got so much. I've got 10 pieces, 4 ingots. If I actually search all the chests in the bastion, then I could even find more still than what I've got. More ancient debris right here. And yet another treasure one discovered. With another notch apple, perfect. I'm getting more and more sure all the time that this is the way forward. Just made a random portal back there. I'll be going back through, but it's taken me to a desert. Although there seems to be no desert pyramids to be found. Got some diamonds this time and another ingot. This bastion's a bit crazy. It has a fortress inside of it. Even more ancient debris. It's a shame that a lot of these treasure bastions are only spawning with 1 chest at the bottom. Really slows down the potential rates when you only have 1. My elytra nearly broke, so I'm going to take a load of these and get it back up to full health. I'm getting close to being back home. There can't be many more of these bastions that I'm going to get. Please don't let me down. Nothing much in this chest except for that ingot, which is pretty... Whoa, you're too big. Okay, nothing too much here either. I'll just take the gold and leave. And now I've made it to the fortress, and that's 2 more notch apples. So much gold. Look at it all here. Loads of ancient debris. You know, I don't even have enough space for all this stuff. I am extremely, extremely happy with all of that. And here we are, home sweet home. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn off my mob switch, so then I can use my gold farm to get loads of XP. Everything's repaired, I've got 350 levels. I don't know why I'm not really getting any nuggets in here though. Looks as though the hopper minecart on this farm has broken and moved across. Very annoying. I think I can kind of push it back along though. That might solve the problem. Now I just need to head home, grab a piston, and then push a block over there into its place. I think this should be okay once I place a redstone. Oh, let's just go like that. Hopefully everything's alright. And it would seem that the machine is now once again working. And now I wish to head to spawn and continue destroying this forest. And then I can also begin work on destroying this mountain. It's quite annoying that all the way over here I don't have haste. I do have a beacon over there. So I could either move it or... You know what, I'm rich, I'll just build another one. Although apparently not rich enough to be able to afford one. We have the nether stars, but I need the rest of the items. And there we go, that's 11 stars turned into 11 beacons. I'll also need plenty of iron blocks, and then they can be placed over here. And this can then be used to give me haste too. And all of a sudden destroying this mountain isn't going to be such of a problem. It may not look that nice aesthetically, but I've cleared out enough of an area. I won't bother terraforming it and making it all look nice because I'll probably end up mining that mountain away anyway. Although I have still got all of this area to get rid of as well. And that is another area completely flattened off. And next I need to make a trip back to the Guardian farm, and then to gather up loads of items using my looting sword. Although, as usual, I've managed to find a break in the machine. Because there's not enough power in this, there's not enough in this, but every slot is filled so nothing else can go in. So it's kind of jamming everything up, and yeah, I'm just going to need to add like an extra repeater to this. So instead it's something like this. Now items should start leaving, I think, if it's working. Yeah, they're moving now. In the end, I've had a change of heart and decided to change the design entirely and do something like this. So right now, because these observers are together, they're activating each other and they're emptying, and as soon as this were to become empty, let's see if I can do it, you can see that now stops, so you know it stops moving items along. I think that works well. And I put items back in and they carry on moving. And maybe one here as well, so that, yeah, when that then stops, it will still be activating the higher up pistons. And by pistons, I mean droppers. I just can't say the right thing, apparently. While this system does work, the piston goes a bit crazy when it's just like one, and it's just very annoying. So instead, I've reverted back to the old system. And now to grab the actual items that I came here for. And all of these sea lanterns will be very useful. So let's start by placing down all of these sea lanterns, and then adding holes all the way along, which you're going to have the water in. Guys, I've been counting along, placed them, you know, thinking I'm doing an amazing job. Just realised it's every 8, not every 4, so I am an idiot. Although it's a pretty quick fix, all I have to do is do this. But just always felt like, what have I done wrong here? I think I've survived so many days in Minecraft that I am now starting to lose my sanity. Now that's mission successful. I can take my hoe and till the ground. Actually, no, I can't. I need to get some water. Then fill in all the holes. And now I can till all of the ground. Now let's change all of these to be sea lanterns. Then I need to grab a load of melons here because I need the seeds. Let's craft all of them. Till a load more ground, which I realise I forgot to do. And now I can start planting all of the melon seeds. And now that they're all in, let's add loads more sea lanterns in. Add loads along here. And now I'm going to head home and grab all the redstone items that I need. Here's everything that I'm going to need. Although being the idiot that I am, I did forget to bring the iron bars and the minecarts. Although I'll worry about that later. Second thoughts, I'll worry about it now and craft them right away. And that is the flying machine done. Now over to this side to add the redstone that will send it back. And now to connect the machine to a hopper clock so that it sets off on the correct timing. All of the redstone's complete. I'll add these hopper minecarts. And then to gather up a load of melon to use it in the hopper clock's timing system. And in the meantime, I'm going to dig underneath, connect up the hopper system, then add the composters and hoppers along here. And that is it. It is complete. Assuming that that is working. Yeah, it's coming back. I don't think we've got any problems. So I have to say that is a job well done. And that will help me in my never-ending task to collect bone meal faster than this farm uses it. I also think it'll be a good idea to top up this shulker box with sugarcane. Now let's unload all these items. And I'd actually like to take a load of regular stone and set it all off smelting. And let's also grab a load of stone bricks. And I'd like to improve the look of this building here because it's just a massive mess. It really is. It's a huge mess. I built it and then always said, yeah, I'll sort this out anytime, you know, anytime soon. And I never got around to it. So, you know, we're out of time. We're really doing it this time. And I'm thinking of using seamless stone as like the border. Don't know where I got the idea of seamless stone. It's called smooth stone. Yeah, I think that works. I like the look of that. And then there's no need to be creative with the walls. Let's just try stone bricks and see how it looks. You have to say so far that doesn't look too bad, at least compared to what it was before. And I've now run out of stone bricks. Better go and get some more. And for the front, I'm thinking of also using a bit of wood just to make it, you know, since it is a tree farm, it would make sense to have wood in it. So let's go and have a look. Yeah, something like that. And I'm thinking of the same, you know, this is probably one of the worst things I've ever built, but it's better than what it looked like before. Although, to be honest, I'm not sure if it is actually better. Look at that, I didn't even get it symmetrical. Alright, that's as good as it gets. You know what? Yeah, it's about a 5 out of 10, isn't it? Next I'm going to craft a bunch of slabs and add all of these to the roof. And unfortunately, I've run out of them. Let's also make it so that right here it's a wall and the floor is all stone bricks. And I need this corridor all the way around here because I need to be able to get to that lever. And next to take my torches out since it's pretty dark in some of these corridors. And that's looking pretty good. I would like to turn these chests around so they're not facing that way, but they're full of stuff. I don't know. I guess I can move the bottom ones because they're empty, but the other two, it's just too much hassle to try and move them. Now to once again nip back home, but then grab more smooth stone and turn it into slabs. This little building is now complete. The triple-sized bone meal farm's working nicely. It will just need to be lit up with sea lanterns across the top like those two sides, and I've realised the sea lanterns are good across here are good when I built another one, but whilst I haven't got another one here, mobs will be able to walk on top of it, so I need to get rid of this strip. The last thing I want is for mobs to be able to trample on my crops. Let's begin by getting another notch apple. I don't know what this guy wants. Is he actually selling anything interesting? You know, get out of here. Although in reality, he's selling dripstone, which is quite useful for me, so. Is that all you're going to give me? That's absolutely useless. And next I'm going to go out in search of another notch apple using my newest method. First of all, turn on the mob switch, and then I'll use the entity counter to find bastions. And it's specifically the treasure ones that have a chance to have notch apples. And whilst I'm here, I'm going to take all the gold as well. Finally, I found my second treasure bastion, and in this one, nothing good there. And look at that, we have got one. Tell you what, it's just so satisfying every time you find one. And now we have a grand total of 19 of them. And I found another one on the way home. This one's only got ancient debris and nothing else interesting. And one final bastion, I'm on my way back. Some diamonds, which is nice. And now I am home sweet home. Time to swim to the Guardian farm and then collect up loads of XP, since I needed to mend my Elytra anyway. Also guys, if you'd like to get yourself a Diamonds Are for Peasants t-shirt or an SB737 plushie, there's currently a Black Friday sale on for the whole weekend on my shop sb737.store. So all you have to do is at checkout, use the code BLACKFRY21 to get 20% off anything you buy. And in the meantime, I need to stick some of these gold blocks in here. And it would seem that my totem shulker box has become super empty, so that can only mean one thing. I need to fly over to the raid farm, grab loads of totems, and refill this shulker box. And I might as well take a load of gunpowder and redstone home with me whilst I'm here. And the next thing I'm going to do is mine out this room to make it even bigger and build a second one of these lava farms. And in order to make mining it out a bit more practical, I'm going to build a new beacon right here. Now to give myself haste 2, and digging out this room will now be much easier. And this area is finally all chiseled out. Next I'm going to make sure that this place is very well lit. And now to head back home so that I can grab all the materials needed for the build. And from mining out all of that, I actually got 64 blocks of redstone ore, which when mined up has given me like 6 stacks. That's insane. And I also do need quite a few more pistons, and for that I'm going to need cobblestone. So I think it'll be a good idea to mend up all my tools and then also grab a load of shulker boxes, and now to mine up lots and lots of cobble from this farm. There's now loads of cobblestone in here and shulker boxes completely full of it. And right here I've got all the items that I need to create another lava farm, except for a few things. I'll also need all of this pointed dripstone and loads of lava buckets, which are thankfully in all of these hoppers. I'm also going to use this farm, and by doing that I'll have even more spare lava. And I've also got all this lava in these chests that's going to be put to good use. To start off with, I'm going to make a platform for all of the lava. And now this is complete, I can grab lots of lava and begin placing it down. Took a little longer than I was expecting, but that is now every piece of lava down. And now to place dripstone underneath all of the lava. And now I'll add all of the cauldrons. There we go. Next to add all the pistons, the redstone, and the observers. And with that, everything is now placed. I just need a button here, and my other problem is that this is going to use up a lot of buckets. So to make it so that this one actually fills up, I'm going to need it so every single one of these hoppers going into that chest is also full, which means I'm just going to need a ridiculous amount of buckets. And I'll also need another row of hoppers that connects up here. So yeah, once the buckets gets filled, they'll go into that system. And I'll also craft a load more hoppers that go along underneath here. And this allows me to make the storage overflow even bigger so that I will never run out of space. I also don't think I need all these chests and hoppers here anymore. They were useful at one time, but now they've got to go. That looks very nice indeed. Now to get rid of all of this, grab loads of composters and make millions of buckets. Now these are all placed to reduce the lag. And now as you can see, this system is completely overflowing with buckets. Every single hopper is full to the brim. And now I want to repair this pickaxe. And the best way to do that is going to be to collect up XP from the Guardian farm. And so I now have over 400 levels, which is pretty awesome. I've been using both of these lava farms as well just to get the stocks as high as they can. As you can see, we've got loads of lava in these chests where we're pretty overrun with it all. But there is one issue that will slightly be affecting the rates of my Guardian farm. Now, they seem to have disappeared or despawned or whatever. But right here or over there somewhere, slimes have been spawning. And the only way I can stop them from spawning in the future is by spawn-proofing the area. And so to do that, I'm going to turn on chunk borders. I'm guessing it's this chunk from when I saw them spawn in. But it could be the next one, I don't know. But they're in this area, so I'm just going to place buttons, spawn-proof the area. And then hopefully they will no longer be a problem. Although it is possible they could spawn on top of these pistons. So I'm also going to place a row of blocks here so so that they definitely can't do that either. Whilst I'm here, I'll spawn proof the observers as well. And I have also found slime spawning in this chunk, so I'm going to spawn proof it as well. And that should solve that problem as well. And next, I'd like to create another one of these tunnels, because I just think they're such an amazing thing. That one takes me to the Guardian Farm, and it's great, but I'd like one that also takes me to spawn. So in order to do this, I'm going to need to do a lot of digging. And to make this work, I think I'm going to need a bit of glass, and also blackstone bricks, and probably blackstone as well. Fortunately, the size of this dolphin's home is going to have to be slightly restricted. Yeah, I think it looks fine there to me. And now to completely mine out these walls to change it to be blackstone. Next, I'm going to grab some ice, place this at the bottom, and then stack the ice all the way up. And then I can add signs as I mine each piece of ice so that it all holds in place. And there we have it, mission accomplished, and it'll send me straight up. For the next bit, I'm going to need loads more ice, and I could just go out and mine it all up, but I've realised we can do something better. Yes, I think it's time we made an ice farm. I'm quite surprised we haven't actually made one already. Now, my plan is to build this at an ocean somewhere, because then I'll have less of a worry about mobs being able to spawn around me. I've just done a little bit more research, and it turns out a frozen ocean has different temperatures in different areas. I guess that's why the ice just doesn't cover area, it's kind of in patches, so yeah, we're not building this. Instead, we're going to stop worrying about mobs and build it in a cold biome by my house. And this area right here seems like a good one. I wasn't sure if I wanted to make a small one or an absolutely ridiculously massive ice farm, and well, I've decided to make an absolutely ridiculously massive one, which means all of these cauldrons have got to go. At one point, all these cauldrons were very useful for powdered snow, but with 1.18 coming out next week, I feel like getting powdered snow is going to be way easier than this anyway. I've already got loads of it too, so I think I can get rid of all these. That right there is a lot of cauldrons. I've run out of inventory space and I still haven't got them all yet. I'll just offload them all right here and get back to mining. There we go, mission accomplished. Now to keep mining away at this terrain. So guys, I got a little bit carried away mining all this dirt. I mean, I've mined loads and loads and loads, you've no idea. Yeah, and me shovel broke. I don't know why I'm so careless to let this keep happening to me. I've just made a cheap diamond shovel. I'll probably just let it break. But it will allow me to keep mining the area. So I only got an efficiency 3 pickaxe, which is fine for the dirt. It mines that instantly. But as you can see from the grass blocks, it doesn't do those instantly, which is very annoying. So I'll have to go and upgrade it, which can be done by buying a book from this guy and adding it to the pickaxe. And now that's much better and much faster. Finally, this has all been chiseled away far back enough. Now I just need to make this hill a little bit wider so that it can all fit on. And now this hill is completely terraformed. I've also done the one over there. Looks like we can finally start building this. And to begin with, I'd like to place down a massive square of snow. Apparently, I underestimated just how much snow I'm actually going to need for this. But I think I can probably just get a start on the ice farm part. So to begin with on this, we're going to need a border all the way along here. And now I'm creating a bit of a platform where all the water's going to sit that will generate the ice. And there's going to be slabs on top of this that's going to stop the water flowing away. And now I'm going to fill in all of this with ice. And this is going to make any ice blocks flow faster on there, as you can see. And as expected, I've already run out of ice. Although thankfully there is plenty more in here. Next there needs to be glass all the way along here with lots of signs on the side. It's also going to be quite important that I mine out a hole here. You'll see why later. And then I'm going to place glass along here so that all the water underneath it doesn't turn to ice. We only want the water here to turn to ice. Now let's add the piston here. Down here we're going to dig a little tunnel that connects the piston, followed by some redstone and a packed ice and a pressure plate, and when I press that, the piston extends. And now this part is where all the water is going to come in. And you'll see right now that because over there I have a block missing where the piston is, all of the things are going to be pushing items this way. But as soon as I get to the end, all of these are now going to be turning into source blocks. As you can see, yeah, look, there they go. And now items won't get pushed along. So before I get to the end, the ice will get pushed into where I am so I can pick it up. Then when I reach the end, it'll look like this. Everything is a source block, except right here it isn't. But when I go past here, I'll press this pressure plate and you'll see now that is also source blocks. It's working brilliantly and we're already getting some ice. And now for the system that allows me to float along and harvest these things. So every 5 blocks in this situation, I've got, well no, every 4 actually, I've got to go and place another sign. And along with that, ice underneath it so that it's like that, although I can see underneath that. I don't like that one bit. Let's make sure there's a snow block underneath as well. There we go. Then another water here. And I've repeated that a load of times along here. Even though water does flow up to 8 blocks, if I make it any longer, then it just won't work. So what will happen, as you can see, is it will just push me along. Once you get to the ice, okay, I need no depth strider. Well, let me try that again. Take 2, you get there, it pushes you along, and what I'll be doing is I will just be like this, mining away at all of the ice. Because I didn't let it all freeze up, you can see that it's all getting stuck at the moment. But once it's properly in action, it will work brilliantly. I'm also going to need glass above here, otherwise the water streams will freeze. So now the main thing I want to do is just get this entire row filled in. And there we have it. Mission accomplished. And rather than wait for it all to freeze, which wouldn't take too much longer, I am just going to fill in a bunch of gaps. And now I can go ahead and hold left click like this and just keep getting pushed along, and we'll see just how much we're getting. Hold on a second. Oh no, I'm not close enough. I knew I was doing something wrong. Okay, you have to be right up against the edge. And now that I'm right up against the edge, as you can see, I'm just going along, breaking everything. And if you're worried about the ice, I mean, my inventory is full. Little bits here and there may get stuck, but generally speaking, if I throw ice, You'll see it goes quite a long way along, really. You're just getting unlucky, but usually 1 to 2 will get stuck here. Very few. And there we go. We have reached the end, and there is loads of ice. You see, look, we get pushed around the corner. All this ice is ready for me. I need to get rid of all these signs, I suppose. Took them in this shulker box, and then look at that. We've got loads more ice, and more is being formed already. And so you can probably imagine just how good this farm is going to be once all of the layers have been finished, which is probably just as well because you need 81 ice just to craft a single blue ice. So whilst it might seem like overkill, it's actually very necessary if I want loads of blue ice. It's also worth noting that because on this side we're going to come round and be moving from left to right now, this side is the one that actually needs the piston, not down there like on that one. I'm also going to go ahead and upgrade this shovel to have silk touch and mending because it's really annoying that I can't pick up the full snow blocks. That just makes my life so much easier when I'm replacing these snow blocks with ice. And that is the second layer now completed. Ice is steadily forming. It needs to be next to a non-waterlogged block. Like so the sign which isn't waterlogged counts as that. Honestly guys, I am now a massive expert when it comes to ice. So I think the next thing I should do is harvest all of this ice. Well, I found a flaw to the old design. Alright, I need to start automatic mining. But yeah, I have to do it so that it pushes me into there. Okay, so yeah, getting around the corner, you can't have it so that it splits like that. It'll be better with a sign there, and instead doing something like this. So if I now go ahead and go back to mining, go into it, there we go, you see, it pushes me around perfectly. And the next thing to be done is to repair all of my tools. If I want to finish my ice farm, I need more snow, but unfortunately it seems that the snow golems there have died, so I need to get them back. I could be wrong, but I think I can fix it by just pushing them in. So if we spawn one, I've got to then get him in there. Well, that didn't really work now that they've both just gone down there. And now to do it properly using pistons. And that is the first one that's in. I just have to flick both of these levers. And the second one is in place too. And I will now AFK this farm to get loads and loads more snow blocks. Although very quickly, I have actually had another idea. That is to hook this dispenser up to some redstone. And then place loads of XP bottles inside of it. And that way, my shovel will never break. Although, it's going all the way over there, yeah. That is definitely a problem. We don't want it to be going that far. Instead, let's try and have the dispenser shoot upwards. Okay, you know what? I think that's working. Oh, look how high it's going. Yeah, I don't know if it is working. If I actually place a block like this, so it blocks it. There we go. That's going to work perfectly. In a way, it feels like I'm wasting the bottles, but really, to stop my shovel from breaking, I think it's very, very necessary. The durability is going down loads when you mine all this snow. But then thanks to the XP bottles, it very quickly gets back to max health. And I spent so long here that my shovel did break. I have since then made a new one, and kind of I've realized that for now, what I want is just quicker to mine like this, and then go ahead and craft the snow blocks that way. And unfortunately, I have run out of all my XP bottles in here, so I'd probably have to come up with a better way to make something like that renewable. There is now a third layer finished for this, and I've just realized something which is pretty rare. There are 2 wandering trades in my world. One here, and then one down here as well. It would kind of be cool to get them together, although I'm not sure how that's possible, especially now that he's going invisible. I am also now very close to filling in all of the snow here, but I still do need quite a bit more snow to fully finish it. And whilst I have for some reason got very sidetracked on building an absolutely massive ice farm, I do want to get back to gathering the resources for the super speed tunnel. And I've made it to the end, and as you can see, we got a lot of ice. This is going to be ridiculous when it's finished. But even if I can't fit in all the ice in my inventory, what I can do is just add a hopper at the very end, and as you'll see, the items will just flow all the way around anyway. So I do have a grand master plan for this. And next I'm going to grab loads and loads of this. And now I think that I should be ready to start digging this tunnel. And it's a shame that I don't have speed and haste for the entire thing because it is so fast. Stumbled across a mob spawner on my way. Anything decent in these chests? No, not really. And now I've made it far enough that I can now turn the corner and go 1,000 blocks in this direction. Another mob spawner here. And inside, nothing useful. Do I take the golden apple? You know what, I'm just going to leave it and get back to digging the tunnels. And finally, I have made it all the way to spawn. And now I'm going to tunnel all the way to the top. And I think it's time I got rid of this portal. And now to add soil and ice all the way back. And I've now run out of soil. I'm going to have to go and get more. And I'm kind of low on ice as well. Although to do all the mining that I need to, I'm going to need a new shovel. And it's pretty quick and easy to get a good one. In fact, if I stick these together, that's the S. And then also add a bit of mending and silk touch. That is maxed out. And since I've come this far, I might as well turn it to netherite. Next, let's mine up a load of snow. Although I've just realized this gives me snow layers, not snow, so that's a waste of time. Although I'm not one to waste, so I'm going to put them to good use. And meanwhile, all of this ice has been freezing, and so I can begin mining it all up. That's more than enough of that. And I think that's also going to be enough of that. And so now it's back to placing the blocks. And finally, I have made it all the way back. And now comes the fun part where I get to mine all this ice just using my pickaxe. And that is mission accomplished. I also need some glass, some signs, and a few other things. Oh my goodness. I always check a ruin pole. A new ruin pole, I always check it. And what was in this one? A notch apple. Okay. I did not expect that. What I'm actually doing right now is going in search of dolphins. This is always a very dangerous mission. Now, the real question is, how do you land one of these when there's no water anywhere? The answer is, you don't. But this time, there will be no mistakes. Now, this next bit, there's a chance it could go wrong. I really hope it doesn't. He's gone down. Okay. Let's just go down. Come on. You made it! Look at that. 20 notch apples now. And next I must build a speed 2 beacon. There we go. That is now set up. And now to see just how far this is going to get me. Made it about 600 blocks. So I'm just going to go back this way a little bit. And this is where the next dolphin is going to go. And I just realized I forgot to name tag it. Yep, dolphins are really starting to get on my nerves now. I have here a new method to get a dolphin up to sky limit. That was way quicker than it usually is. Take 2. And this time you're definitely getting name tagged. So that's you in there. And there's the second one. And now every single dolphin is in. Now to do some more of this ice farm. I need a few more layers to the machine and done a test run, and as you can see, I've got so much ice from that. In fact, we still can't even collect it all. Nearly an entire shulker box, and we're still not finished yet. I'm also going to complete this layer here. And here we have another layer fully complete. Next, I'm going to quickly pop to my house, grab a hopper, and also another shulker box. And then right here, I'm going to place the shulker box, have the hopper going into it, and then any ice that I can't pick up in my inventory will go in here. And then I can harvest this and see how much I get. And we have made it to the end. Let's have a look and see just how much we've got from all that. So I've got all this ice, everything. Yeah, everything's just full. Look at all that. Yeah, we've got a ridiculous amount of ice from that. Might as well place some of it down quickly. And now I shall turn my attention to another project in this world. And that is to add some more villagers to this next level. And those extra villagers are going to be useful for the ice farm and also for the snow farm. I'm going to make an adjustment to that. But in order to expand it, more dark oak is going to be needed. Pretty sure all of this is definitely enough. And now to add the next trading hall slots, which are just going to be split up with these dark oak logs. I do also need more glowstone, but other than trading with villagers, there's not really an easy way to get it, since it was removed from the bartering trades. So my best option is just going to be to mine it up like this. Although when I think about it, if I made a farm at a swamp hut, then I could probably get glowstone much easier. That's definitely something worth thinking about. Anyway, for now, I have got enough to place down. Now let's get rid of this minecart track behind these guys, and I want to instead replace it with stone bricks. For some reason, there's a random villager just behind. Okay, wait. I just dropped off. We lost him. And once I fill in all those bricks, it looks a lot less messy behind these guys now. I've also decided to make this floor to be birch slabs. And I'm going to see how it looks to add glowstone to the middle. Yeah, I think it just looks weird. I'll stick with slabs all the way along. Now to craft some smithing tables. And then trade with toolsmiths. Although there is a random one here. Let's see what we can do with him. We're going to get loads of emeralds first. But so far, I don't think it's worth spending all my emeralds on those axes to upgrade him. I'm just going to wait. And whilst I wait, I'll trade with one of these guys. Unfortunately, this villager has only given me an unbreaking 1 pickaxe. Not good enough. This one's efficiency 2, which again isn't good enough. And he's also efficiency 2. I was using lava to do something with these guys. I'm not telling you what, but yeah, then I accidentally set this wall on fire. Yeah, no, you're not escaping. Now then, this could be the first of the good ones. This efficiency 2 silk touch. Is this going to be good enough? All it needs to do is insta-mine snow, which... oh, look at that. That's good. Okay. Is it going to be quick enough for this as well? So if you know, I think it's going to work. So from this villager, I now wish to buy loads of these. Oh, I can only buy 3 at a time, though. And I'm also going to let him run free. Hopefully, he's the only one. Yeah, no one else escaped. Although the pickaxe he's offering is unfortunately rubbish. And these shovels here are going to be great just for getting normal snowballs. And for this next test, I'm going to time to see roughly how long a shovel will last for. And after 9 minutes and 18 seconds, the shovel has broken. Although, as you can see, if I just sit here and keep mining this with my fist, because I'm not placing anything, you'll see that that block, if you zoom in on it, it looks like it is slowly breaking. So in order to make it so that the machine doesn't break, I'm going to use an extremely hard block that can still be pushed by a piston. Yes, ancient debris. Let's go like that. And I don't think I will be able to mine that with my fist under any circumstances. Now to buy more shovels and build a 10-minute hopper clock. So this is where I'm going to put the dispenser that has the shovels in. I'm not entirely sure how well this machine is going to work every time, but that's always the case when I'm coming up with my own designs. I think I've got the clock system working. So as you can see, every now and again, this is kind of the minutes timer. This will be the seconds timer. So, or the other way around maybe. But then, yeah, so it should dispense and then just start again so that, yeah, every 10 minutes an item will get dispensed. I don't know where that item went. Oh, there, we got it. Fine, I'll fill this up so it will be a minute timer. So every 10 minutes it will swap over. Well, actually every 10 minutes it will dispense a shovel. So really the only thing left to be done is to test it out, the moment of truth. So it's currently switched off. If I flick the lever, it will switch it on. So let's switch it on and begin using the machine. Just noticed an issue with this entire thing. For some reason, this piece of redstone right here, it's kind of like budding this piston. Even if I break it, like it's just broken. Then I place the piston back and it's closed. So I'm going to have to I'm gonna have to move things around. And so now it's time for take 2 on testing this out. So the shovel is now broken. This is where it gets interesting. Will it actually work? So it hasn't worked. The reason for that is because it's taken way too long for the shovel to be dispensed. Instead, I'm going to try it with one less block of iron. And so now I'll go for yet another attempt. And the shovel is broken. Okay, we are about to find out if it's going to work. So yeah, I'm just going to keep commentating. Okay, I guess I'm going to keep punching. Oh, we pick up a new one. And it picks up where we left off. So the system does work. I do think that I could make the system way better, since I had the idea where I could just dispense a shovel from here every minute, and then a hopper would pick it up if I couldn't pick it up, and it would just be way more consistent. But I can't bother to do that. It kind of works okay, does this system, so we're just going to stick with it. And the main good news is that we got loads of snow blocks for my next project. Although I don't know if I can say it's my next project, it's more of a continuation of this one. And basically, the plan is to build something that will make sure that this doesn't, first of all, look so ugly, and it protects these snow golems, which are kind of defenseless. And I can already kind of see this being a bigger project than I first thought. And already I've run out of snow. You might be able to guess what we're building. Yeah, possibly. And I have got these non-silk touch shovels, which allows me to get snow blocks much, much faster. But it's not an AFK-able way to do it. And now with all this snow, I can get back to building. And that is the body now complete. I'm going to place all of this spare snow down here. And then I'll grab a bunch of orange wool and also black. Now let's get on with the head. And now I am just creating a bit of a face. And he is really starting to come together. I do think I should maybe make his mouth a little bit bigger. It looks a little bit strange. And after a few adjustments, that is the design I've gone for. He looks very happy, doesn't he? And I think he'll be even happier when I finish the rest of his head. And the head is complete. But I should probably try and give him some arms as well, shouldn't I? I want to go for one arm down and one arm up, but it just looks a bit strange. And I've also noticed a wild snow golem over there. I wonder what he thinks of this massive thing. Yeah, that definitely works a lot better. I'm also starting to add buttons on the front. Yeah, I'd have to say I'm happy with how that looks. Making a little corridor right here, and I think if I put ladders as well, like so, and it should be pretty perfect now. I've even got this way through here so you can easily get to the chest. And you know what? I'm even going to use loads of black wool and fill in the roof of this. The only thing that worries me now is whether or not this machine still works. So I'm going to test it out. First of all, I put some black wool in the way, which once I get rid of it, was stopping me from being able to mine that. So that's the first thing sorted. And placing a block over here has also broken it. And now all of this part seems to be working well. So it was definitely long overdue, but this farm is now 100% complete. I'm definitely very happy with how that's all worked out. Let's quickly grab the snow blocks, place some more of them down here. Looks like we got a bit of snow today. But right now, I have quite a big problem. Right here, I have a mob switch, which has 81 withers, all in a single block. And tomorrow the new update comes out, which means all this bedrock is going to get removed, and these withers released. So I'm going to attempt to defeat him. Look at it, it's like a lightning storm here. But if I... Yes, entity cram... Oh no. Oh no. Okay. This is either going to work or not. By the way, this whole thing's getting destroyed. It's a sad moment. Goodbye to this mob switch. It's got to get destroyed. Entity cramming right now is working. Hey, look at that. We can get some hits on him as well. I tell you what, this is like just a free wither killer. There goes one. Oh, they're all dropping like flies now. Look at them. Oh my goodness. How many nether stars did I just get? Look at this. This is insane. That is so cool. I got 83. There was 83 there. And this trunk loader can also be turned off forever. And a new mob switch needs to be created. Except for this one, I'm going to use shulkers. This right here is a shulker farm that will keep getting me loads of them. And whilst I wait for all of them to summon, I'm going to explore the world and find another notch apple. And to get back to my house, I can use the super speed tunnel that I built. I've flown very far away, so let's build a portal and start searching. A desert has been spotted. Here's the first of the pyramids. And as expected, nothing really useful. And now I'm in the second one, different place, same result. Oh, but the third one, well, the third one has been very successful indeed. Oh, wow, okay, well, that was quicker than expected. To be honest, my luck when it comes to notch apples is pretty insane. And you know what else is insane, guys? The amount of people that are subscribing to my channel. So if you're one of those people, thank you so much. And if you're new, then go ahead and please subscribe. I promise you that you won't regret it. And in the meantime, I'm going to go back home. Although on the way back, I have found a treasure bastion. And it's in places like these that you can find notch apples. Okay, it doesn't look like we have, but we have got a netherite ingot, which is nice. I've also got to be so careful with the brutes here. Let's just grab that. Okay, and now we're in the lava. I think I'll just fly out of here. And now I'm going to get these elytra repaired. All the shulkers I need are pouring in. I'm going to keep the notch apples in my inventory. Somebody commented saying, you know, they're useless if they just kept in the chest. And I guess I kind of agree, you know, one day I might need them. So whilst they continue generating, I'm going to head to the area around spawn known as the lazy chunks, which is where I'm going to build the new mob switch. And I'm going to be controlling this mob switch wirelessly, which means wherever I am, I'll be able to turn it off and on, which is going to be pretty cool. Right here is where the spawn chunks end, and over here is where the lazy chunks end. So for this farm, if I want this mob switch to be turned off, I need to push the shulkers into these chunks. And if I want it on, then the shulker needs to be here. Seems pretty foolproof to me. And once this mob switch is complete, I will then be upgrading to 1.18, which I cannot wait for to come out tomorrow. Well, it's tomorrow for me. It's about 5 days ago when you're actually seeing this. And one item that's going to be helpful for all this is a load of sand. Also, if I only just noticed this now, there's just literally a massive floating rock with a waterfall coming out of here. Why have I never seen this before? Looks kind of epic if you ask me. And I have all the items that I need in these 2 shulker boxes. And it would also appear that the bulb in my light is broken, so you're going to have to watch me play in the dark. So the position I build this mob switch is obviously going to have to be very, very specific. And it needs to be quite high up so that the shulkers can't teleport away. So I think it's time I start building this thing. Down here is the lever that will turn it off and on. And we're going to make a row of concrete up here. There's going to be a row of pistons along here. And I also managed to find a spare light so you can see me a bit better now. This side will also have pistons and a load of glass all around. And then I repeat this build 4 more times above. And that is every layer complete. Now I just need to spawn proof the whole thing. And all the buttons on the outside are done. Now to add the inside ones. The next thing to be done is add a railway track for the shulkers. That has an activator rail on the end, which is the thing that will eject the shulker. Next I'll grab some invisibility. And then I can send in a shulker. And it looks like he went in perfectly, which means it's time to get loads and loads more. And now to send about 80 more through. I have to say, it is filling up nicely. I've noticed that every single one has been filled except for this bottom row. I'm guessing they can't actually reach here. So it's time to solve that problem. And oh my goodness, what's going on? Why are they all attacking? Whoa, guys, you can't see me. If you damage a shulker near another shulker, they all get angry. I forgot about that. And now I should be able to fill the rest of the slots. And now all the slots have been filled and the switch is complete. Next, I'm going to destroy all the rails. And all my items are pretty broken now, so I'm going to go and repair them. Guys, it's here. It is here. The update is out. Beneath my world right now are brand new caves to explore. Not to mention the fact that we've got brand new achievements to go for and brand new biomes to discover. So first things first, let's see what the bottom of the world is like. I've gone down to bedrock in some places. So yeah, you can see the bedrock has become deep slate. Also, Optifine for this isn't out yet, so I can't do any zooming in, unfortunately. We have to rely on actual editing. Just look at it. I mean, are there any actual accesses to caves down here? Doesn't seem like it there. Let's go and have a look at the void base, see what's happened to that. It looks like it extends all the way down. Hold on a second. Wait, what's happened here? Hold on. I don't really want to go down here. It's actually a good way to access some caves here, but... Oh, all the shulkers are angry. Oh my goodness. Let's just have a little... Oh, I'm getting hit as well, but... I just want to see, guys. Look at them. They've all just teleported onto the side. There are the boats. They just need to go in the void, don't they? And there's new diamonds that have generated. Kind of cool. Just imagine, if this goes wrong, I could die. I could die on day 2,400. I've got to make sure I actually successfully fly upwards here. And time for a sad moment that I didn't think about. My guardian farm is no longer going to be as efficient as it was. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's very useful that I now have space to dig below here. But there's going to be mobs spawning underneath me, which is going to really slow down the rates. Let's see if I can actually find any caves down here. Yeah, so we'll have a little dig down. Well, I've made it down here. We seem to have found a dungeon. Let's light that up so it's disabled. And did I get the new music disc? No, okay. There is a new music disc around somewhere. But yeah, any caves like this are going to have to be lit up to fully get the rates of my guardian farm. But it is very cool to see it connect up to caves. More exploration is needed. Something I won't need is that dripstone farm, because somewhere out here are entire dripstone caves. Guys, I think we found new chunks, and already, how cool does this look? A ruin portal inside a mountain cave. That is insane. Go on, give me something good. Well, you know what? I'll take it. And look at this. How amazing is this? So what biome are we in right now? We're in a grove biome. Okay, this is a grove? We're in frozen peaks. Look at this. What is that? It looks like some kind of animal from here first, but look at it. It's just like a... My goodness, I am impressed. And apparently this is a meadow. Now, if I get a jukebox, then that is a potential advancement, and we're going straight into a new cave. I've already seen bits of the caves in my Ocean Only World video, but that doesn't include stuff like the lush caves. Yes, it looks like I found one. Is it the world's smallest one? Oh, you can get clay down here as well. That's cool. Okay, this is very nice. Because these are the new driplets. I don't think I've actually got any of these either before in my world. So you stand on them and they fall. It just makes the caving experience so much nicer. So will these get picked up with silk touch? They will. Okay, what about just mine them normally? Okay, you just mine them. And there's still dripstone caves to be discovered. And I found the diamonds. Okay, that's what I was mainly looking for. Let's mine up. Is it literally 2? Okay, there's a few more behind here. And now look. Now this is the kind of things I wanted to see. Well, axolotls, you look much better now that you're in a proper cave like this. Look at this. A cave that you can fly around with your elytra. Just how amazing does this look? Time to keep exploring. Oh, I see. So if you see one of these trees on the surface, you know there's a lush cave beneath you. Also, just realized I could make a jukebox, but I have no CD. Don't know what I was thinking, to be honest. Oh, look at this. Into the cave, through a ravine. More drip leaves, don't mind if I do. And a creeper, don't ruin the day. And fish? Wait, there's tropical fish in caves. Just when you think you've seen it all, you get blown away even more. Ravines are certainly a lot cooler than they used to be. And I've also found a mine shaft which looks very cool. And that's connected to a spawner, which unfortunately doesn't have the music disc in. Apparently the music disc is just as rare as a notch apple, which is crazy. Right here there's a chest with absolutely unbelievably good loot. I wish that was actually the case. Look at this. Okay, we've got another one. You know, you just never know. This is why I check every ruin portal. Notch apple number 22. And now I found another new biome, the Dripstone Caves. My days of not being able to get loads of dripstone are finally over. And now to dive deeper in search of dungeons. Still no disc. Didn't realise they added cave chickens in this update. Another amazing mine shaft. Finding diamonds on this is just basically easy mode. Another dungeon and not the right music disc. So it's time for plan B, which is to head back home, grab a load of blaze rods as well as ender pearls, to then go in search of new strongholds. Also, I'm going to actually switch the mob switch on this time because in strongholds, these altar chests have a higher chance of the music disc. That might be the most OP book I have ever seen. And all 4 chests have been searched, not one in this stronghold. Here's stronghold number 2. Coupled with a mine shaft and some very random floating rails. Diamonds but no disc, and nothing in any of these 4 chests. Just found a brand new biome, the Snowy Slopes, which is right next to the frozen peaks. It would seem that we found a meadow. So if I mine this tree, craft a jukebox, and play a random disc, yeah, we got an advancement. I forgot that the song 13 is a weird one. I'm just going to leave it here for all eternity. 3rd stronghold has also been unsuccessful. Same for the 4th one, and the 5th one, the 6th. And in the 7th stronghold, we finally got it. Was it worth all of that effort? I have no idea. I travelled tens of thousands of blocks as you can see on the coordinates. But the cool thing about searching strongholds is that I can just fill in the eyes and then I'll be able to get home really, really fast. Now to use the super speed tunnel and now to see what the disc sounds like. Yeah, you know what? I like that. That's a pretty good sounding one. Look at that beat drop. Yes, I like that a lot. Yeah, that's good. You know what? We're going to keep that playing. One advancement I'm missing is to trade with a villager at the build height. I can see it being a real challenge getting one up there, but I'm still going to do it. Although I will need a bit more kelp to make this work. And I might as well use one of these villagers so that I have a bit of a 100 block head start. And now the dirt tube is complete. Here I'll build a platform, place some water, and then add the kelp to make it work. Now this will be working perfectly. So I just need a baby villager. Whilst I wait for that, let's make this a little bit safer. With this setup, the villager up here will be completely safe. I don't trust most of them to just try and walk off, you see. And we have a baby villager, perfect. What a time to sleep. I'm trying to send you up there to the middle of nowhere. I hope you enjoyed your nap, because it's about to get a bit wild for you. Yes, this is your new home. I'll try and get a friend for you, though. Oh my goodness. You stupid villager. I let him get out. Oh no, I've let him escape. And he's gone down. Yeah, I shouldn't have touched these trapdoors. I know I promised you a friend, but there's been a slight problem. He'll now have to work as a farmer for the rest of his life. I've just noticed a panda's gone missing in here. Just in case it was through drowning, I'm going to block this up. That brown panda's too rare to lose. Also going to add text to these signs so that I know where they lead. This guy can't be too far off growing up. Here's a composter for when you do. Still waiting for that baby villager to grow up. So it's time to MLG from build height all the way to bedrock. This is probably going to go wrong. Also, please let me buy some bread, good sir. Here we go. We got the Star Trader. Now to get a bucket, and I'm ready to do the jump. Although before I do that, let me just go and get some magma. Then place it right here, so I can suck the villager downwards. And then place a block right here so he doesn't get hurt. Alright, you've got to get out of here now, mate. Okay, that's it. Don't go back in. What are you doing? Stay out of there. You're banned. You're crazy. He needs to lie down after all of that. Me too, mate. Me too. And now you can create another baby villager that can go and live up there instead. Alright, enough stalling. It's time to take on the ultimate MLG. Okay, yeah, let's just do this, okay? I landed it! Yes, I actually landed it! Let's go! Is there anything that I can't do? And I think right about now would be a good time to mend my elytra. And now everything is healed up. And to get the next advancement, there's still 2 more biomes that I need to find. One of them is the windswept gravelly hills. And the other one is the flower forest, which I have now found. I thought I'd found the flower forest in the past, but apparently not. Or maybe the update messed it up and I had to find it again. But also, look at the cool pillager outpost on top of a mountain. Now to track down a stronghold, so then I can use the portal to get home much faster. It's definitely better than flying 20,000 blocks. And once again, these elytra need repairing. And since I still can't turn the mob switch off remotely, the gold farm is still my best XP farm at the moment. And for my next project, I'm going to grab a load of lava, and then I can place all of the lava along here. And I want this lava strip in total to be 50 blocks long. Looking very good. Now to build a portal, then make a portal that links to it. Now to jump on the strider, and this is This is Smiler, and try and ride him through here. Now, will he fit? He will, but okay, it's a little bit painful for me. SB, how did you die in your hardcore world? Oh, I was riding a strider and it killed me. I couldn't think of a worse way to go. Right, you've gone in there. I'll join you on the other side. Oh, where are... What? Oh, you're on the lava chilling. And I'm pretty sure if I just go along here, look at him, he's so happy. Did we do it? Okay, something went wrong. I'm going to make this a bit longer. There we go. We finally got it. I don't know what I was doing wrong the other times, but I just kept going backwards and forwards. And now Smiler can live down here for all eternity. He's going to love it. And when I downgraded my world to get this OP armor, I lost a bunch of advancements. So I'm going to get them back, such as collecting honey, look at a ghast, and a parrot, hook it up an axolotl, hit the bullseye on a target block. Okay, I kind of cheated and used a trapdoor for that one. And since the update has ruined my guardian farm for now, I'm going to spend some time expanding the cactus farm. And now I've just finished building another 3 layers, which gives me 23 in total. Pretty crazy indeed. Next, I'm going to swim back home, top up these shulker boxes, then head to the desert to grab a load of sand. I've been in this desert for hours, mining loads and loads of sand, and then this guy comes in offering to sell me some. You know where we are. We've got sand all around. I don't need to. Actually, yeah, I'm going to buy some. Probably my biggest waste of money ever. Next, I can smelt lots of the sand, then I can grab some of the glass and add it to these layers up here. Next, I want to get this advancement again, which includes breeding some bees, some goats, donkeys, and I also need a mule, a couple of hoglins. That one was painful. And finally, some striders. And there we go. We got the achievement. Next, I'm going to take out an endermite. And now to create a cartographer so I can get a woodland mansion map. Fly all of the way there. Then I can swoop on in and take out a vex. Might as well grab another totem while I'm here as well. Okay, I know I have burned down a mansion before, but I promise you this time it wasn't me. They built that house on a lava lake. How stupid can you get? I feel like sleeping in a burning building just reminds me of that meme. The only mob left for me to take out is the ender dragon, but I don't want to spawn one of them in just yet. Because when I downgraded my world, it broke a load of things. And I think because of that, I might be able to get another ender dragon egg. So that's something I'll be testing in another episode. I'll just very quickly get light as a rabbit. And also the healing power of friendship. I also don't want to leave behind the very rare blue axolotl. And until I get a thunderstorm or summon the ender dragon, I can't do any more advancements. I'm going to build another wireless receiver, but on this one, I just need to make a slight adjustment. The block goes here, the piston right there, and the observer like this. It should all work fine now. But before the wireless redstone can happen here, there first needs to be some chunk loaders. This portal will link to this portal, and then this portal will link to this one. Very, very simple indeed. Now I'm going to nip back home and grab a bunch of different items that I will need. Right here, I'm going to build a T flip-flop. Yes, I'm getting all technical now. Then a row of redstone torches is going to go up, which will replace this lever. And you'll see now that if I press this button, it will toggle that redstone torch on and off. And so now I've set up this system. You can see the torch is currently off. If I send an item through like that, you'll see the torch turns off. If I then send another item, the torch turns back on. So that is our system to turn the mob switch on and off. Next, I need some minecart hoppers and a few rails. And these go underneath the portals. So when an item comes through, it will end up in this dropper. Same thing on this side. And the final 2 portals are ready as well. Just need a load of nuggets in there and also here. And now in theory, when I place this torch, this piston over here should push this block. So let's do that. We can then break it. And of course, being the idiot that I am, I forgot to put hopper minecarts underneath here. So it's time for take 2. And this time, it looks like it's worked. Yes, the piston is extended. It was actually really, really fast. I'll have this torch here and it will actually control the machine, but not until the wireless redstone is finished. And to build that, I'm going to need to clear a bit more space and go and gather more resources. I've actually gone away and done a little bit of research and testing. And in 1.18, there's a few issues and bugs with wireless redstone, so I'm just going to hang fire and wait till the next video to do any of that. By then, they will have tested it a bit more and ironed out all the problems. And instead, I'm going to go in search of something that will allow me to create a brand new farm. Or at least rebuild an old farm that didn't work. Found some diamonds, but that's not what I'm looking for. I've managed to find a cave and even more diamonds. I told you, it's just way too easy in this version. Wow, there was a dripstone cave beneath my house all along. I traveled thousands and thousands of blocks to find the other one, but that's also not what I'm looking for. Instead, I am searching for an amethyst geode, because then I'll have one that constantly works whenever I'm at my house, unlike the other one, which just doesn't work at all because I'm never in the area. And for farms like that, chunk loaders are useless. You need to have a player in the area. Thankfully, the caves are massive, so I have a pretty good chance of finding one. Now, this to me does not look like the same thing. Is it smooth basalt? Let's have a little look. Yes, it is. Okay, so if we mine in here, I'm pretty sure, yeah, we've got an amethyst geode. Perfect. I'm gonna be careful I don't break anything like any of the budding amethyst, but This, yes, it's going to get me in. Turns out I could have just walked around the corner and got in that way, but it doesn't matter. This looks perfect to me for the job. Time to mine away all of the blocks around it. The good thing about digging it all out is that I'm also uncovering ones that I couldn't see before, which will make it even more efficient than I first thought. I've chiseled out a big part of the roof as well. That way I'll have space for any of the redstone or pistons that I need. And right here is going to be the way for me to get up and down to this farm. And before I'm happy with the mining, I just need to dig out this floor a little bit lower. And now to head back home and get lots and lots of pistons. And now comes the fun task of adding pistons all over this. And even though I haven't placed all the pistons yet, I'm going to add some redstone. And now if my calculations have been correct, every single piston should extend. It all worked except for this right here, and I'm guessing it's because it's of the glass block. If we just change that, yeah, they all work now. And I already got a few of these amethyst shards from that. A lot of these lower down ones aren't really feasible because of the hoppers that will be in the way. So I'm going to grab a bunch of hoppers and add them to some of the areas around the farm. And with that, I think every single piston is hooked up. Now to dig out more of the floor, then I can add water in the corners, which will pick up the shards that the hoppers over there don't. Then all the items will get pushed into this central point right here, where I can add a hopper that will pick it all up. Look at that, more diamonds I found just randomly doing this. And I can also connect this hopper system up. Let's also use polished deep slate to make some stairs and have them going up here. And now I'm going to grab the items I need to make a hopper clock. This is a hopper clock that's going to go off every 180 minutes. That should give the amethyst shards plenty of time to grow. What on earth? I've got glow squid in my farm. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I suppose it doesn't really matter. And I also just realized I forgot something. A load of chests. To be honest, if I manage to get 2 double chests worth of shards, I'll be very impressed by this farm. Let's also get some torches down, you know, bring the area to life, maybe even stop some glow squids from spawning. And now to build the hopper clock. Didn't take long at all. All the redstone is set up for this timer. I just need a load of items to put in it. And because I get loads of them very fast, I think nuggets are the best thing for that. As you can see right here, this is full, this is empty, and this right here, when it fills up every minute, will then allow 1 item to move across there. So this counts every minute, and this is how many minutes I want in total. And then every 3 hours, the whole thing will harvest. And apparently some pistons will get stuck. Why has that happened? I'm not really sure, but I've realized that that isn't really a good way to power them anyway. That's much better. Yeah, that was definitely what was causing the issues. And another thing, it's not just an amethyst farm, it's also a glow squid farm. Yes, look at this. You know what? Maybe I could actually turn it into a glow squid farm that's a bit faster. This is all very hypothetical, but if I grab some magma, but if I add strips of magma around, will the glow squids then get damaged by it? And it'll speed things up. You see, that one's kind of drowning because it's tried to swim out. It looks as if it's working. It is taking damage, and then it dies, and I get the glowing. But I think for them to spawn, it also has to be quite dark. So lighting things up did slightly mess it up. Also, I realized I'm not actually harvesting what's here, so I need to sort that out. But just doing something like this should solve that problem. And next, I'm going to need a load of signs. I'll just make oak ones since those are the easiest ones to get. Now, I'll place some water right there and get all of these signs down. And now they are all down. Glow squids are still spawning. And there goes the ink into the thing. It's going to pop into this chest any moment. Who knew, eh? You build an amethyst farm, and you end up getting more squid stuff than anything else. Now to grab a bunch of kelp and also craft some deep slate slabs. And so let's unfreeze this, and I will temporarily stick a block over the top of it just so that it doesn't freeze again. I've ended up having to replace it completely. Once it is a bubble column, it won't be able to freeze, so that's fine. And at the bottom here, I want to add a couple of slabs that are waterlogged like this. We can also get more water there. That way I can still walk in them like kind of fine. But when I, you know, there's no chance of me taking fall damage either. I actually quite like this design, you know, it's kind of a bit of a floor accessory, if you like. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go and get all this kelp down. Now they are all placed. Let's drop back down, break all of you, and that makes this farm well and truly complete. And in about 10 episodes time, I'll have enough shards to actually build something with it. And since my pickaxe is a little bit worse for wear now, I'm going to repair it right here. And for my next project, I'm going to build a copper farm, which means gathering up a load of resources. And whilst I was gathering the resources, I just remembered something else I forgot to do, and that was to cover these hoppers here with composters. It just helps reduce lag that little bit more. I'm also out of stone for this build, so I'm going to have to get a load more of that. And now all of this will be enough. And now everything I need is in these 2 shulker boxes, except for one more thing. And that thing that I'm missing is pumpkins. So I can grab a load of these from this farm. I should really make a dedicated pumpkin farm rather than take them from the bone meal farm though. I've got 51 so far, so I might as well just start carving them all, which is easily done with some shears. Don't know what to do with all these seeds, so I might as well just compost them. And at long last, I've got all of them. Now we're going to go up into the sky and begin building this. And then I'm going to grab all these items and start off with the sorting system. That's going to be made up of chests and hoppers like this. And this right right here will pick up all of the copper. Now to make a little U shape around this with glowstone here. And to be honest, I actually need a little bit more scaffolding. So I'll very quickly swim back home and grab some more. And next I'll add some blocks in this kind of shape so it looks like that. And then I'll add some redstone, which will turn this into an auto storage system to sort the different items. Since the only items we want going into the chests are the copper. Looks like it's just started snowing, which is kind of a bit annoying, but I can go to sleep. And doing that has stopped the snow. Now let's set up the hopper filters. Also, the noise this dropper is doing me head in, so I'm just going to mine it up for a little bit. Now to add some trapdoors, some gates, and finally a cobweb. We have to put this back now, and then I'm going to have water here. If I just turn the block sounds off, then it's much quieter now. Now we're going to make a bit of a place for lava, so we're going to have a gate there, a gate there, a gate here, finally one there. And because they're warped fence gates, they won't burn. But if I accidentally walk into it, I will burn. Now to add more hoppers and some magma blocks and some hopper minecart storage. And then I'll use a piston to push these blocks into the hopper minecarts. Now for some walls, more blocks and trapdoors. And now to build the branches that are going to push the drowns along, which has cobwebs to slow them down. Next to add a bunch of fence gates and open them all up. Finally, I need a roof and a load of trapdoors. Now once there's the water, that's what will turn them into drowned. Next I built a big long platform which has chains along here like this. And now to add the walls. And now finally the roof to spawn proof it. And now this side of the farm is done, so I need to add some snow golems. And also place these blocks back. I'm not sure what happened there. These golems are going to be trapped by trapdoors. Maybe that's the reason that they actually call them trapdoors. And these bits are all going to be split up into sections. Now let's mine up all of the dirt and do the exact same thing on the other side. And with that, the first half of the farm is done. And now to repeat the exact same thing on the other side. And now both sides are complete. And so the final thing I must do is add the snow golems. It's going to be 3 in each slot. And I've come to realise that this bit is going to be a little bit more annoying than I first thought. As you can see, there's going to be a lot of golem casualties and they're just going to turn up anywhere. And once they're all safely in, they're going to have slabs placed on top of them. Just to make sure that they definitely don't escape. That's 2 of the sides done, with 2 still to go. And whilst it's still dark, I do need to try and trap some mobs in this farm. And so to do that, I'm first going to turn off this mob switch like that. Then I'm going to lower my render distance and simulation distance. And yeah, I left it a little bit too late tonight, so I'll just get back to adding snow golems. Although due to all the casualties, I've still got one more thing to fill up, and I need more snow and more pumpkins. Hang on a minute, well, I nearly didn't survive, but these guys have all somehow survived that massive drop. How does that work? I've no idea, but I'll leave them to roam freely down there. And in the meantime, this farm is jammed up because there's a piece of redstone missing here, so okay, maybe it's worse than that. Although I do seem to have fixed it now, which is good. I don't know why would a snow golems wandered down here. You know what? You can just stay here. Although it did work to my advantage because I could pick up loads of pumpkins, which is the main thing that I need. The other thing I need is more snow, which I can get loads of from here. And so now it is time to get back to work. There we go. They're all in, so I'm glad that's over. And we've got mobs spawning on my platform. I think everything's ready. I'll just send him in there. And now these snow golems are going to be throwing snowballs, which will then utilize the reinforcement mechanics. And so that this platform over here doesn't become a problem in the future, I'm going to make sure that it is well lit up. These snowball throws are pretty noisy, but now when I take out the drowns, all the junk is going to get disposed of into the lava, and any copper that I will get will end up in here. And we've got 1 day left, so I'm going to see just how much copper I can get from this short period of time. And I've even already got 20 to begin with, so that's really good. And hopefully a lot more after this. And the sun has now set, and I've got over a stack of copper, which isn't bad for only like 10 minutes. And only 1/2 of the farm is properly working as well, which will probably be fixed next time I start it. So whilst it is kind of quicker to mine the copper from caves, it's also very handy to have an AFK-able way to do it as well. I feel like they made diamonds way more common in 1.18, so I'm going to grab a Fortune 3 pickaxe and go in search of some brand new chunks. And now I'm going to put a timer on screen and see just how many diamonds I can find in just 30 minutes. Already found a massive cave. Can't believe I forgot to turn off my mob switch. Well, let's begin mining diamonds. Remember guys, diamond armor and tools are for peasants, but the diamonds themselves aren't that bad. There's 2 more right here and loads in this big cave. This challenge is just way too easy. No matter how easy it is to find diamonds now, this update has without a doubt made caving 10 times more enjoyable. And that is 19 diamond ores I've found so far. Over a diamond per minute so far. Ah yes, the classic cave chickens are back. This cave is absolutely massive, with loads of diamonds around it. I'm not far off 30 minutes, and already I've got 41 ores. Yeah, they've definitely made finding diamonds way easier in this update. And that is 30 minutes complete. We got 43 diamond ore. And just to prove a point, I'm going to mine them up with fortune, even though I kind of want to keep the ores. This is going to be close to 100 diamonds in total. Let's have a see. 104 diamonds in 30 minutes. Yeah, this is way too OP. But this video isn't really about finding diamonds. It's all about getting thousands of pieces of ancient debris. And the best way for me to get ancient debris is going to require me to have a lot of slime. But this farm right here, it's okay, but it's nowhere near going to be fast enough. Instead, I'm going to build a super powerful portal farm inside of a swamp biome. That way I don't have to spawn proof an entire area or worry about building it where there's slime chunks. This design is by IanXO4 and it is a very cool concept indeed. And now a massive area has successfully been flattened. Now to go and gather the materials. You'll notice I'm only coming back with obsidian, stone, cobblestone and iron blocks. And that's because I've had a change of heart. Building this farm in a swamp will mean it'll only work at night, which is why I think it makes sense to go to a slime chunk. Because this area is underwater, mobs generally speaking won't be able to spawn. And I just need to box in this slime chunk. Now to grab some sponge and drain it. Looking very good indeed. Now to remove all the gravel. Next I'll build a beacon and mine everything super fast. Guys, I hear a thunderstorm. And you know what that means? I can go into this shulker box and grab this channeling... No, that's the wrong one. This is the channeling trident. And if I launch it at this lightning rod... Okay, that didn't work. I think it needs to be a bit further away. Let's take two. There we go. Surge protector advancement achieved. And there was only one casualty along the way. And that is the entire room well and truly dug out. So let's now break this beacon. Next, I'll build some giant portals. Now, did I make this too big? Yes, I did. 23 blocks is the maximum height it can be. There we go, that's much better. Now to build 3 more. And they are all now done. And thanks to mob spawning changing in 1.18, these portals make it so that no other mobs can spawn. And now to add loads of platforms for the slimes to spawn on. And that is all of the platforms complete. Now to add some torches up here. And now to build all the way up here and create the AFK platform. And apparently I've got no glass and I need a load. And whilst I'm home, I can also repair my pickaxe. Need a few other items, I've got them all now. So let's do more building. And here is the area where the slimes will fall in through the portal. I can come up here as well and access this portal if I need to. And before I properly link this one up, I want to break this tower. Next, I'll build a trench that will get rid of the pigmen. And at least I know the farm's working from all these slimes. And then there needs to be trapdoors along here. And the same on this side. And then I'll add iron golems in little slots in the walls. Never mind, pigmen can't see through portals, so I'll just leave you there and leave this. More importantly, let's link this portal. And this is exactly where the portal will need to be. So slimes will come through this portal, and any of the big slimes will get caught in this lava and then turn into smaller slimes that can go back through the portal, or the small slimes can just kind of go through. So that's how that works. If I go up here, it should take me up to sky limit. As you can see, we're all the way up here. If I go all the way down, going through one of these portals will also connect me up here. You can see the slimes already coming through and into the place where I can take them out. And because I'm using looting on this slime farm, it makes the rates much better. As you can see, we've got loads coming through. All I need is 40,000 of these slime balls, which with this, it shouldn't take too long. And after a few days of chilling here, I have so many slime balls. Look at that, that's loads and loads. I will still need much more slime blocks than this in total, but it's a great step in the right direction. And now we can spend a bit of time working on my next project, which is really just a continuation of getting things ready for my world eater. So I'm going to choose an area around here to build the world eater because I also want to make a perimeter over a fortress. That will allow me to make the most powerful farms in the fortress that I possibly can. And now with world eaters, they take a lot of preparation. In the normal world, you can just plonk them down in the sky and set them off and that's fine. But here in the Nether, we've got to chisel out a massive area. So I guess I better start digging. So this is as far as I'm going to go in this direction. Now I'm chiseling out a border that will let me know everywhere that needs to be mined out. Now that I've built a border all the way around, I'm starting to realize how ridiculously big this task is. Before I go any further, let's repair this pickaxe. And what better place to repair it than the trusty slime farm. I managed to get so much slime this time. Look at it, it's 2 chests full. And all of that is another step closer to where I need to be. Now it's back to mining netherrack. Well, both of my pickaxes are so close to being broken, and I've got so much netherrack. Now to repair the pickaxes. Now they're fixed, let's get back to mining. Although to be honest, I don't think doing all this mining is really the best way. Instead, I'll mine up loads of sand and loads of gunpowder to craft lots and lots of TNT. Then I can place it all down and blast this place open. Yeah, something tells me this is a little bit faster than mining it by hand. And already this is finding me ancient debris, this little thing. But I've got much bigger plans than that. And unfortunately, that is the last of my TNT. So it looks like it's back to mining manually. 2 more pickaxes nearly broke, and I've chiseled out so much more. And interestingly, there is a bastion under this massive area that I'm digging. A bastion I don't think I've actually looted, so you never know. Well, there's a bit of netherite scrap, which is nice. Everything else, I'm not too bothered about. This place is actually going to be completely destroyed by the world eater. So you guys should enjoy living there whilst you can. And another item that I'm going to need for this world eater are dead coral fans. And so that means I need to try and find a coral reef. Found a random village on the way, although I kind of don't know what a village could offer me that I don't already have. That could be a cool project though, to get one of every type of villager, because of course each villager in each biome looks slightly different. So that is definitely an idea for the future. It's amazing what you find when you're just flying over random places. Only the OGs will remember what I used that portal for. And we found a slightly warmer ocean, which is a good sign. And of course I'm going to check every route and portal apple I find. You never know when you might find a notch apple. You know what, glistering melons are kind of useful, and the carrots. But more importantly, where are the coral reefs? I actually have the coordinates of a coral reef written down, so I might as well just go there. Here we go. It never fails to work. Kind of forgot what I came for now, right? I think I came for these, so I can silk touch them, which I guess is just all I need to do. I'm not sure if the colour actually matters, but I'm going to be grabbing these blue tube coral ones. And it'll be better for my inventory management if they're all the same. Guys, even though I am technically destroying the ocean, I'm still part of Team C's, and you should definitely go and support them too. I've got 44, which is the total amount that I need, but I'd like to collect 50 for good measure. In fact, 57 for even better measure. Right, I'm getting out of here before I steal every bit of coral in the ocean. I'll safely put these coral fans in my ender chest, and then I'll get back to clearing out this massive area for the World Eater. So I spent a lot of time mining, and in the end I came to the conclusion that it's so slow and that TNT is really the only way to go. But the new 1.18 update has really lowered the rates of my creeper farm, so I'll craft all of the TNT that I can, and I've got a stack and a half spare in here. Next I'll place down loads of this TNT, and then I'll blast it all up. Yeah, look at this. This is 10 times faster than doing any mining, so let's get loads more of it down. Yeah, look at that. It's absolute craziness over there. So much of it is getting blown up, and I can remove all of the lava that it leaves behind. And already I'm finding extra ancient debris as well. And that is the last of my TNT placed. Now I've got to come up with a better solution for my gunpowder farm. So the first issue is that mobs now need light level 0 to spawn, which means that no creepers can spawn on this level, and they can only spawn on certain parts of the level above, and that's all thanks to the light from these portals. So the first thing that I want to do to fix this is to grab a load of stone, and to also mine up lots of ice. Then that can be turned into packed ice, and now to move these nether portals. I realise that mining up all the obsidian is going to be the most annoying thing of the day. I haven't used the mechanism here since I changed it to portals, so all of that can go. So this is the chute that they will fall into. So hopefully light in this portal will not project any light onto this level. Let's place all of this along here. Well, that was a slight mistake, wasn't it? I'm not going to make it look too nice because I am at some point going to make a way better creeper farm. Managed to repair that, so now it's back to mining obsidian. And that is the water system finished. They'll all get pushed down here. Final thing is to craft a load of buttons and spawn-proof everything. Although after my little creeper disaster, I'm a bit short on items to spawn-proof. Looks like more stone is required. And whilst I am pleased with the progress I've made on this farm, I was curious to see if I could add more layers. But rather than using cats, I'd use water, but it's just going to be too much effort. Like, it's just not the right shape and everything, so I'm going to put all these slabs back now. And I'm also going to expand this platform a bit, see if it affects the pack spawning. I'm not sure if 1.18 changed anything like that though. Now let's AFK up here a bit more, and the rates will be slightly improved, but it'll never be perfect until I make an entirely new improved farm. I decided to check on the farm to see how it was doing. It seems that they're kind of getting stuck on these blocks. Now I'm going to have to be careful if I go in here and fix it, but I think changing these to be packed ice might solve the problem. I'll fly back up and check. No, it still seems to have the same problem. I wonder what would happen if they were slabs instead. Oh yeah, that is definitely working much better. They're going straight down now. Let's see how the creeper rates are doing. Well, it has filled up nicely, which is a good sign. What the heck? It just blew up. Why does this keep happening? Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Just stop falling down, please. I hate this farm. I've decided, next episode, we're going to build the most powerful creeper farm you have ever seen. Well, maybe not ever, but it's going to be way better than this one. And instead, I'm going to use a new strategy to make way for the World Eater. Yes, beds. I'm just going to make loads and loads of beds. I've no idea how well this is going to work, but there's only one way to find out. All right, time to find out if this was a good idea or not. Oh, look at this. This blast protection on the armor. It's very good indeed. All right, well, don't do that. It's probably going to be parts of it that are annoying, but I think overall this is actually a good strategy. If I add a bit of fire resistance into the mix as well, it makes the whole thing even better. It's probably not as quick as TNT, but I'm just having so much fun blowing things up with beds. I can't believe that's just happened. My helmet has broken, and you can see this armor is like super impossible to get hold of. The only way for me to get armor like that is by downgrading my world again, which broke way too many things. I'm not doing that again, but there is one small chance to possibly fix it. I made some backup ones, okay? I don't have backup boots, but I do have backup of everything else, including the helmet. But it's not got thorns on. Now, can I put thorns on this? Let's buy a thorns book from you. And now, can it be anviled together? It can. Hold on a second. And I can rename it. We have got the ultimate helmet back. That was a very close scare and very stupid of me. But that is the backup gone as well now, so I can't ever make that mistake again. So I think it'd be very wise right about now to repair all of my armor. I've got to be much more careful now that that does not happen again. Have you guys ever started a project and realised you've just bit off way more than you can chew? I mean, when you look at the amount of area that I have carved out here, it's absolutely massive. But I've still got all of this area to do and all of this on this side, which look how far it goes. It's absolutely miles of stuff gotta go. So I've got two choices. I either just keep mining my life away and placing beds and blowing stuff up and all that kind of stuff, and yeah, you know, that'd just be the rest of the video pretty much. Or I could create a super insane creeper farm that's going to get me all the TNT that I need. I'm talking like tens of thousands of TNT for this, which will speed the project up so much. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. This was in no way planned. But this creeper farm right here, it's just had its day. It's just too many problems with it. But yeah, this is going to be somewhat crazy. But before I build this project, I'm going to take a quick break and repair all my tools and all my armor, because I was pretty much just mining all that netherrack for the last 6 hours, and yeah, I need a break. Alright, the break's over, time to get back to work. I've been putting a lot of thought into it, and I think the best way to do this is going to be to use a load of scaffolding. Thankfully, I'm completely overrun with bamboo. All of this is definitely going to be enough. I don't know why I made that much. I've gathered up loads of items that are going to be useful, and I've realised that my best option is just to create another farm next to this one, because the only other way to really make a proper gunpowder farm would be to dig an entire perimeter, and well, we've just not got time for that. So this is where the scaffolding comes in. I'm going to do something like this. It doesn't need to be that high for the first layer. Once I get to the top, I'm going to go something like this with trapdoors on every side of the observer and a dispenser on top, scaffolding on each one of these trapdoors, and then I can do something like this. And as you can see, it will go to the perfect amount. So it's just so much quicker than any other method, really. So you can just kind of place it all, and it'll make for your... Okay, hold on. As long as I don't do stupid things like that. But yeah, otherwise it'll make for you a perfect diamond. Then a bucket of water in the dispenser, a scaffolding, and the whole thing repeats again. And now the other thing I also need to make sure I do is cover the entire roof in trapdoors. And because the farm isn't running anywhere near at its max rate, I'm going to allow spiders to spawn for now, because they're not really getting in the way of the mob cap. I have to say, it is so fast building layers with this. I mean, look how many I've done already. Although I have still got to add all the trapdoors to the layers as well. And that is trapdoors on every single layer now. And I'm going to go ahead and get a load of glass from this chest right here so that it can be used to spider-proof the area. I'm just going to test the farm quickly to see if it works. If I go like this, it should... Yeah, look at that. It works. Water comes out on every single one. But you can see I was just messing about with the glass, and this is not the way to do it. Yeah, this configuration is much better. So far, Operation D-Spider seems to be going successful. But now that the sun's going down and it's getting dark, I can properly test this. The glass is on every single level. In theory now, when I AFK up here, only creepers will spawn. Okay, so apparently spiders can still spawn on these corners, which means doing something like this around the area, which again is really quick with the scaffolding. And I think these two as well. And now it is definitely 100% spider proof. I am also going to fill up this bucket and add one more layer to the top here. Next I just need a bunch of slabs to cover this area. Let's craft these and get on with the placing. Now I have made this slab roof a little bit bigger than it needs to be, but I'll be thankful of it later. As you can see, look at that, we've got creepers spawning. It's working fantastically. The next thing on the agenda is to add some redstone. And this is basically just a simple redstone clock with a comparator on subtract mode, and then we've got a lever there. Not going to turn it on just yet because we're going to get showered with creepers if I do. First things first, let's build a collection system. This one's been built underwater since I accidentally ran out of space above it. The area that will hold the water is complete. Let's create the area that the creepers will fall down into. This is looking very good indeed. And so what's the final thing that I need? No, not a seed or to feed. Okay, I'm just going to stop saying words that rhyme with eid now. What I actually need, well, I suppose what I require is just a bunch of sponge. I'm always so inefficient when it comes to sponge. I shouldn't have had to use that much, really, should I? You know what? The main thing is that it has worked. And whilst I do really want to check that the portal works, I feel like I'd just get ambushed by a creeper if I went through, and that farm was blown up enough today. Now that everything's set up, let's get all of the water in. Now, because I'm just too scared to test it, I've got a much better idea. I'll grab a few eggs, and they can be the guinea pigs. It's absolutely foolproof. Well, they're going through the portal to somewhere, and would you look at that? They've gone into the portal. Let's first repair this top bit with some trapdoors. I would like to know how so many of the chickens got all the way over here. All that's missing is a few vines around here, and I think I can safely release the creepers. I swear, if any of you blow up, please do not. We're okay. We're all right. That's it. Stay calm, guys. Is trapdoors enough to not blow them up? I think so. I think I'm okay. That's it. Just get rid of them all. So I guess we test out the main things, see if the rates are improved. But one thing I do know is that this platform needs to be a little bit lower so that the creepers don't despawn when they go into that portal that I built underwater. My little home is complete, and I've just realised a couple of things. The top layer needs trapdoors, and the bottom layer needs spawn proofing. So that is all mob spawning on this platform stopped. I'll actually turn on the machine for a second, and straight away I've realised I've lost the ability to place repeaters correctly. Take two. We should have things... Yeah, there we go. They'll all be... raining around me, will the creepers? Yep, perfect. And that then gives me the opportunity to add the trapdoors. Ooh, careful. I was going to say to add the trapdoors up here. There we go. All trapdoors are actually in this time. And the reason I didn't build that one even higher is because the lower in the world you are, the more mobs will spawn. So the higher it gets, the less you kind of get on return. So it makes more sense for me to build a third one somewhere else, rather than go really, really high in the sky. I think I've left it enough time. Hopefully there's an increase in creepers. Not many times you say this, but the fact that it's lagging is already a good sign. Yeah, these rates are definitely going to be way, way better. Half a double chest in less than 10 minutes is definitely faster than it was going before. So I'm going to take this opportunity and get even more gunpowder. Plenty more time has passed, and plenty more creepers are here. I also feel like it'll be more efficient if I have vines up here as well. And look at that, plenty more gunpowder is here. And you know what? That design was so fast and straightforward to make that I'm going to build another one right here. And then my creeper farm will be even faster. And yet another creeper farm is now complete. So I'll grab some more eggs and do another chicken test. All of these guys should be enough. And look at that, they have come on through. And a spider, what are you doing there? And whilst I was building that farm, a lot of creepers did come through, which means plenty more gunpowder. Oh my goodness, that was a terrifying experience. I didn't think I'd connect to that pole. I should have connected to that one. But yeah, let's AFK here for a bit and see just how much gunpowder we now get. Because this farm is spawning a lot of creepers. Plenty of time has passed. Let's see what we've got. A very laggy game, that's what. But we've also got a crazy amount of creepers. And also nearly 3 double chests worth of gunpowder. That's going to get me lots and lots of TNT. I was just crafting more firework rockets and realised I could have accidentally used all my notch apples for banner patterns. I mean, what a waste that would be. And you know what? So that never accidentally happens. Let's put him in the ender chest. The food stocks are getting a little low in this chest, so I'll top it up with pork chops. And now for my next project, which quite simply is going to be to have this area around my house look better, because I don't know, it just looks really boring. First things first, all this snow has got to go. And that is a massive area now dug out. Let's get rid of this ice and then fill in this gap with loads and loads of it. It's times like this that I'm very glad I created the ice farm. And now it's back to placing down the ice. That is now all of the ice filled. Okay, well, it's not quite. I'm 1 block short. Are you kidding me? Now all of the ice is placed down. Let's also terraform this mountain a little bit. While still, of course, leaving this very cool floating snow. I do really like the way that this looks. Makes me feel like I really live by a proper ice lake. I'm also going to get rid of this like this pathway, like why is it even here? Perfect. I'm really, really liking the way this is going. And now to sort out this village, because let's be honest, these guys, they're one attack away from being completely annihilated. And apparently I have a load of villagers ready and waiting to be sent down to the trading hall. I don't know how much progress I'll make on transforming this village today, but at the very least I can create a much better entrance. First of all, I'd like to know how I've managed to create something symmetrical that does not look symmetrical. I'll just forget about it and keep building. And there is the front of the wall. Now I know what you're thinking. SB, you're the world's worst builder. You should just stick to building farms. And to that I say, don't you worry yourself. This is far from finished just yet. Spruce logs will make some very nice decorations. And I want to add a layer of snow right here as well to make it more 3D. Just hold on a second. It's actually coming together. And hear me out on this one. What if the walls were a couple of blocks thick and you could actually walk inside them and spy out the area with windows dotted along for you to look through that are like fences? Oh, look at this. And just when I'm getting going, I've run out of snow. What a terrible time for something like that to happen. And I think all of this snow should be enough to continue building a wall. I have to say, so far, you know, this is a bit of a masterpiece. However, the issues start to creep in when I have to decide whether to get rid of this turtle enclosure or not. And I'm thinking, yeah, I want this wall to be longer, like wider, otherwise it won't look right. So congratulations, turtles, you are now going to be protected within the village. And I can also add a pillar right here, just to give the wall that bit of added depth. I think with fences in front with snow underneath, this wall is really starting to come together. But if I want this to reach its true potential, yeah, some of this mountain has just got to go. Now I'm thinking about it, more of this mountain has got to go than I first thought. You know, when I come out of my house and I look at that from a distance, I just think that it looks so good. I do think we can get rid of some of this bamboo. I'd like to keep some of it for old time's sake, but a lot of it is just, it's kind of in the way. This area looks much better now. I don't know whether I should ever fill in this ravine, but I kind of like having it. And we can really see the area that the wall's going to go starting to take shape. I think I need to slightly fill in some of the ravine just to be able to fit it. So the wall's going to kind of connect up to the Tower of Slavery. Although, you know what I have noticed? All of the slaves are, I mean, the farm. This is a tower of work. This isn't slavery at all. But they've all disappeared. All of the farmers that should be working hard in here. Where did they go? Thankfully, I just keep breeding more villagers, so we shouldn't have a problem getting them back. Now let's remove more string and build the other side of the walls. And it's quite handy mining up all these fences, because they can then be used to fill in all of the windows. And also in these gaps along here. With both sides of the wall done, I think it makes sense to fill in this patch of grass as well, like so. And slabs can be added along all the way on the inside, with a roof on top. Let's also fly back to my house, grab some ladders, and then place them in areas like this with trapdoors above. It makes sense that pretty much every corner would have a way up. And And if there's an emergency, you can easily get to the top and look. Also want to do the same on this side. And I should probably extend this wall to go around all of the farm. I'll do that right after I've been to bed. Because the ground here is slightly lower than it is over here, I've made it so the wall goes up one. And you know what? I think it works. It definitely works better than I was expecting it to anyway. Once again, I've run out of snow. I'll need to create some sort of entranceway here. This one's going to be a little bit too low. Making it one higher will definitely look a bit better. Yeah, that's way better. Rather than spend time mining up more snow, I think it'd be a good idea to make this entranceway look a bit better. Let's grab cobblestone, and I've got an idea of what I could use this for. Do I actually have a chest for lanterns? I don't think I do, which just means I'll have to craft them instead. And here's the plan. Hanging right here, we put a bit of chain and then a lantern like that. I think that works. A bit higher up is probably better. And can I actually reach up there? No, I'm too small. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that for the entranceway. Next, I'll craft some cobblestone walls, which could hang down here. I really don't know if this is going to work. I'm thinking cobblestone with stairs on each side, followed by iron bars. And right there, if I have that, I'll be able to have blue fire with more stairs around the outside. Okay, this is going to look good, but it's just going to be too big, and it's not going to look good. So that's more or less what I'm going for. As you can see, it's just not quite right, is it? The entranceway is not big enough for that size. So it's back to the drawing board. I think something that will work better is if I maybe make some pillars. We can still use this and have the stairs on either side. And now it's annoying me that this bridge is in completely the wrong place. It's just got to be moved. Taking a little bit of a risk and completely open the front just so I can make a pathway. What on earth? How are you down there? How did this happen to you? Just a random golem trapped in this cave. You look really worse for wear. Let's get you healed up, good sir. You just never know what you're going to find in a random hole. I just don't know how they do it. You know, you just look at them. The next thing they're in that. Can golems actually swim? I'm not sure they can. Great. First he was trapped under the ice. Now I'm drowning him. All right, that's it. He's getting the idea. Walk on out, mate. Okay. Into his village. Oh, look at him. He won't really seen it since I changed it up. He's going for a bit of an exploration, isn't he? You do know you need to go through this entranceway. Well, I'll leave him to it and just carry on with these. And I'm thinking a nice little water feature here could be nice. So if I just put water like that. We'll get some more right there and do it on both sides. Tell you what, guys, I'm actually quite proud of this. This village is going to look so good when it's fully finished. And for the ice bridge, I'm actually going to have a slight change of heart. I'm going to make it one long row of slabs that goes all the way to my house to see how it looks. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. It almost, because it kind of curves here and then it's just a straight line. Like from here, it's okay, but with the curvedness here, it just looks a bit weird. But if I instead make the corners a bit squarer, you know what? I'm not really sure if I'm happy with this. Maybe if I have a direction going over this way as well. The building was going so well until I tried to make a simple pathway. All right, yeah, we're not going to keep this, all right? I will make an epic bridge from here to the village, all right? But you know what? I just want to ignore this disaster that I've done with trying to rebuild the bridge. Instead, I'll enjoy the village entranceway. I think I need to add some sort of fencing so they can't just walk out. You know what? I've got an idea. It's a bit of a risky idea, and it could work terribly, or it could be one of the coolest things I've ever made. But there's only one way to find out. I always wanted to do it so I could flick a lever and fences would come down and seal it with pistons and everything, but the problem is, unless I make the wall way higher, I won't be able to fit all the pistons inside of it. Instead, it's going to have to be a much simpler system with walls and sticky pistons. So all of these will be nicely along here with walls on top and repeaters attached to them with redstone behind. The buttons for this are going to be here and here. And they're going to connect to a simple T flip-flop. Look at me getting all technical. Just needs slightly adjusting. And now when I press the button, they extend. Press it again. They go back down. You can do the same on this side. Oh, brilliant. Now I can put the water back in. I'm not a massive fan of the fact that you can see the sticky pistons. But if anybody's got a better way to do something like this, then just let me know in the comments, like, you know, download my world and rebuild it or something like that. Or like tweet me. The same for this pathway if you've got a good bridge idea or something, because you know, this isn't the best idea. But that doesn't mean that I don't find it very cool indeed. I also do have some spare fence, so we might as well fill in some gaps. I'm also going to change these bits to be like that, and I'm going to have snow under here. I just, I blocked up the water temporarily because I did not want water going onto my redstone. That can now all be brought back, looking very, well, it looks better anyway. I'll continue changing these to be snow as well, and also add more to the walls. And since there's now a snow wall here, I suppose I can get rid of all these fences and use them for windows. And to make any more progress on this, more snow will definitely be needed. This should be all of the snow that I need, hopefully for now. They'll definitely let me continue the walls so that they're further round. And it could be cool to add something in this one, like maybe a window or something? Yes, a spruce fence window is definitely the answer. I've also just realised that because of the thickness of this wall, yeah, the homes of these guys are going to be kind of taken over. All right, guys, you all need to move over to this side, okay? This is not a drill, all right? You will be trapped in the wall for the rest of your life if you don't move. How is there a chicken in here? Of course, there's just one awkward cow left. All right, go on, just get out. No, don't come back in. Yeah, this is where it's... You know what? I've got a plan B here. No, wait, they're all out. No, they're not all out. Yeah, I need a better idea. Let's take a bit of wheat, and that's it. Lure them all over here. That's right. Of course, the horse has to go. Get out of here, you stupid horse. Right, please let me just block it up now. That's right, your pen just got a lot smaller. All right, now to do it with the sheep. Nothing's ever straightforward in Minecraft, is it? Oh my goodness, he's found a way out. How on earth have you done it? You go back in there. That's right, you know nothing about this secret escape route. I really don't know how I'm going to tell him that I also have plans to demolish his house, but I guess he'll probably work that one out on his own sooner or later. I have to say, I'm pretty happy with how this is looking. We've kind of run into an obstruction there, so until we do some demolition, we won't be able to continue that way. But, you know, even looking at the entrance, like I say, the bridge needs fixing. I mean, even the walls, I think it works. Like, the whole idea of pressing that, you walk in, and then close it behind you. Like, I think that's a really cool bit of redstone. But let me know what you think. So the new method to get notch apples really fast. Firstly, we're going to have to head to spawn and turn on the mob switch. You don't have to use a mob switch for this, but it does make it much, much easier. I've flown away to some brand new chunks, and then I need to drop my render distance all the way down to 2. Turn on chunk borders, and press Shift and F3 to set up something called Pyrite. Then I need to reload the world, and I can use that chart on the bottom right to know when a mob spawner comes in. You see, we've got one there, and I'll put a more detailed explanation in the description, but it tells me that basically in this chunk there is a dungeon. Right now the M counter is 79, and now that's gone up to 80. Because the mob switch is on, that must mean that the dungeon is somewhere around here, because the only way mobs can spawn is from a mob spawner. On average, 1 in 20 dungeons will have a notch apple. We break all of these, and now the dungeons and chests on the bottom right have disappeared. This method is usually used for finding fortresses, but I came with this way myself to find dungeons. This time it didn't take me to a dungeon, it actually took me to a mineshaft. Minecart chest here. It's even rarer to find them in a mineshaft chest. And so now I'll put a timer on screen and see just how many dungeons I can find in 30 minutes. The first dungeon, and a second one, the third, the fourth, the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, and the ninth. That's all I've managed to get so far. It's been a little bit slow this time, which can happen if they're bunched together or you're not doing it always over the ocean. Made it to my 10th one, dungeon 11, number 12. Now that I've got in the groove, I seem to be finding them much, much faster. And 13 are now done. We're really speeding up. We need about 20 dungeons on average to get the notch apple, so 7 more to go. Starting to lose count, but I think this is 14. 15. I have to say, I'm smashing it. We're on 16. Well, I still can't work out if this is faster than searching desert pyramids. So I believe we're now 18 in, and so far RNG has not been on my side. 19 in total, and that's a grand total of 20. We just keep looking. And in the 24th one, I found the notch apple. Slightly worse than the average should have been, but that's mission successful. Only took me an hour. Now I'll make my way home and search for dungeons on the way. I've just found some deep slate coal ore, which is actually a really, really rare one, and also the rare other side disc. And I'm very pleased to put notch apple number 23 into the ender chest, and another other side into here. And now the next thing that I want to get loads of is gunpowder at this creeper farm, since there's much blowing up to be done in today's video, and it might be a good idea to disable the mob switch before I try to use a farm as well. And now we can get loads of gunpowder. Enough time has passed. Let's collect up all of that gunpowder, and then I'll fly over here, turn the mob switch back on, and mine up lots and lots of sand. Also guys, if you enjoy my videos, then please could you make sure to subscribe. I'm being very careful to make sure that my shovel doesn't break. Now to turn the mob switch back off, AFK up here for a bit more, and get even more gunpowder. Next to craft this TNT. That is a lot of TNT, but I still have a lot of gunpowder left. So in that case, I'll mine up even more sand. 4 more shulker boxes worth means a lot more TNT. And all of this is definitely enough TNT. I think it's about time we did some serious blowing up. I've done this strip all the way to the other end, so let's just blow it up and see what happens. I have to say, it's way, way better this way. Completely destroying the whole area. This is seriously so much better. I don't know why I didn't just get loads and loads of TNT sooner. And now to place down even more. I've laced these tunnels with so much TNT. Let's blast this place wide open. It's just so insane watching it travel along. I probably shouldn't be stood here. The destruction is crazy, oh my goodness. Yeah, that certainly blew a lot of things up. I have to say, just blowing loads of stuff up is really fun. And 5 more strips of TNT have been placed. Time to line them up one by one, without lighting myself up, and watch the destruction. Okay, for some reason the TNT's blown up a little prematurely there. Maybe right about now is a good time for me to go back and repair my pickaxe. And the smartest way for me to do that is to chill at the creeper farm. And all of these will definitely give me enough XP. This is also allowing me to get even more TNT. Now to get back to blowing things up. I ran out of TNT, so I went to get more gunpowder. And then I can show you all of the mining progress I've made. And so this is what has so far been achieved. I'll be finished when I reach this corner, and as you can see, I'm not far off from doing that at all. So in that case, let's let's get down more TNT. Now I've got across to the digging part where we've got loads of basalt around me, which is very, very annoying. So I've got a plan to fix it. First of all, blow up this TNT. There she goes. Next, I will build a beacon, and beacons can actually go through bedrock, which is exactly what this one is doing. And with haste 2, basalt delta mining is much, much faster. And would you believe that all of the tunnels have now been dug all the way up to this final corner? So all that means is that it's time to get down the TNT. I'm not sure how effective it'll be with basalt everywhere though. And once again, I've used up all my TNT. Let's just light it up and just watch everything blow up. I should probably get out of the way. Okay, I didn't get out of the way, but we're alright. My beacon on the other hand is there. Has seen better days. The extra progress here is very, very good. But now to crack on with another project and come back to this other one later. At some point, these walls do need to be finished. But before that happens, I think it'd be cool to build a giant town hall in the center for the villagers. Also, I'm pretty sure you don't belong in this village. Oh, well, we'll let him off. First things first, I need to grab a little bit of sponge so I can get rid of this conduit. To be honest, I already stole the conduit from this and never put it back, so it's just empty anyway. Alrighty, mission accomplished. Let's drop off these items here. And a lot of items are going to be required for this build, which means growing more spruce trees and mining lots of snow. I've got almost every item that I need, except I also need mossy stone bricks, which require vines. And as you can see, we're completely out of them. It's time to grab some shears and head to a swamp and then start mining up the vines. Now to craft the mossy stone bricks, and that is yet another step closer to having all of the needed items. The final required item is copper, and whilst I have a bit in there, you know, it's not too bad. I do need quite a bit more than that. And yes, I did build a copper farm, which should be useful for that kind of thing. But I've come to realize something. In 1.18, copper increased the amount that you get per ore. And if I combine that with fortune, 1 ore has just given me 5, which is quite a lot. We've got another one down here. It could give me even more. Look, I just got 16 from 1 ore. That's ridiculous. So just mining up is probably way, way faster than going and using the copper farm. Because in about 20 seconds, I've already got over 2 stacks. The copper farm's just there if I want to be lazy and get it whilst I'm AFK. And I have to say, it's a very cool cave with a mine shaft. Anything good in this chest? Okay, all of them, there's a spider there, but yeah, there's nothing much. But look at the amount of core. Wow, mine shafts are the place to find this. It's everywhere. Wait, is this a copper vein? I've heard of these. You can get them for iron and for copper, and they're just where there's millions of them in one area. Oh, it is because it has a raw copper block. So that, yeah, that could just be turned into raw copper. Which reminds me, to save on inventory space, I can just look at that, create raw copper blocks to save for later. I could probably do some absolutely massive copper projects if I wanted to. So I'll remember this for the future. And I reckon that I now probably have all of the copper that I need. Look at that, nearly 2 stacks of the blocks of it. There's no point spending any more time mining. Time to make my way back home. Now, whilst I know blast furnaces are going to be quicker for copper, I think because I don't have a super smelter set up with blast furnaces, using this is going to be the best thing. Just look at all the copper ingots filtering through. I can turn these into blocks of copper, and then if I want to make it go even further, I can make it into cooked copper, which, yeah, makes it loads and loads. Oh, wait, no, I thought... Okay, never mind. You actually have to use a stone cutter to get 4 times as many. I wasted a lot of copper just then. The main thing to know is that I'm not going to make the same mistake again. Loads of cooked copper. We are also going to need a bunch of stairs. With that, I've successfully got all the items that I need. Let's build this fancy villager building. Although I will also need honeycomb to wax all of the copper. I don't know where all the bees are, to be honest, so they might get upset when I do this, but yeah, I don't know. For some reason, every bee in here has disappeared. Only 17 honeycomb isn't going to cut it. So these bottles will instead be shears. Anyway, let's not worry about that too much longer. Instead, I've got to try and explain to the villager that lives here that I'm about to demolish their house. Also, these beacons have just got to go. As cool as they are, they're just completely in the way. The first 2 houses that have got to go is this one and also this one. These 2 fellas just won't know what's hit them. And this golem will finally be able to leave the house. How long have you been keeping him trapped here? Probably best if I get rid of this house as well. Yeah, sorry, Fletcher, you're also in trouble. And the next job is to flatten this mountain. Though it's probably more of a hill than a mountain, isn't it? All these guys are going to wake up and wonder what on earth happened to their village during the night. But I can assure you that this is for the best. And now this area has been successfully flattened. Now to begin building this. So I think it'd be cool to have like 2 buildings that are connected up. So another one somewhere, yeah, over here. And let's just like do the exact same thing over on this side. So yeah, there's going to be 2 buildings on this. There's going to be an archway here you can walk between. And if I place the bells somewhere around here, that's exactly where all the villagers will gather. And then somewhere in the middle, I'll add a bridge so that you can walk between the 2 buildings. I really like where this concept is going. And I'm thinking in these gaps, we could have flowers on top, which looks pretty nice. And then trapdoors in front of that so the dirt doesn't look quite as ugly. I'm going to now focus a little bit more on the front and make like beams like this and all of these going in between. If I put bricks like this, upside down stairs and glass panes, and a few extra stairs around here, I've got my windows. And I can do a similar thing at the front too. It has to be said, it's really coming together in here. Once I add a bunch of beams to the sides as well, then it'll look as good as the front. Although the front probably needs some decoration, which we can get by using fences and walls. Same thing over here. Perfect. Now to finish the beams and decorations on the sides. And so now I'm going to repeat this building right here over on this side. They should look great. I can't really tell if the feedback's good or not from these guys. I mean, Well, nobody's come inside. What did you think of it, sir? Didn't like it? No, well, they like the bell in the middle at the very least. All that's missing is a piece of copper there, one there, and two more on this side. And there you have it. It's really starting to come together. This is what I'm going for now. Actually, I need to swap that around as well. I can start to bring it towards the middle if I build up the same pattern on this side. Coming along nicely. Before I forget, let's also wax all these copper stairs. That way they'll stay the same colour that they are and won't deteriorate. Now I've run out of honeycomb, and these bees have only made me 3 more. I think this calls for some drastic action. I'm going to fly far, far away, and then track down some bees' nests. And that is a second nest, and a third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and finally 7. That should definitely be enough. Time to head back home. You know what? I'll grab an 8th and a 9th one whilst I'm on the way home. I'm not really sure if I'm going to need all of these, but I just can't stop finding them. Meanwhile, the mountains are looking absolutely spectacular, and so are the caves. You know what? We're not going in there. We're going home. Although not without checking a ruined portal on the way. No, not chapel. But sometimes you just never know what you're going to find. Like in this one. Again, pretty much useless. And here we are. Home sweet home. Let's craft a couple of chests. Put all of these guys in here. Although, hold on a second. They're all facing the wrong way. That looks much better. And would you look at that? I got exactly the perfect amount. Oh my goodness, don't go in there. I'm sure they'll find their way back. Oh my goodness, they're all out. Is it morning? Okay, I better close things up. Then I'll grab a load of flowers and start breeding them all. All of these bottles need to come out and then go in this double chest. So these can be replaced with shears. Okay, I've just got to make sure. Don't go out. Come back in. And that is called having your bees well trained. And now these will be giving me honeycomb rather than honey bottles. Let's grab an extra 3 of these. And now let's add more wax to these. And continue building. Both of these sides are going to be connected like this. I think that creates a very nice looking bridge. Let's add decoration to the bottom of this bridge. 12 more honeycomb is waiting for me, which is just what I need. Progress is coming along nicely. The honeycomb is flowing in, so let's keep it up with the waxing. Let's add these slabs along here, and then spruce ones like this, with glowstone in the middle. This is the progress of the build so far. I think it's coming together quite nicely, so I'll just keep building away. Another update on the progress. It's getting quite high up, and I think it's really starting to come together. I really like it. Nice little side angle here as well, and I'm really at a point now where I just need to start working on the roof, which is mainly going to be built out of snow blocks, kind of similar to my houses, except the plan for this one is that it looks way, way better. And then the villagers will have a better house than me. Sounds about right. They've already got a way fancier entrance than me. Villagers are the real top dogs in this world. We're just here to serve them. Well, somebody obviously likes what I'm building. He's literally moved in. Sorry, mate, but right now this is a construction site. You shouldn't really be here, and yeah, everything you're selling is pretty rubbish. Just going to take this opportunity right now to get a load more bees. They've been getting me more than enough honeycomb. And the roof of this building is not far off being finished. I've mainly just got to place down a load more snow. And once these last few slabs are down, this entire build is now complete. Bit of a moment of truth here. I haven't actually looked at the finished build. Oh, look at that. I'm sorry, that just looks really, really good. It fits in so nicely into the area. And apparently a golem has already been hired to guard the inside of this place. That was fast. I do still need to sort out the interiors of here so that you can actually get upstairs. That's definitely a plan. And just to be safe, I'm going to light up inside here. We don't want any mob spawning. Next, I can offload all of these random items. Then I'm going to go up here and collect loads more gunpowder. These guys should give me all the gunpowder I need. Another 3 double chests have been obtained. Now to grab lots of sand. Are you kidding me? How did I let that happen again? I thought I had a lot more durability left of that than I actually did. But on the plus side, I've got more than enough sand. Next, I'll create a brand new netherite shovel, craft a load of TNT, and continue blowing things up. I've gone a little bit crazy with all this TNT, but I'm sure the explosion will be worth it. Yeah, the terrain is definitely looking a lot better. I think I should mine by hand the rest of this now. Oh, I have actually destroyed the beacon. Let's get a new one on there and fix all of this. And now to clear up the loose ends in this area so that there's enough space for my world eater. I'm kind of tired of mining and blowing things up and all of that. And I'm so close to completely mine out all the area that needs to be. However, there's still quite a bit of work to be done. And now I did get quite a lot of nether quartz ore, so I'm thinking I could mine up all this with this fortune pickaxe and the XP will mend my items. One of the positives of doing all this mining is that I have a ridiculous amount of netherrack now. I have like tens of thousands of pieces. I just did the maths and it's 57,000 to be precise. That is definitely not bad at all. Now during all that mining, my silk touch pickaxe did break, but in no time at all I've managed to get a new one. Look at that building, it's magnificent. It just looks like somebody lives here. It looks like, you know, more than just a village, doesn't it? And the plan is to have a pathway coming all the way through here, and I'll expand this village going in this direction. You guys are not going to be trapped here for too much longer. And stuff like this is going to be gotten rid of so that the pathway can go all the way through. And I know I said I've had enough of mining netherrack, but if I'm to have any chance of a full netherite beacon in this episode, then I've just got to keep going. The villagers will just have to wait on getting the upgrades to their homes, because I've got much more important things to worry about. I feel like I've done nothing but dig and blow things up, but I'm so close to having everything mined out. Thought this day would never come. And I think once I mine up these last couple of blocks, it is done. I have finally mined out all the area to fit this world eater. This is probably one of the biggest projects I've ever done. And to ensure that the world eater never gets stuck, I do also need to dig out a trench along here. The trench on this side is pretty deep now. I haven't gone all the way down, but I can kind of dig the rest of it whilst the world eater is working. Now to also dig the one on this side. And the trench on this side is also definitely now deep enough. I've had enough of endlessly mining, but let's head back home. Now to spend a bit more time at the creeper farm so that I can also use the XP to mend up my tools. I'm sure that's been long enough. Let's collect the XP. There we go. Everything is mended up. All of these items can go into storage. Now I'd like to work on the interior bit of this building. As you walk in here and well, there's nowhere to go. So let's create some stairs and create some sort of way to go upwards. You know what? I think that works quite well. The interior of this room also needs completely sorting. I almost feel like the ground level should be at this height so you can actually see out the windows. Look at that. The golem's finally, well, he finally thinks he can get out. Do you need a little bit more head space for you, sir? Right, you know what? You're just constantly getting in my way now. Why don't you just go outside and stop causing trouble? And here are the completed stairs. You know what? He doesn't like them. He walks straight out. But yeah, you go up here. And then you can get to the top floor, walk across to the side, which we need to fix this one. Although before I fix that, I'm going to grab a bunch of different items, and then the interior can be made to look a little bit nicer. Right here is the ceiling that I've gone for. Kind of makes it look like there's beams coming across, although I'm not sure about the stripe thing we've got going on here. For lighting, we're going to have torches on top of fences. And I'm happy enough with this. Let's take a few beds and add them to the room. I'm sure you guys are looking forward to not having to sleep under the stars every night. And I'm going to do a fairly similar thing on this side. On this side won't be for sleeping. Instead, it will have all sorts of workstations. And this side is now also complete. Let's grab some workstations, and then they will be forced to actually come inside this building. Look at that, the plan's actually working. Okay, you're leaving already. As soon as I see him coming in, on a few fences here to kind of support the stairs. And I can also buy a few bookcases from you, which will nicely decorate the area. I realised that buying bookshelves from villagers is not very economical, especially when I have 2 sugarcane farms in my world getting me loads of the stuff. So let's craft the paper, then books and bookshelves, and then I can really bring the place to life with these. It is a little bit sad that I put all of these beds here, and yet for some reason you guys are still sleeping outside. Sometimes these villagers just make no sense. And once these lanterns are added, as well as doing some improvements to the floor, I think this place is completely finished. Although I do also want to do the exact same thing on this side. And I'd better destroy all of these beds so that they're forced to sleep inside. The next thing I need to try and find is a villager that will sell me a bell. Maybe this guy as well? No, you're not a high enough level. But these 2 guys, on the other hand, will both sell me bells. Let's go and grab a bunch of emeralds, buy them from you, and then one bell can go on here and the other one right there. What that'll do is allow me to build a pathway going straight through the middle. Now in order to build this pathway, we're going to be getting out the cobblestone, normal stone and andesite. That way it's not just going to be one colour or one single texture, and I think that'll really help it to look much more natural. Also, apparently my plan to get them to use these beds is kind of working, although some of them are still sleeping in their own beds, which I guess is fair enough. I don't believe it. How many villagers have you? There's so many villagers just trapped down here. What are you doing? Look guys, I made you a way to escape, and for once they're actually using their brain and leaving. So the main theme of this pathway is pretty much just to keep things random, you know, just place them all sorts. Just kind of mix it up really. The pathway is starting to come along, but I think to make it look better we're going to need a load of snow layers, just to try and add a bit of definition and detail around it. I also picked the worst time to do this because all the villagers are now gathering here. It may have been sat here for years, but it's finally time that this small bit of farmland was removed. Then it can make way for my glorious pathway. I feel like the days of this being a normal village are really coming to an end. It looks so good. Now I have to grab a load more snow and continue work on these walls. I'm very sorry to whichever villager lives here, but your house is just completely in the way. Okay, you know what? I've just made bigger mess on the floor than anything. I'm going to forget about that for now. And instead add random buttons on this pathway just to kind of look like stones on the floor. Have I overdone it? Guys, be honest with me in the comments. If I've put down too many buttons, just tell me to, you know, get rid of some. Because sometimes with things like that, it's more of a case of less is more. I'm glad to see this house has finally been demolished. Now I'll have plenty more room to build my wall. And I have come to realise that yet another house is in my way. So this too will be completely demolished. The villager that works here is going to wake up and wonder where on earth this house has gone. So this is all about creating bigger and better things. Good extensions have been made, but now I have reached the water. I've got to work out how I'm going to make this go across. And out of snow, so that's a job for another day. Yeah, the kingdom is definitely starting to come together. Now to sort something which has been bothering me for ages, and it's going to involve grabbing some string and just simply covering the top of Sonic's head, because you know, he really shouldn't have snow on top of him. Yeah, that now looks much better. And whilst I've got the string, I might as well cover the top of this guy's head, as well as his arms. And whilst I'm at it, I think the teleporter building would look better without snow on it as well. That's now done, and I have to say, that looks much better. You can see the colours so nicer. I'll just get rid of these vinyl pieces of snow there. And now to collect even more gunpowder, because the world eater's going to need 400 TNT, which with this massive farm, it shouldn't be that hard to get. That's been long enough. Let's embrace the lag and get lots and lots of gunpowder. And now to grab a bunch of different items to build this world eater. I'm going out searching for a few things. Some sand, some honey, melons, and also a bunch of clay. Going to grab a load of redstone from these guys. Let's turn this powder into actual concrete. Make anvils and iron bars. Here we have a lot of the items that we need. I'll just need a lot more of each of them to build the entire machine. But I'd first like to just build 1 or 2 layers to this thing to make sure it's working fine. This is my first ever time building a world eater, so anything could go wrong. It's starting to take shape quite nicely, but it's it's just ridiculously complex. The good thing is though, once you've done it once, it's pretty much just the same thing repeating over and over again. So it's not going to be too crazy to build once I get the hang of it. And now I think this side is complete. Now to build the receiver at the other end. And because I'm kind of building over empty space here, it could be a little tricky, so that's where the old scaffolding is going to come in. And I think everything that needs to be placed down here is also done. Time to test this out and see if it actually works. Just before I set it off, I've also dug a trench underneath this so that it will be able to move the machine downwards. Now to break this redstone block and see if it works, and it so far looks like it is. So TNT has been dropped, as you can see, and it's blowing up the terrain, and then this is coming along and it'll push down any ancient debris that is exposed, and also lava. It'll clear away any lava. Obviously there isn't any up here, and then this will arrive in there and it'll wait for this bottom sweeper to arrive, and as soon as it detects that, you'll see it then kind of sends a signal. That then is going to get sent off again, the TNT, and it's going to push this down, and as you can see, like, the whole machine is actually moving down, which it has to do, so that, you know, the TNT keeps getting lower and lower and these sweepers get lower and lower. And even more of the terrain is then getting blown up. And I believe to stop the machine, I can just put a redstone block here. I think that'll do it. Yep, it's coming to place. It's all stopped. That is perfect. So to finish the world eater, I'd have to extend these all the way along this edge and also mine out area underneath it, or I'm probably going to just use TNT to do that. But that is something that I'm going to do next episode, because we just will not have time in this video to do that, especially when I get to the fun stage of removing lava down here for the trenches. So I will do it in the next video. We will 100% finish the world eater in the perimeter next episode. This project is literally 300 days in the making. Now, I built this farm a couple of episodes ago and I haven't really been back to it since. So the question is, does the amethyst farm work? It works! It actually works! I expected to open that chest and get like 4 amethysts in it or something terrible. So yeah, this is all working. You can see that they've grown quite a bit, so, you know, whenever this is ready to harvest, it'll get quite a lot more. Let's take the glowing sacks, and yeah, this is going to be perfect for tinted glass. Now, since I did that downgrade to my world to get the OP armor, I lost 2 advancements. I still need to take out the ender dragon to get one of them, and also look at it through a spyglass. So I'm going to grab the spyglass from the shulker box, craft some end crystals, and head to the end. Now, the last time I did this, it completely broke this farm, and to be honest, I've never fixed the farm, so we should expect a lot of water to come raining down. Although, having said that, it didn't work. It just... Wait, did someone blow up? I could be wrong, but I think a shulker bullet hit the end crystal. That's why everything's broken. I'd have to go and make more now. Things can never just run smoothly, can they? And to top it all off, I don't have enough gas tiers to make more. But it's a good thing I have gas farms for problems like that. And there are plenty of gas tiers ready and waiting here for me. And a chicken too. Now to make a load more of these and try this out again. I'm pretty sure nothing can go wrong now. And up here is a great angle to shoot the towers. Wait, can you not shoot them while it's... Oh, you gotta wait for the dragon to actually show up. Wait, but the dragon is on fire. Wait, is that because I shot a crystal? That's super weird. Now we can get rid of these crystals. This might just be one of the easiest battles ever for me. Let's just open up these towers. There we go, they're all gone. The dragon hasn't really done too much damage just compared to what it normally does. Now I've got to look at it through a spyglass. There we go. It's the moment when it tries to purge that it's a problem, I guess. And it's quite difficult for me to hit. I've had to stack up some endstone. And there we have it. That is every single... What on earth? You think that's going to stop me? No, I just come in faster and harder. But yeah, that's every single advancement in Minecraft for the second time. I'd already tested it as well, and unfortunately I don't get a second ender dragon egg, or the 12,000 XP that would go with that, which is why I didn't wait until I'd find a way to exploit it before I took the ender dragon out. And I think it's time I finally sorted a home out for you 3 dogs. You've just lived on this cold emerald floor for thousands and thousands of days. Yeah, I'm going to give you somewhere better to live. And this chest has been here since the first ever video. It's just full of junk. Let's get rid of it. The beauty of that is that I've got an auto sorter that will just filter everything for me. And I think here is going to be as good a place as any to build this home for them. Probably time that this water could go now. I don't really need it anymore. I only really used it recently for converting concrete, but now I've got a dedicated machine for that. And I'm pretty sure it's impossible to get blocks like this in Minecraft now, so it must be protected at all costs. I think sticking with the spruce wood theme of the area is a good idea to start off with, and I think I'd like to use more more copper as well. Let's start with some beams in the corner like this, and they can all connect up like so. I think I'm going to need a bit more spruce wood. And then on top of here is where the copper could come in to create a bit of a roof that isn't super even. It's a little bit more textured and random, because it seems that building things that are a little bit wonky and a little bit random is what looks best in Minecraft nowadays. And we could make it ever so slightly overgrown by using like, yeah, flowering azalea. And do we have any like moss carpet? I guess we can just craft it like that, can't we? Yeah. And I can easily mine up the flowering azalea. I don't want it to look super overgrown, but I think just a little bit won't hurt. Yeah, I think that's coming together quite nicely. Next, if I head down here, grab some coal, logs and sticks, then I can make a bunch of campfires, place them along here like this, and then turn them off. And they just kind of look, you know, pretty cool like that. Cool little effect. Somebody in the comments gave me that idea. Now to grab trapdoors and slabs and begin building a nice little overhanging area right here. And to have a similar theme to my house, I'm going to place down walls with fences on, if I could actually place the top fence. As I was saying, fences on top. And that is this front porch complete. Hopefully it keeps the snow off for the dogs. Iron bars can connect up these gaps. And now to create the actual building, I'm just using loads of random different types of stone to just, yeah, give it that extra texture. Now I know it may look like I'm building a prison, but I can assure you it's far from that. Leave here so it looks like a tap. Let's go and make this grass path as well. Also put some more decoration on the outside with these pieces of andesite, kind of do this all the way around. I'll also add more leaves around the edge to kind of keep up with that overgrown feeling. I'm doing random textures for the ground as well to try and, you know, just, oh look, we don't want that there. Something like that. Yeah, just to kind of, again, just bring it to life a little bit more, make it look realistic. That's the interior looking quite nice. In fact, let's put a birch plank there. Yeah, just a good little floor. These gaps could be filled up with drip leaves, you know, just to be something a little bit different. I've also added some little compartments for them if they want to go in. Let's go and put a bone on the floor. There we go. I'm sure they'll love that, although it should be like that, I think. And I think with that, this place is pretty much ready. Quite like the design. It's not as fancy as my house, which definitely is what needs to be the case. Can't be having my dogs living in bigger luxury than me. Come on, guys. You're going to go to your new home. Now, don't be shy. Look at that. They're exploring it. They're loving it. Come on in. One at a time. Think about, look at it, straight into there. Okay, you don't like it, do you not? Well, Junior, yeah, look, yeah, come and talk to him, buddy. Tell him to come on inside. You guys really don't have a brain, do you? You need to walk through the door. And that is mission successful. They're all into their new home. See that, guys? I will probably never see you ever again. No, I'm just kidding. All right, that would be nice. Finally, this floor is much more spacious. And I think some lime green carpet here will look a bit nicer. I would do the same thing on this side, but yeah, there's a goat, there's Enderman in the way. It's just too much going on. And now to collect up more slime, since I'm going to need a lot of it to build the World Eater. And I have loads more slime. It should be enough. Look at all this. Yeah, plenty. And now to build my next project, which is going to be a way for me to get a lot more coral. This is everything I'm going to need, as well as a bunch of bone meal. So let's head to a warm ocean. This is one of the closest warm oceans that I can find near my house. So let's build this farm. It is going to be the rails that I'm going to kind of AFK on, and I'm going to be going back and forth on here. And a dropper with a dispenser on top. These detector rails are going to be connected with redstone to the dropper and dispenser like this. And it's on top to spawn proof it. Now for more slabs along here with signs on them, then some glass on top with a chest and a bunch of hoppers. Now to place some dirt so we can set up the water, this is going to be all the way along this back edge. Then I can break the dirt so this whole area is flooded. We'll also need an extra line of blocks all the way around the edge. Then I can break these blocks and then I'll turn these into source blocks. And with that, the farm is complete. My bone meal is in there going into the dispenser. I jump in this minecart, and as you can see, it is working. So I can just go like this with my silk touch item, and all the coral is flowing upwards and then filling up this chest. So I'll chill in AFK here for about 10 minutes, see how much we get. I think I've spent long enough here, and that is lots and lots of very useful coral. I don't really know where I'm going to put all of this, so I think the best option may be to add chests in the wall right here. Put these sides so they're like that, so it looks a little bit nicer. Stairs so that you can actually open them, and we'll also change the back wall to be blackstone bricks as well. Then I want single chests for different items, and yeah, we can just like shove all coral goes in here, and I can add that to the end of this one as well, just to hold even more spare items that don't really have a space. And speaking of items that don't have a space, I've got loads and loads of them right here, so I should probably do something about that. These all should have their own slots, and so that's a load of new items added, and then those items can be sent through the auto storage. And now I want to go searching for more deep slate diamond ore, and the reason for this is that at some point I want to create a room and use deep slate diamond ore as like the material for it. I just feel like it'll be a cool flex. I don't know. Just a random idea I had, but anyway, let's try and find some caves. This looks like a promising one down here. It does go deeper and deeper into a dripstone one. And now to make my life easier, we drink a night vision, which makes spotting diamond ore much more consistent. And you know what? To make things interesting, I'm going to put a timer on screen and see just how many diamonds I can find in the next 30 minutes. If I can get 40 diamond ore, then I think I've done pretty well. Then again, it's entirely possible I can find way more than that, because I've already found 6 diamond ore, and it's literally not even been 2 minutes. And these caves just keep going and going. I accidentally mined 2 ores with my fortune pickaxe instead of my silk touch one, because as you should know, guys, I'm sometimes an idiot. But now I've actually got 20 diamond ore in my inventory. In fact, 22. And I'm on to my last fire resistance. Oh dear, this mine shaft's about to go up in flames. And now I have found 30 pieces. That is crazy. We've still got like, what, 14 minutes to go? And just for counting purposes, I'm going to take these, because this was equivalent of 2 diamond ore. I just messed it up. So I have actually found 32 deep slate ore altogether. If I can find a stack in 30 minutes, that will be insane. Because everywhere I go, diamonds just show. It's like Minecraft is in easy mode. Yeah, 43 diamonds and we've still got 80 left. Yeah, I think I can do it. The night vision has definitely helped in being able to spot it easier. But the fact that the caves have been so massive has also been very useful. But it is kind of ridiculous how easy they are to get now. I remember when your diamonds used to be like the craziest thing to find. And now we're 20 minutes in with 50 ores found. I'm now at a night vision, so things are going to be a little more difficult. But don't worry, not too difficult for me. This caving journey is going so well that I'm even grabbing loads of redstone. We're going to be very close to 60 now, because there's one here and then a load more through here. Yeah, we're on 61. Okay, the stack is going to happen. Unless something goes terribly wrong and I can't find 3 diamonds in the next 5 minutes. Another spawner? With a notch up! Oh my goodness, that is the second one today. I went through so many spawners today. Why could I not find them that fast here? But with this, yeah, I find them super quick when I'm in an actual cave. This might just be my greatest ever mining journey. And there's another diamond ore. Looks like it's just one, so we're on 62. Another one in the roof. 4 minutes to find one more diamond. Probably one of the easiest challenges of my life. Redstone's more precious to me at this point. Another extremely rare thing, deep slate emerald ore. That is super, super rare since the new update. So in one video, I got deep slate emerald ore and deep slate coal ore. And I've only got 1 minute and 40 seconds to find that final diamond ore that'll lose me. I thought it was going to be guaranteed, but now I'm not so sure. I may be burning up, but I was about to say my desire to find a diamond is even more important, but look at that. We have got the 64th diamond, make that 65, 65 diamond ore found in 29 minutes and 30 seconds. Can we get another one? In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have been setting up jokes about burning up when I'm trying to find that diamond, but yeah, it all worked out in the end. And with that, the time is up. Yes, the grand total is 65 diamond ore, but yeah, okay, we got a notch apple in there. We got the deep slate emerald ore. What a trip. And even though the 30 minutes is over, we're still finding more. I'm calling it. That is my greatest ever mining journey. Now to simply build another portal so that I can fly back home. And whilst I'm here, something else I'm going to need lots and lots of is quartz. So if I see some, I'm going to mine it up. I'm fairly confident that all of this should be enough for me. But then again, that world eater does need a ridiculous amount of observers. Let's put this deep slate emerald ore with the rare deep slate coal ore. So only one of those in each, and then we'll put that one right there. And since I've got quite a few stacks of quartz, I think it's going to be smart for me to use this machine, and then I can just AFK it like this. It's just going to be easier. And I'm fairly confident that all of this quartz should be enough. Kind of like coming upstairs and seeing an actual building there rather than just the empty spaces in the teleporter. I think maybe going and getting some more lanterns might be a good idea, as well as a bunch of spruce fences to go with it. So the idea of having these lampposts is to basically melt the snow over the pathways so that, you know, you can already that I did way too many buttons, so I'm going to remove a load of them. You know what they say, guys, sometimes less is more. And that's a bunch of lampposts and lanterns added to the area. To solve my issue with the snow, rather than have loads of items on the ground and, you know, too many things, if I just go like that with a carpet, I feel like that will light it up better. And in my opinion, it just looks a lot more subtle. Like, having lanterns on the ground is okay, but what are you guys doing here? But I definitely prefer the idea of barely being able to see it. That's it, cats. Scare them away. It's working. Has to be said. Great progress has been made on this village in this video. But before it ends, I think it might be a good idea just to fix the destruction that happened down here, since it was kind of my fault that a creeper blew up and ruined everyone's lives. This guy needs to go in there. And there we go, guys. Good as new. I definitely need to light up this room a bit better so that something like this does not happen again. That definitely looks a lot better to me. Although maybe it'd be better if there was instead sea lanterns in the roof. Let's try that. Yeah, you know what? I don't think it works as well. Well, that is another job well done. And every time I use this pathway, I always think, well, it could be faster. If I was to instead grab a load of the soil variant and mine all of the sand one up, then it would make this pathway just a bit quicker. And there we go. That definitely feels a bit faster. Just did a little bit of research, realized that there was absolutely no difference in the speed. However, if I don't have my boots on ever, now I'm at least not going to get slowed down by this, which is a good thing. So, you know, that's the only positive from swapping it around. Next time I'll do the research before I rebuild something. I want to see just how much ancient debris that I'm going to need to get today to finish this beacon. And so now the ancient debris beacon has been destroyed. You see what I did there? Now to smelt all of these, then to craft all of the ingots, create the blocks, and I'm one more piece of ancient debris away from another block. You know what? I'm going to go and find one right now. There we go, mission accomplished. And it was a vein of 3 as well, which is pretty awesome. I'm also going to collect up a bunch of quartz whilst I'm down here, since that'll all be very useful later on. This is one of my old ancient debris tunnels, by the way, if you're wondering. And I just found a random nether piece. And so that gives me an extra block. Let's place them all down here. All of this is 1,188 ancient debris worth. And to finish it, I'm going to need 4,713 pieces. Yeah, this world eater better work well. I'm doing the maths for this world eater, and all I can say is I better hurry up and build it, because I'm not even 100% sure if that's going to give me enough to finish it. Yeah, this is a bit of a crazy project. First things first, this entire machine needs to be moved 2 blocks upwards. I'm just going to opt for the method of completely destroying it and rebuilding it from scratch. Now that's all destroyed. Before I rebuild it, I might as well finish these trenches. And I'm not going to make them by hand like a peasant. No, instead I'll create a machine that does it for me. And before I forget, I need to break everything on this side as well. And so the first of the TNT trenches is going to be built right here. Whilst the machine is ready, I'm just going to set off one for now to make sure that it is working okay. And look at that, all of the TNT is going down. And I also feel like the amount that's been blowing up at the moment is just too high. As you can see, it is pretty high up. TNT is flying about. So far, it is okay though. And it looks like it's broke. It looks like the coral has broke on it and the TNT's disappeared. So I need to just dig this a little bit lower before I create the trench. Nice to halt it with ender chests. And I think doing this should send it back. Yeah, okay, it's going back along. These returning pistons need to be more this way. Now that it's back, I can fix this. Dig this area out to be a little bit deeper. Time for Trench Eater take 2, and this time I'm setting them all off. Unfortunately, the end one did get blown up, but these 3 are going strong. And the pistons are successfully turned them round, so they're going back the opposite way. Now they're all back, I can rebuild this end one. Now to set them all off again. Had a slight issue with that last one, but now it is fixed and it is... it's going, although it's not dispensing TNT now. It really just doesn't want to work. If it doesn't work perfectly this time, I really don't know what I'm going to do myself. Okay, it is working. And now for the very fun job of removing all the lava. While I leave this one running, I might as well build the one on the other side. And then whilst they're both running, I can remove all the lava. The trench on this side should be deep enough so the TNT doesn't ruin everything. Let's also get rid of this platform just to be safe. And now let's send them all along and hope that on this side, nothing breaks. Well, the good news is it seems to have got to the end completely unscathed. And the destruction is just beautiful. Now, whilst both of these are running, I need to get back to removing lava. And buckets are actually an extremely good way to do this. You know, there's something strangely satisfying about just removing loads and loads of lava and watching it all disappear before your very eyes. It is also cool that I'm already uncovering ancient debris. I'm going to have to move the machine a little bit lower to destroy the ground down here. So these lava lakes are the things that I have to tackle next. However, my elytra have nearly broken, and removing these lava lakes is going to require me to make flying machines to get rid of it, which is it's just going to take a lot of effort. So I'm going to spend a bit of time doing something else. And that something else is going to be to get lots and lots of gunpowder. I'm getting loads of gunpowder from these guys. Now I'm going to take the opportunity to reach a bit of a milestone. And that milestone is to get 25 notch apples. And the method that I'm going to use for that is to search for desert pyramids. Everywhere I go, I just see things that look so cool. Like, look at this, a giant hole, like water spilling out of it. And it's like, leads into a cave. It's so amazing. Even though the new update's been out for a few weeks, I still can't get over how good it is. Can I find a desert? No, but I can find a woodland mansion. What on earth? I think 1.18 made these a bit more common. Oh my goodness. Imagine if this is how I die. I just drop into an ocean, into a woodland mansion and die. You know, that would be very embarrassing. I'm not getting to 2,700 and whatever days it is and dying that way. I think I have a better idea of how to explore this place. Just burn it down. I mean, why look for chests when the chests will look for you? Are you kidding me? Really? It's just started raining. How am I supposed to burn this place to the ground in the rain? Since this plan has failed miserably, I'm just going to carry on searching for a desert. I cannot find a desert anywhere, so you know what? We're going to switch it up and just go for the dungeon searching method. At least with this method, I'll actually be able to find some structures. Dungeon number 1, nothing. Found a diamond while digging down. And the dungeon literally exposed a diamond as well, which is kind of cool. But second dungeon, nothing either. And the same result in the third, or in the fourth, the fifth, the sixth one, the 7th. And in the 8th one, we have got a notch apple. Look at that, notch apple number 25. Well, after that very successful mission, let's head home. And all of this XP is still left here, which is kind of cool, so I can repair all my items from the creeper XP earlier. Let's put notch apple number 25 safely into the ender chest, and all these random items into this chest here. Now, earlier in the nether, my silk touch pickaxe did break, so I'll buy everything I need from these guys and create a new silk touch pickaxe. The anvil did break, but don't worry, I have another one right here. I also don't know where the black shulker box that has all my tooly kind of things in it, so yeah, that is not the one right there. I've put it somewhere last episode, but where that place is, I have no idea. So I guess I'll just have to use the smithing table in here instead. I've searched everywhere. finally found it. For some reason I put it in here. I have no idea why. I'm glad that mystery's solved. Now I have to grab a bunch of gravel and continue the big world eater project. I'm still not sure if I just want to use gravel or flying machines for this, but one thing is for sure. Gravel is at least going to be necessary to complete the border. And if you thought I was just going to place gravel extremely slowly, then think again. I'm going to hook this machine up like that. And if I just hold right click, I can place gravel so fast, as you can see. Okay, well, not like that though. I think standing to the side of it is best, but yeah, this is definitely the way to do it. Apparently, yeah, it kind of stops when I do that, so that is something to bear in mind. I've just realised something very annoying about this strategy. Soul sand will mess you up, and there must be soul sand down here. I think I've mined it. I realised that jumping in lava isn't really a good idea, but I've got no fire resistance, and my totem will save me if I need it to. I think before I can start doing things with gravel, I need to go down and just get rid of all the anything like soul sand down here or anything like that. So I'm going to dig a big tunnel in this direction and make sure that it is only netherrack along here. Okay, this is very annoying. I've replaced the big strip, so it should work now. So let's start placing gravel again. So guys, I apparently have somehow managed to completely break gravel. I think it's okay, but this right here. Okay, what on earth? I don't know what's going on. Let's just continue placing gravel. And as you can see, I've also greatly compacted the design. I have to say, I'm pretty happy with how fast this method is. And one strip has been completed. Now to turn a corner and go this way. I've already run out of gravel, so I'm going to have to get more. All these stacks should keep me going for now. So it's back to placing. And that is the border complete. Also, guys, if you find that you are enjoying my videos, then please could you make sure to subscribe. Building a netherite beacon is a massive project, so, you know, subscribe is the least you could do to help me. I think loads of scaffolding may be more helpful than gravel, just because I can kind of place it a bit faster. Let's get more fire resistance from the bartering farm. And now I'm going to attempt to build some flying machines in lava. It's going to be a little bit annoying. Building lava is way harder than I thought it was going to be. But if I built it correctly, it should now set off when I place a block. Yes, it is working. I've tried building this one the opposite way around, which should technically be faster. We're about to find out if it works. Okay, no, nothing moved. And now when I go like this, the next one should move along. And so that I don't tear my hair out constantly going in and out of lava, I'm going to change the floor to be netherrack, place a load of scaffolding. So basically the method I'm using is to place scaffolding like this, and then I can break this top layer like so, and just I can cover it, and I can just place so much faster than if it was gravel. And then I can build in here much easier without being terrorized by lava. As you can see, I have built an entire row of these flying machines across here. If I now do this to remove the gravel and then activate these observers, then they will clear the lava for me. I've sent 3 more off on the lower one, and there goes the final 2 right there. And because I couldn't properly get rid of this bottom row, I'm just going to use scaffolding to remove it all. And that is the entire area successfully drained. It doesn't look like much, but it took forever, didn't it? So now I'm going to mine up all this scaffolding and spend some time draining this section right here. Hopefully it won't take too long. Well guys, I stayed up pretty late last night and successfully drained another area, only I made this one a bit wider than the other one because I want to TNT it, and I feel like if I TNT the walls and the lava comes down, then things would just get very, very messy very fast. And so on this side, the only other bit of lava I've got to get rid of is this one, which it's not too big of an area, and also the exact same thing on this side. As you can see, I've got loads of scaffolding, which really has been so useful in getting rid of lava. Like, I can just go like this, and it's so much faster than anything else. And you can also break it really, really fast as well. And before I drain any more lava, I'm going to build some more TNT trenches that are a bit lower down, and that way I'll be able to expose any hidden lava under the land. So let's send the 2 middle ones off and see how it goes. Look at that. Loads of secret lava under this land that I wouldn't have otherwise seen. And as I suspected, my gravel walls are being absolutely ruined. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, I didn't move the scaffolding enough. Yeah, that was my bad. And now to build one of these on this side. Except the one on this side will be better because I made the lava trench way wider. All part of my master plan. The second flying machines are now ready. This time I'm going to be more careful and break every single piece of scaffolding up there, which is very, very satisfying. So let's set it off and see how this one goes. Could be wrong, but the lava spread might actually be even worse. But I can patch up these gaps and then use buckets to collect up the lava. Seriously, guys, there's just such a ridiculous amount of lava here. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I have finally got it all. There was one little piece left. I've made this 3 wide. I did start creating the 4th one, but then I realized there isn't really enough space in this left-hand side, so there was absolutely no point. So, yeah, we're going to We're going to see how this goes. It's going to create a load more lava, but I'm just going to accept it. In fact, I can place a load of gravel to try and counter it. It has to be said, this trench is looking pretty good. And now I have the very fun task of removing all the lava at this end of the trench. I realised that there's loads of blocks in the way down here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to place gravel on top of TNT and light that. And because the TNT is inside of gravel, it'll blow up the blocks. And now I've pretty much got rid of all the lava. This is all just draining away down here. And now I can run the TNT trencher once again. Everything seems to be blowing up fine down there. And now I can use buckets to remove these extra bits of lava. And look at that. this side is now completely drained out. Now to finish this end, and I'm going to mine this bit here by hand, mainly because I am sick and tired of fixing walls. And there we have it. The trench is completely done. Now to drain this bit on the other side, and instead of using gravel, I'm just going to try it with scaffolding. That is the border successfully added. Now to just place loads of scaffolding and work my way down. Scaffolding can be a little bit glitchy at times, can't it? Now the top layer is covered, I just go down one where I've got this gravel, place this and go underneath, and I can start getting back all the scaffolding that I had before, and then I will never run out. And that is another layer complete. I don't know if it's actually faster to use flying machines, but this method is way more satisfying and a lot less frustrating than trying to clear a pathway and build the flying machines under lava. I have to say, in my opinion, scaffolding is just one of the most underrated blocks in Minecraft. I'm only just beginning to realise how useful of a thing that it actually is. I'm starting to run out of scaffolding quite a lot now, because occasionally some of it gets lost in the lava, and sometimes I've got to do things like that and create pillars, and as you can see, I'm kind of constantly building outwards because the lava kind of goes across. So I'm thinking it might be a good idea to do a change of project and create a bigger and better bamboo farm, because the one I currently have it's just not fast enough. And as you can see, I've already pretty much used up all my bamboo from this one anyway. Could just fly to a jungle and get loads and loads that way, but building a really powerful farm will be a bit more long lasting. Everything I need is right here, except from the fact that I need a load of sand to turn into a load of glass. And whilst that smelts in the background, I'm going to head to a jungle. Then I can mine up lots and lots of bamboo. Then I'll have plenty of it that I can plant just to get the farm started. Just realised I went all that way when I literally have loads of bamboo I could have just grabbed from here. I think there's loads in the... Oh well, it doesn't matter. Now I've got even more, which has to be a good thing. And whilst I was gone, a lot of the glass has smelted. Probably all the glass that I need, really. What I want to know is, why is there a load of golems on my melon farm? How did you even get up here? They should be going through the portals. Oh well, you guys are better prepared to be swept away in a moment. And now to remove a load of this forest. And unfortunately, the mountain has got to go as well. I also think building another beacon right here may be useful, because I need the haste to mine up this stone faster. And now Operation Remove the Entire Mountain is complete. Now to dig an area here to go to the chest room. The chest goes here with a load of hoppers going into this, and then a load of redstone torches along here, and the same on this side as well, which will be for the powered rails. Now to add the hopper minecarts, and now to cover it all up. Next I'll add a glass board around the outside, and begin building the flying machine. And that is this bit complete, and also this side, and right here is the system that will send the flying machine back the opposite way. So now all that's left to do is plant the bamboo, and then build up the glass to be higher. This is looking very nice indeed. The only thing left to be done is just drop down here, and now that the bamboo's grown, putting water along this edge won't break any of it, which is the idea. So we're going to have it all the way, and that just means that if any bamboo lands here, it'll get pushed to where the hopper minecarts can pick it up. But you see on this side, there's one that hasn't yet grown, so it looks like I'll have to give it a bit of a hand. Now it can't break. I've just realised that this water is going to melt. I did bring some sea lanterns, there we go, so I'm going to put those along here, and when I say melt, I mean freeze, you know what I mean. Just like this one right here. Well, now it's about to melt, and there we have it. The farm is complete. I've just realised a massive flaw with the design. I didn't build this in the middle, did I? Oh, you're an idiot, SB. Because I built my chest room off center because the mountain in the way. Yeah, I based it off that. Yeah, that was stupid. So I'll just have to remove a few of these slime blocks. Now when the bamboo grows, it will go across and harvest it, but it is just missing the last 2 layers because it should be 2 layers to the right. For now, I'm going to manually harvest these end ones, and I'll fix the farm later, since right now, I've got more important things to do, such as crafting lots more scaffolding, and then placing it down. It's nice to finally be able to see the bottom of this lava lake, and I think all of the lava has now gone, except for 1 or 2 tiny little patches I've missed. This really is a glorious moment, and it's fully done. I've even drained these caves as well. You can see, because they kind of got blown up, like lava flowed down, but it's all disappeared now. Let's go. Just so satisfying every time I see it. Now to craft a load of buckets, get rid of these extra bits of lava, repair this TNT trencher. These are now all built. This time I'm going to remove every single bit of the scaffolding. I don't want a repeat of what happened before. And now to send them across and begin the final phase of building the trenches. Accidentally placed this observer incorrectly, which caused an issue. Now the end one can set off as well. Now to craft a load more buckets and remove the final bits of lava. Now I'm going to go on a mission to collect loads of gravel, and there's a decent amount left at the bartering farm. And with that, I can tidy up these edges. And all the lava has finally been plugged up on this side. I just need to go and get more gravel to fix this little bit here. And right here should be the perfect place to mine it up. And now to get it placed down. And I think I've now blocked it all up. Just so satisfying watching it all drain away. And so the final thing for me to do is mine both of these ends out where there's blocks here that haven't been blown up with TNT. And there we go, all finished. It's taken a ridiculous amount of time to make both these trenches and mine out all this top area, but it is finally time for me to create the World Eater. I successfully broke all of the TNT trenches. Now something that I'm going to need a lot of to build this World Eater is slime blocks. And I've already got 2 shulker boxes worth, so I'll get the remaining 18 stacks from this slime farm. And I believe that is all the slime I need. I've also filled up these shulker boxes. And another item I need a lot of is pistons. It'll be 39 stacks altogether, which means I need wood and there's none in here, but there is in here. And I also have a full shulker box's worth in my ender chest, so yeah, I've got more than enough. Another needed item is lots and lots of redstone, and now I've got some serious crafting ahead of me to get every single item that I need. So all these items are going to get turned into pistons. We can make a few stacks, which is just as well considering how many of them I'm going to need. And that is every single normal piston that I need. And I need 14 stacks for sticky pistons. And that is all the sticky pistons that I need. Now to collect more redstone, grab all the cobblestone I can from these chests, and start crafting observers. And it would seem that I am completely out of redstone. And I've still got a lot of observers that I need to gather up. So the only thing I can think to do is grab my pickaxe, check to see if I've got any left at the raid farm. And the answer is no, I don't. And then I'll start searching the caves for it. And you know what? If I see diamonds, I might as well grab them. And thankfully this bit of cave has quite a lot of redstone all around it. I did manage to get quite a bit of redstone from that mining trip, and I'm now training with these guys again. And hopefully I'll now have enough items to craft the rest of these observers. Never mind, I've now run out of cobblestone. I've just had an idea for this farm. I think I know a way that I can make it faster. Because at its current speed, it's going to take me till next Christmas to get all these observers. I'll first pick up the lava and then mine up these stairs. They can instead go along here and be waterlogged. Then I'll pick up all this lava again, mine up the crying obsidian and place it here instead. Then head back to my house, grab a few hoppers and place them along here. Put the lava back on top. And now if I kind of look at an angle when I mine, I think maybe I can get more per thing. Okay, this is not working out. I didn't quite think this through, did I? Actually, if I look at the correct angle, I'm breaking maybe 6 instead, but I have to get the right angle. So I might make it a lot faster. It makes it at least 1 block more each time. You're breaking 6 instead of 5, which I guess does help. And if I do something like this, you'll break a lot more. I think that's definitely helped. I've got a lot more cobblestone faster this time. And whilst I was mining the cobble, these guys were restocking their redstone. Once again, I've run out of cobble, but I'm so close to having everything that I need. So I'm going to randomly mine out a load of underground cobblestone, then I can craft observers while I'm down here. And I believe that is all observers achieved. Still need a lot of redstone blocks. I just realised I had a load of observers in here, so I've got way more observers than I need. Other items that I need are honey, which I'm going to steal from this machine and replace with slime because I have some spare. I need even more redstone. Another needed item is sand, so that I can make concrete that can then be converted from powder to the actual block. I also need melons, anvils, some coral fans, and also a bunch of other different items which I have now got. Which means the only thing left that I need is about 6 stacks of redstone blocks. How desperate for redstone am I? Well, desperate enough to mine up the floor of my house just so I can afford more of it. Alright fellas, a lot of sacrifice has been made to be able to afford this, but it is another step closer to having all of the redstone blocks. And I'm going to get the rest of it by mining. There's a cave connected to this, so you know what, that's the wrong cave, but we'll just go in here and hope that the shulkers don't go for me. And yes, this is Operation Get a ridiculous amount of redstone really quickly. Come to a dead end. But there's some redstone on the side of a chunk, which is perfect. And this looks like it could be a decent sized cave with decent ores. Well, so far it doesn't look like a decent sized cave, but it has got some decent ores. And this gravel is going to be useful because I have to remove a little bit of lava once I've set off the actual machine. And guess what? It turns out it was a decent sized cave. Another stack is down. 3 more to go. That trip got me another 64. And these guys are going to give me the rest. And finally, I think I've got every single item I need. Although I think it would be a good idea to steal some more emerald blocks and buy some bottles of XP. Just so I can mend my elytra and stuff like that whilst I'm on the go. Can't believe I'm finally ready to start building this. 3 entire videos in the making. But now it's finally time to get to work. First thing to be done is 1 long row of sticky pistons, slime blocks and redstone blocks. And this will basically create the switch that detects that every sweeper has got back across so that the machine can set off again. Finally made it to the end of this strip. All it's made me do is realise how massive this contraption is going to be. That's all of the pistons down. Next I'll add the redstone blocks. I've actually got a pretty cool system for placing all these. Look at this, I'm using the slime to my advantage. Now let's tackle the bit of complicated redstone at this end, which is what will pull the machine downwards every time we get round. Adding these bottom pistons and redstone blocks was a bit annoying, but now I get the easier task of just adding loads of honey blocks. And that is all of the mechanism for the sweepers done. Now to build the part that will push them downwards. All of that mechanism is now in, so I'm beginning to build the TNT droppers. It's definitely getting close. I'm now adding in the melons and the TNT. And we're actually not getting too far away from finishing this side. But there is still a lot of observers to be added to this top bit and a bunch of slime over there. Yeah, it's a bit to go yet. And there's going to be anvils on these pistons. And these are helpful because anvils don't get pushed by pistons, but they are affected by gravity. Now I'm adding the coral fans, which will update suppress so we can get loads of TNT, and also the detector rails. I'll just need to put minecarts on those. Let's fill the inventory with minecarts and start adding them in. And there we go, they're now all in. I have to say, the machine is already looking pretty insane. And now to just keep going with this build. I feel like this should go without saying, but I'm going to tell you guys anyway. I did not design this. I'll leave the links to the people who did, because yeah, this is out of my depth, but it is insane. And I am so close to doing it. I've just got 1 layer left on this side, which consists of slime, as well as pistons and observers. And now this side is fully complete, and you can enjoy this time lapse of me building the other side. And there we have it. The operation to build a Nether World Eater is complete. And I'm going to break a rule for the first time in this series, guys. I've spent ages and ages and ages building this, preparing the area. I mean, I've spent the last 100 days doing it, but the 100 days before that, the 100 days before that, it's taken so long. I don't want to wait any longer. I'm going to steal some days from the next video because I just really want to see it in action, you know, create the full perimeter and enjoy my hard work. Plus, I've done nothing but replace lava, break blocks, you know, build this. I deserve to have something fun at the end of it. So all we have to do to set it off is break this block, and it's going. It is all going. It is working, and it is blowing up the terrain. Those are the sweepers underneath, which will get rid of lava and move down the ancient debris. It's just so insane. Look at it go. It's just completely destroying the terrain. We're going to have an amazing perimeter by the end of this. And because quartz has a higher blast resistance, I can go around and collect that and basically just end up with loads and loads of it. Bit of ancient debris right there. Look at that. That lava should get removed. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, look at that. It got removed by the sweepers. It's disappearing. That's so awesome. And now it's come to the end. And if everything's worked correctly, once every single sweeper gets in, the machine moves down a little bit. And look at that. The next... Yeah, look at that. The TNT is going. You can see this machine again. It moves down a little bit because it has to go down a layer. And the cycle continues. It's absolutely insane. Now, this will take 4 hours to run. But as I said, I'm going to keep going around, collecting up quartz, just collecting resources and using this opportunity. And I do also need to collect any ancient debris that is in these trenches, because they will block the machine up there. Will all of this get me enough for a full netherite beacon? Well, only time will tell. But regardless, having a massive perimeter is going to be so useful. After this, I don't think I'll ever need to collect up quartz again. And if I see ancient debris, I might as well grab it. That's definitely a daunting sight when you see that coming towards you. I better get out of here. And another thing that needs to be finished whilst the World Eater is working is these side trenches that will make sure the machine doesn't ever stop. So I'm just going to place gravel all in a row along here. And that is gravel placed down all the way along here. And in the meantime, the machine appears to have stopped because it looks like a sweeper has got stuck. Okay, see, this is the beauty of this machine. If something stops, doesn't work, then it will stop and wait. So we can see that for some reason, a bit of ancient debris was missed on being pushed down. So we just need to break that. Okay, something weird has happened, guys. What is going on? Okay, it seems like the game has kind of just lagged to a standstill. Let me go. I'm swimming in air, guys. That's basically all I'm doing right now. This is so weird. It's actually the coolest thing I've ever done in my life. Just look at me go. Looks like I'm going to have to reload the game. I don't know what's going on. We are back, and I'm going to go and have to reactivate the mob switch. And now when I break the ancient debris, it seems to work better. Place this right here, and that should now carry on. And once that sweeper gets back, the whole machine will set off again. Absolutely genius. And I'm stood right under where the TNT is going to go. So that's why if I see ancient debris, I grab it just in case the machine gets stuck on any. Generally pretty rare, but it can still happen. I really cannot wait to see how much ancient debris I get in total from this entire thing being destroyed. I'm guessing it's going to be quite a lot. And in the meantime, I'm going to finish off doing this trench, which is first done by digging down here, okay, and avoiding lava. Then I place down loads of soul sand, and I can start mining out the floor. And as you can see, if the gravel falls, it will break on these down here. That's the basic strategy of how I'm going to do this without losing loads and loads of gravel. I'm now working on the trench on the other side because I realized that it's not actually that deep. The flying machine just kept getting stuck on this side, so yeah, I'm working on this. We can focus on the lava on the other side in a bit. And all this XP from the quartz is also useful to heal up all my items and my pickaxe. And now I've dug the trench down so it goes down to lava level on this side as well. I'm at the bottom layer on this side that I first started on, and I'm using the soul sand to break all the gravel, which is absolutely perfect. So this side is about to be finished when I get to the other end. I would show you all the gravel breaking, but I can't really stop moving, otherwise I'll just get hit by lava. And that is this side now fully complete. And now to get this side finished. And this trench has now been mined out all the way down to bedrock without setting myself on fire. That would be nice. Next I'm going to make a load of polished blackstone, then a load of buttons, and place them all the way along here underneath the gravel. And that is all of them down. Now to just make a little tunnel. Okay, hold on. We're going to be a little bit careful about this. Just lava everywhere I go. But then I can mine away at this and drop down the gravel. So I have to kind of make a simultaneous tunnel, which isn't a problem because I can mine this really fast. And as you can see at the bottom, well, just don't look. But trust me, guys, at the bottom, the gravel is definitely breaking. I can't look though. There we go. They're all broken. As you can see, yeah, there's just gravel at the bottom. So it did work. And the buttons are also being destroyed, which is perfect. It just means that this trench will be one block lower. I have to say, making the trench on this side has definitely been a lot easier. With the basalt, it was so slow and annoying. And why have I done that? But on this side, it is just so much quicker. And that is mission accomplished. And there you go. You can see now the buttons are working. I did stop the machine for a bit because it was getting so low. It was going to start interfering with those. So I had to get them finished. Let's set this back off. Okay, you know what? You're going the wrong way, I'm pretty sure. I will block it with an ender chest. And now you are going the correct way. And whilst the area gets destroyed, I'm going to collect up loads of quartz. Most of this entire area is now lava, and it's just so satisfying to watch the sweepers remove it all so easily. And I think I'll spend some time in this going for a ride. Quite an exciting way to travel, if you ask me. The World Eater has now got to a super low level, and as you can see, there is just ancient debris everywhere down here. Might as well start mining it up right now. It's also a great opportunity to grab loads of gravel down here, and also quartz as well, as I said earlier. Look at that, the first signs of bedrock. This entire project has taken me way longer than I expected it to. Although with all this ancient debris here, it does mean that the sweepers are a little bit more likely to get stuck. It just looks absolutely insane, doesn't it? A few more run-throughs and these other sections should be fully done as well. And I think this is probably going to be the final run-through because the sweepers are going to get stuck on the next one. So let's place a redstone block here and that will stop the machine. And this is it, my finished perimeter. I'm so proud of this, to be honest. It was a massive project, way bigger than I thought it was going to be. And you're probably wondering, just how much ancient debris have I got from all this? And I'd love to mine it all up right now and tell you a number. But guys, I've used like 20 extra days than I should have done. And there's a kind of going into the next one. So you'll just have to wait and see next episode to find out the total ancient debris I get. Look at me ending this video in a cliffhanger. The first thing you're probably wondering is just how much ancient debris did the World Eater get me? Well, we're now about to find out. So this is my perimeter. I'll turn on the chunk borders and then systematically collect up the ancient debris chunk by chunk. Slowly working my way across and I'm on 1.5 stacks so far. Now 2 stacks. With this, I've got 3 stacks. And that is the grand total. 3.5 stacks from all of this. It doesn't sound like much, does it? Although the main use of this perimeter was not to get loads and loads of ancient debris. No, this massive, massive hole will allow me to go to the world border. But to do that, I'll first need to get rid of this entire machine. I've also realized that I had some more ancient debris that I was mining up as the machine was going in this. So I actually got 6 stacks, over 6 stacks from the World Eater, which is a bit better than what it was before. There's also something extremely satisfying about mining up a massive contraption like this. I've made a bit of progress on breaking it all, but to be honest with you, it is taking forever. I might invest in some TNT. My elytra are also nearly broken, my pickaxe as well, my shovel. I think I'm going to go and get a load of XP. And that way, everything can get fully healed up. Now that that's all done, I can offload these items into chests, smelt the ancient debris, then combine them to make ingots. Over 1.5 stacks, that feels like so many. But turn those into blocks, and we've got 11. All of that for 11 blocks. This really is one of the biggest projects that I've ever tried. But hey, we're another step closer. Enough of that never-ending project. Let's get to the world border. Although before I go world border hunting, I thought I could first do a little bit of notch apple hunting. Here's dungeon number 1. With a notch... Oh my god. Guys, that's... Literally, it's so close to my house. I've only gone like 400-500 blocks away. Let's get another one. I really think this is my best ever method for finding them though. Now for the second dungeon, this time it's a little bit more realistic. Let's keep searching. Nothing in dungeon number 3. Same at the 4th. 5th is also empty. The 6th somehow flew over a monument and got mining fatigue, which means I really need to find a cow on this little island. Ah, I found a whole herd of them. Now to make a bucket, get some milk. Yeah, that could have been a disaster. I'll take another bucket of milk for the road. Now to get back to searching dungeons and finding nothing. Emptiness in dungeon 8. Nothing in 9. 10 though. Haha, well, very nice indeed. Look at that, we've already got 2. That's perfect. I was actually lined up to say that 10 was terrible, you know, my little alliteration theme. But 2 notch apples in that short of a time is very successful indeed. I also just got mining fatigue again. I don't know where from. That's why I brought another bucket of milk. Now we're going to need 3 things to make it to the world border. Also, that's 27 notch apples altogether. The first of the 3 is more elytra. The second thing that I'll need is more time because it's going to take ages and ages to get to the world border, and I've already lost like 20 days in this episode. You'll have to wait and see how I'm literally going to freeze time in my world. And then the final thing will be a way to get back. Otherwise, I'm just going to be trapped to the world border. It's going to take me forever to get back. So first things first, I'm going to begin by getting more elytra. Turns out I've already been here. That's not good at all, although I did leave some gold behind, so that's something. Will this entity be any better? Yes, indeed it will. Here we have the second one. The third is up ahead. There we go. Now I have 5 elytra in total, and now I've got 8 in total. I'm just going to get 1 more. Although since I'm a little bit paranoid and haven't completely done the calculations of how many elytra I actually need, whilst I will have 10 in total, I'm just going to get a few more. Because running out of elytra is basically the only thing that could go wrong with this entire plan. Well, technically, a lot of things could go wrong, but that's the one that worries me the most. And so now I have got 18 elytra. That's got to be enough. It is kind of crazy just how fast you can get more elytra when you can literally fly. All of these can go in the shulker box. Then I'll buy some emeralds, a load of them breaking, and then add it to the elytra. This is definitely a great way to go through all of your levels. And since this guy doesn't look like he's going to restock anytime soon, I will buy the rest from you, good sir. And with that, every single one has unbreaking 3 on it. It looks very nice indeed, doesn't it? So mission successful to get plenty of elytra. Apparently, I have an elytra factory right there as well. Next job, continue getting rid of this world eater. Only this time I'm going to speed things up with TNT. Will it actually help? I have no idea, but what it will do is make everything much more fun. And you get the 100% of the drops from TNT, so it's not like I'm losing anything either. Well, I have to say, it's been much faster using TNT, and then just going along the bottom and grabbing all of the items before they despawn. And for this lower part, I can reach it from down here, which makes life easier. Although it's still better to go ahead and use the TNT. Would you look at that? I missed a piece of ancient debris. I don't know how it didn't jam up the entire machine. Must have got kind of lucky and it like snuck on through. Well, that's just great. I'm also not using TNT on this part because if any of that scaffolding breaks, the whole lot will break above it, and it'd just be too much of a disaster. And finally, every single block on this side of the machine is gone. It is really good that with this machine, I get every single block back, since all of these resources are going to be very useful. And it also means that I can repair this instant wire that I had to break last episode. Yeah, in order to finish that world eater, I took resources from everywhere that I could find them. Next, let's sort all of these items into chests. And now it's time to remove this side of the machine. That is mission accomplished. Now to grab these stray bits of ancient debris, and there's quite a few of them lurking around. Get rid of all of these items, and there sure is a lot of them. Smelt more of this ancient debris. With that I can make a few more ingots. Next I'll grab a bunch of gravel, and then patch up this lava. I quickly realised that adding gravel all the way along here would just be a massive waste of time. So instead I made it look nice with this little 2-high gravel border, and then I also did the exact same thing on this side. And after that I removed every single spawnable block down here, so you can see there are pieces of netherrack, but nothing can spawn on top of these ones. So that this is completely spawn proof, mobs cannot spawn on bedrock. I did it chunk by chunk, and all that's left to do is this end row of chunks right here. Because I didn't TNT this section, there's a bit more work to be done with the mining. And there we go, mission accomplished. It is now only bedrock all along here. And technically nothing should be able to spawn. And to test that out, I'm going to stand right in the middle of this place, which is here. I'll put down an ender chest, nothing about to spawn. Then I'm going to reload the world to turn off the mob switch. So far so good. According to the F3 menu, 0 mobs have spawned, which means we can now begin phase 2. Create a farm that will literally allow me to slow down time. I designed this one myself, and it's going to require a lot of magma and also a lot of obsidian, although we don't really have much of that. And whilst my current obsidian farm is kind of decent, there is a way to make a much better one. It's going to require a lot of items and also a wither, but once it's complete, it'll get me 32,000 obsidian per hour. Every item that I need is right here, so let's head to the end so that we can start building this thing. First things first, I need space around this obsidian platform. It's trapped it, so I need to go mine loads of endstone. Even with haste 2, efficiency 5, this will still take a while. Mining out all this endstone was a lot more effort than I thought it was going to be. I've got loads of endstone here, I've got loads in one of the shulker boxes, loads in the double chest, but I still want to mine out one more layer down here, and also 2 layers on this side. And that is also now all gone. I'm going to take as much of the endstone as I can, and add it to my chest room. And you know what? I'll grab all the rest of the endstone. Some of it needs to go in the shulker box. Mine up these hoppers, and also the chests, and add these to the chest room as well. I've gone from no endstone to loads of endstone. And the next issue I have in this area is those guys. If I don't do something to get rid of those, then the wither will start shooting them, and everything could just go wrong. So it's time to spawn proof the area. The whole area is looking much better. I don't think I need to spawn proof anymore. Time to grab some glass and begin building. Also, when I was spawn proofing the nether perimeter, my silk touch pickaxe did break, and I need to kind of break some glass. I don't have a silk touch pickaxe. You know what? I'm just going to go get another one. Since all I need to make one is 3 diamonds, 2 sticks, and a bunch of books. Perfect, that's now fully done. I used some of the precious ancient debris to upgrade it to netherite, and now I can mine up the precious glass. I literally could have just used this silk touch shovel, but you know what? We needed the new pickaxe. Now to finish these glass platforms, which are going to have borders around them. Next I want another glass platform down here, which is going to have the chests and the hoppers that will collect up all of that obsidian. And this platform right here will have bubble columns on it, which will deflect the wither shots. These stairs around it are all going to be waterlogged. And this little mini cage right here is going to hold an iron golem. I think if I break... Oh, I did not mean to hit you. Don't get mad at me. That's it. Be nice. Anyway, that's where he's going to live for the rest of his life. It's a good thing that golems that you create will not attack you. Now to create the cobblestone generator that will absorb all of the wither's attacks. And that is the generator complete. We're going to place some blocks over the top of that as well. And right here we have the mechanism that will push that cobblestone down on a nice little clock. And you can see if I just go ahead and let's say break one, it will refill like that. Now to create the system that will protect the golem from the wither shots, which is done by placing loads and loads of kelp and then breaking it all. Next I need water on all of these sides. Now to create the snow golem system that will make the wither keep breaking the obsidian. Unfortunately, all of this from my old obsidian farm is useless, and it's just got to go. Oh my god, there's so many random items. And all of this needs mining up under here. The snow golem's going to go right here. No, don't hurt yourself. Mate, I love how his head's just missing. Next, I'll remove the rails. Now there's no escape. Now I'm going to place something for the snow golem to throw snowballs at. So when I say place something, I mean I'm going to lure something up here. And this right here shall be my victim. Never mind, he seems he fell in the lava. Instead, this guy shall be my victim. Through the portal he will hopefully go. Of course you managed to get trapped down a hole. Alright, let's get you out of here. Now he's in there and I can name tag him. This right here will be my on-off switch. Because now this fella is throwing his snowballs. And I've already got a chunk loader over here, which I think should be fine. It is one chunk away, which should be close enough. And so now I can create the wither cage. At least I could if I hadn't left the shulker boxes in the stronghold, since a lot of these items are going to be very important. There needs to be a stone cutter here and a grindstone at the top, which are what will hold the wither in place and actually trap it without it being able to break the blocks above its head. Alright, time for the moment of truth. If I screw this bit up, everything is messed up. We just need a little bit of water above his head like that, and to fly far, far away. Now then, looking from a distance, he is going after the iron golem. You can see he's not hurting him. I think everything's working fine. Pathetic. Can't even break my cobblestone wall. Now for another risky bit, but I'm going to remove that water and fix me broken torches. Then I'll return to the stronghold, flick this lever and switch on the chunk loader. And now when I go through, the snowball should be hitting the wither. Let's be careful. There we go. We got a little bit hit, but we should... Okay, he's attacking me. I've just got to be a little bit... Let's just move on. Go for the golem, not me. What on earth? He got out. What? How is that even possible? That's not meant to work there. Oh my god. You know what? This is a disaster. Now I've got to go ahead and battle a wither. All right, wither. I'm not sure how you escaped or where I went wrong, but you're going down. Seriously. I spent all day building this farm and you had to ruin it for me, so now I'm going to ruin you. At least on the positive, I've got another nether star. And it's time for me to work out what on earth went wrong there, because look, this snowball's coming through. Whoa, okay. I'm just trying to look here, Enderman. Yeah, I've no idea what I did wrong, but let's repair the golem, head all the way to the fortress farm so that I can spawn another wither. Yeah, everything I need is in here. Now I will attempt once again to make this farm work. Except this time I have an extra plan. Grab a bit of invisibility. Then when I drink it, and yes, this bit is kind of risky, but in theory I should be able to sneak through undetected. Okay, did I sneak through undetected? Just fly away, SP. Oh my goodness. Again? Just let me quickly deal with this fella, guys. There we go. No problem at all. Now to spawn yet another wither. But this time I'm not going to remove the water until I've activated the snowballs. And here we go again. All right, did we get out? Come on. Tell me he's still in there. You know what? I think he is. Now to drink an invisibility and watch the magic happen. He removed the water himself. I guess that was where I was going wrong. The golem is the bravest guy in the world, and I just need to repair some of the glass because all of my obsidian is blowing away. And now that all of that is fixed, this farm, it gets you a ridiculous amount of obsidian. Look at all of this. I've got stacks and stacks already. Because I kind of had to patch that up with random stone, I'm going to mine up some of this glass so that I could use that to fix it. It's already got me a ridiculous amount, so I'm just going to spend 10-15 minutes AFK here, see how much we get. Well, it did not take me long to overflow these chests in the middle and pretty much fill up the side ones as well. So now I'll nip back home, grab some shulker boxes, make them all purple, and hopefully when I head through here, everything is kind of okay. No, he's escaped. Let's get rid of wither number 3. Although I have got into a sticky situation where I'm out of firework rockets, I'm out of food. I managed to quickly get a totem out of the shulker box I placed over here. I've got to try and grab 2 more shulker boxes. Okay, that should be enough. Could have grabbed a notch apple if I thought I was in serious danger. But hopefully eating... Oh yeah, we're regenning. We're good. Might as well have a quick golden apple as well. And I accidentally grabbed the wrong bow. Not my infinity one, which is a bit stupid. I'm out of arrows. So it's time to fight this guy by flying into him. Oh, you know what? I've got a better idea. Just go back home, grab more arrows, and then finish the job. Yeah, that was certainly a much simpler method. No need to panic, but I am now completely out of totems, although they can easily be replenished at the raid farm. And now I can bring back all of this obsidian. Every single bit of obsidian has been collected, and all of these shulker boxes are full. Look at them all. Over 17,000 obsidian sat in all of that. Much better than any other obsidian farm I've ever had. And I guess now it's time to build the farm that will slow down time. I can't really complain that I haven't got enough obsidian anymore. Although before that, a lot of my items need repairing. So I shall spend a few moments at the pigman farm doing that. One of the next things that I'm going to need to create the machine that will slow down time is a load of turtle eggs. I did at one point have loads of turtle eggs, but I kind of got rid of all the turtles that would get me them. So I'll grab a bunch of seagrass. And there's also a load more of that in this chest here. Yeah, when I say a load more, and some turtle eggs, perfect. And then I will fly far, far away, breed any turtles that I can find, and then steal their eggs. And I can even find ruined portals on the way, which pretty much have nothing useful in them. A few more turtles over here, and if I can lure this one from the water and breed these two, that'll give me a few more eggs to go at. This gets me up to 8 eggs in total. Now I've got a total of 10 eggs. It's something that I didn't realize before. Once a turtle has just laid an egg, you can immediately breed it again straight away. So it's actually very, very easy to get lots and lots of turtle eggs very, very fast. In that case, I'm going to leave these turtles, head back home, and get loads of eggs from the turtles that are in here. I've got the 32 eggs I needed, so I'll just leave these other ones to hatch. I've also got another beehive that can go in here. And I am going to need more magma, but I've managed to run out of shulker boxes. Probably because I filled them all with netherrack. And for some reason, the shulker in here has died, which means this shulker shell farm is currently useless. Although, I tell you what, there's 9 there, 18 there, 9 shulker boxes. I'll worry about fixing that farm some other time. Now to make some shulker boxes, make fire resistance, and now to mine lots of magma. Look at that, bit of ancient debris as well. And with almost 2 full shulker boxes worth, I think I've got enough. I'll also need lots and lots of glass, as well as trapdoors, and of course, obsidian. I didn't build that massive farm for nothing. Now that I've got everything for the farm, let's fly to the perimeter. And now using the F3 menu, I've got to find the nether waste part of this perimeter. And so right here is where we shall start the build. I'm just kind of marking out the area. So this is the magma platform that the pigmen will spawn. Then we've got a portal here, and then another 9 magma along. Another portal, a row of glass, another row of glass, which will have the turtle eggs on top of it, protected by trapdoors and glass in between. You kidding me? I just smashed an egg. Now I've got to fly all the way home, get some more eggs, and then go back to the nether and get back to work. This portal is going to be 5 high in total and 15 wide. If I was to make it any wider and try and make this farm bigger, then there'd be problems with the portals not linking correctly. They go to new ones, so this is like the max width and length that I can do it. And now I'd like to make these magma platforms a lot bigger. And so that is all the magma down on this side, but that is only half of the floor plan. Yeah, I've got to now repeat it all over here. And so that is this bottom layer done. I need some obsidian here as well, otherwise the portal will be too wide and you won't be able to light it. Let's add in the rest of the eggs and trapdoors. And I need to make sure there's still 2 air blocks above the eggs, otherwise the pigmen won't go for them. So we're going to do something like this and add 1 more layer of trapdoors to 100% make sure no mobs can get to the eggs. That's all done. So now I'm going to add another magma spawning platform. That is all now placed down. And it's made me realize that to finish the entire farm, I will need a little bit more magma. But before I do that, I'm going to add in some glass walls. And now that's all done. I'm going to place glass all the way along here. And the same thing on this side. And finally another row up here. And that is where the next batch of turtle eggs will go. But after placing all of this glass, I realize I'm also not going to have enough of that to build another 2 layers of this. So I'm going to head back, grab more fire resistance, repair my pickaxe, mine a load of sand so that I can get more glass, and I'll also mine up lots and lots more magma. I do actually have a magma cube farm somewhere over in this direction, so I wonder if this has got me a load of magma cream I could just use. Let's see how much we're going to get. It's definitely faster for me to just mine it, but it has been a nice little boost. I think all of this and all in that sugar box should be enough, although we'll just grab a little bit more from here, and now I'll definitely have enough. And the smelted glass is filtering through. And whilst I'm waiting on that, I have got an idea. If I grab some black dye and mine up this shulker box and instead change it to be black, I think it just blends in with the wall a bit better than being a bright orange one. All of this will definitely be enough. And so now it's time to build another 2 layers of this farm. And I have now run out of glass, but the farm is very, very close to being complete. As you can see, I spawn-proofed the obsidian with glass as well, so nothing spawns on there. Now all I need to do is mine up some sand. That way I can get more glass, and then I can finish building this. The glass I'm placing here is what will stop gas from spawning. And now it's time to activate the portals. I'm going to light this portal, and then fly to the corresponding coordinates on the other side. Although I think it's just going to be faster for me to go through this portal, break this one, and then build another portal in the correct place. Let's light it and see if it's connected. So far, so good. And I'm going to test every single portal individually to make sure they're all linked correctly. This is the last portal to link. It bases on the portal blocks as well, so if you're on this edge one, you could go to a different portal to being towards the middle. They've all linked up absolutely fine. If I made this farm any longer or any wider, then linking problems would happen. So this is why it's the size I've made it. Next, I'm going to go to this AFK spot and build a tower with stone bricks up to the bedrock, which will have ladders on the side. And don't be deceived, this tower is going to be crucial for me being able to get to the world border. And now to fly all the way over here, go up above the bedrock and start destroying a bedrock hole right here. This is a very consistent way to break bedrock. As you can see, when I mine the piston, the bedrock is gone. And now to do it about 50 more times. Now all the bedrock pieces that need to be removed have been taken away. This right here will be very, very useful later on. And whilst I'm up here, I might as well work on the chunk loader as well. It's going to be a pretty straightforward chunk loader. You've seen me do it quite a lot of times. Only this one won't use a comparator to detect every time that a item comes through. Instead, it'll just be attached to a clock that keeps going off. That way, it's got less chance of breaking. Because if this breaks at the wrong time, then it will be a disaster. So when I flick this lever, it will send a little pulse that will go around and items will go through these droppers. So if I go ahead and just fill this up with a bunch of random items, let's go stone bricks, you'll see that the stone bricks are getting dispensed and they will go through the portal. Although I will need to activate the portal and make one on the other side for that to work. So let's dig our way out of this cave. And even when I build a portal in a random place, I still see evidence that I've been here before. I think that's when I transported the pandas. No matter where I go, I always find some familiar place. This is where the other portal needs to be. And with that, we should have a fully working chunk loader. Although I am losing all the nuggets over there. I should put something to block them, shouldn't I? Let's now light it up. Add some nuggets to this side. And hopefully it will work both ways now. Seems to be working fine. I'll just spawn proof the top of this portal. And that brings me yet another step closer to going to the world border. But there's one very, very important problem. Before any of that, I need to add the other side of the pigment farm. And this is basically the part that is going to literally slow down time. It's going to be trapdoors here and also here and on top of these as well. I'll add a couple of turtle eggs in here, which will be very well protected. Nothing's getting in there and nothing's getting in here either. And so the pigman will walk down this chute and into this hole. And that is where these vines come in. The pigman will try and climb on these vines, which will disable entity cramming, meaning we can get millions and millions of pigmen in here. And that is exactly what will slow down time. Probably a little complicated. It's because I built a terrible creeper farm that's super laggy that I realized I could use it to slow down time if I kind of tweaked it a bit and used pigment instead. But discovering this very interesting mechanic is literally going to be the reason why I can get to the world border. So the farm that slows down time is ready. The chunk loader can be turned on any time. So I'm almost ready to go to the world border. But there is still one problem. And it would be quite a big problem really if I didn't solve it. When I go to the world border, I'm going to be 30 million blocks away. So I feel like it's probably pretty important that I have some sort of way to get back. Otherwise I'd have to make a very, very long journey home. And to do this, I'm going to use a really simple variation of wireless redstone that I've never used before. Super, super simple. Basically, if you sleep, then you get teleported back. So I'm just going to build one at spawn. If I go to sleep at the world border, I'll come back instantly. The plan is completely foolproof. But before I do that, I'm going to repair my items. So in order to build this particular wireless redstone, we're not going to need very many items at all. Just a few repeaters, a bunch of redstone, composters, and comparators. So let's now head over to spawn and build this teleporting device. As you can see, the redstone's pretty simple and it's all set up. Once I place this trapdoor and remove the kelp, the stasis chamber will be done. The final thing for me to do is fly over here, grab some melons, and then fill these composters up a few layers. This one's 6 layers and this one 5. Now to throw in an ender pearl and travel really far away so I can test it. I'll offload all these items first, grab a chest and plenty of pearls so that one will never run out. And now to go a very, very long distance away. I've come all the way to the fortress farm, which will be good for getting more bone meal and coal. But more importantly, if I go through here, for some reason it's taking me to a lush cave, which is interesting. And in theory, if I sleep, I would teleport back, but being the idiot that I am, I left it a little bit too late. So instead, I'm going to spend a bit of time exploring this area. One of the most useful things about these lush caves is the amount of clay that you can get, because normally it's kind of annoying to find. And underneath the clay, I've discovered a diamond. No, 2 diamonds. It is so easy to get clay here. Like look at the amount of it here. Swamps are the next best thing, but these are way, way better. And I think I'm happy with all of the clay that I've got. I'll grab a load of moss blocks whilst I'm here. According to my clock, it is now nighttime. Let's go to sleep and see what happens. So as soon as I wake up, in theory, yes, it's teleported. I've lost my bed actually, but it did work. That is the main thing. We can go to the world border and actually be able to get back, which was my main concern. Let's reset the stasis chamber. Although actually, I'm going to leave it for now in case I want to sleep. I'll do it just before I set off. I'd rather not go to sleep and randomly end up at spawn when I don't want to be. I also don't currently have a clay chest, so I'm going to add one here. The stocks are certainly looking much, much healthier. And I can also top up these furnaces with coal. And for my next thing, I'm going to build a perimeter in the overworld. It took me hundreds of days to build one in the Nether, but trust me, it won't take anywhere near as long with this. Everything that I need is right here, and I know just the place for this perimeter as well. So I think this area around here is a pretty flat one, should work perfectly. Well, I just realized I forgot something. Sponge will be very handy, because my plan is also to drain a bit of this river as well. This is so much easier than draining the lava was. I literally just place sponge and Okay, well that wasn't very good, but you get the idea. A bit of sponge and it's all gone. The fact that scaffolding can be waterlogged kind of makes this not work as well. Instead, it's much easier to just place a load of gravel using this method, where the piston will just keep going in and out, and I just keep placing it. Yep, this is working much better this time. Progress is going pretty well. As you can see, I have drained so much to the river. It looks really surreal. I might get rid of that little section as well. I just kind of couldn't be bothered to do it. I don't know if I need to. And I've just got this bit along here to do. And that is this part of the river completely drained. I also need to drain a little bit of this river. That's all of that drained. And it looks really good because it kind of connects up to the other one, so it goes really far. You know what? I'm just going to drain this bit as well. It won't take me very long at all. And this bit of river is also completely drained as well now. Now to dry all of my sponge, remove the lava, a bit more water, and also get rid of these trees. And the final thing I want to do is make sure there's no land above y equals 70. That way I don't have to worry about the TNT bouncing back up and breaking the machine. First things first, we're going to build a little TNT duper using the coral, and the same thing on this block as well. And I also need a detector rail with a minecart there. Okay, I did that wrong. I did that very wrong indeed. What a disaster that was. I'm not sure what I did wrong though, but I think it was having the coral fan there. No, okay, I don't know. Something's not right. I think the problem is that you're meant to push the minecart on with pistons rather than place it. So if I instead do something like this, there we go, it's not blown up. And now to rebuild this side. Both of those are now properly set up. And now to add all the other redstone on top. And this side of the machine is now ready. So now I have to fly all the way to the other side of the perimeter. And this is where I'll build the system that will send it back along. And to correspond with the observers on that side, there's going to be a slime block here and one here. The pistons are also in place, so I just need redstone and glowstone on top of these like so. And now the flying machine is done, which means all I need to do now is test it out. In order to start the machine, I just simply break this redstone block, and as you can see, everything starts moving and it looks like it's working. Worked really hard to get this river completely drained, and now it's just getting blown up. I gave the machine plenty of height as well, so that there's no chance that it's accidentally going to get blown up. You can see there's TNT flying about, but it's out of harm's way. And so far, it all looks absolutely fine. But now for the moment of truth. Will it go back the way it came? Oh, look at that. It's worked perfectly. This design is by Raiseworks, and it really is a great little machine. I only have to add a redstone block here, and it will stop when the machine gets to the other side. What I will have to do while the machine is running is just be going around and removing any water that I see. This machine on its own could do the entire perimeter, but it would take hours and hours and hours for it to go all the way along. I'm talking like 16 hours. So instead, I'll go 2 chunks along and build 8 of these in total. And this one is now also done. Uh-oh, I made a mistake. I think in breaking the scaffolding, because it was touching the TNT, yeah, okay, I've learnt my lesson with that one. So rule number 1, when you're adding your scaffolding, don't have it touching the TNT. Anyway, the TNT's back in. This side completely finished. Now to add the return pad. And that has successfully been built as well. Now to build the third one. That's the third one complete. And that is 7 of them now complete. And these phantoms... Okay, hold on. Something went wrong there because these phantoms distracted me. Now this side is complete. With one final machine to go. The rain has stopped. This side is finished. The phantoms are in trouble. After a long night, everything is coming together. The return pad is also now complete. Which can mean only one thing. It is time to remove these redstone blocks and create the perimeter. Apparently this one right here somehow broke, but I can easily fix it when it gets back to this side. In the meantime, I'm going to be looking for water and lava so that I can remove it from the trenches. I think the repair job is now complete, so this machine can too be set off to destroy the world. And there's a decent patch of water here, so I'm going to get my sponge out. Probably not a good idea considering there's about to be TNT on my head, so I better hurry. A little bit more water in here. This is basically what I'm going to be doing. Looking for water, looking for lava, which is a little bit more annoying if it's an actual source. Oh, this is just a single one, so it's pretty easy. But this one in here will be a little bit more challenging. I actually need scaffolding to get rid of it. Although this lava over here is one that needs dealing with quite quickly. And with scaffolding, it just couldn't be easier, could it? Look how fast I've done that. Well, it's quite a scary thing when you see it come every time. When I'm here, it's always coming above me, isn't it? Made it just in the nick of time. Let's keep getting rid of the water and lava. This is another decent sized lake, and I don't know if I'll have time to fully finish this one. Actually, if the TNT's going the other way, I might be okay. Tell you what, there's nothing like a healthy bit of pressure of TNT coming towards you. Seems to be making me pretty successful. I wonder if I'm biting off a bit more than I can chew here with the amount of like water and lava I'll have to clear out in like a short space of time, but I think I'm keeping up with the machine. It's when you get things like ruined portals where you have to break the obsidian. That's going to be annoying. Gotta put this netherite efficiency 5 pickaxe to good use. Imagine if the chest down here got blown up, but it actually had a notch apple in it and the notch apple burnt. That would be a very sad moment. I guess we'll never know. Although what we will know is that all of this lava is now gone. Not a good day to be a glow squid at the bottom of a cave. Found another decent sized lava lake. You really have to act fast when you find these. You know, I think I'm doing a pretty good job at keeping up with all of this. Although having said that, there is a lot of water in this area that has got to go. Although you think it's a lot of water, it turns out it's just like 1 or 2 sources. But with it all being blown up, it just keeps flowing and flowing. And that creates obsidian, which is something that you definitely don't want. To be honest, when you've created a nether perimeter, doing a normal one like this is just so much easier. And this is what happens when you get your timings wrong and the TNT comes to blow up all of your scaffolding. I suppose it could have been worse. And at this point, I'm just going to stop all of the machines so that I can catch up properly. Because we're now getting down to the Y level where there's just loads and loads of lava everywhere. So pausing the machine really has got to be the best option. Look at that. They're all back in position. Not a scratch. And just look at the size of this hole that is being created. Obviously, there's still a little bit of way to go, but it's coming along very well. Since we're now getting to the Y12 area, obviously there's loads and loads of lava down here. So that's pretty much the main thing I need to get rid of. And I have kind of run out of scaffolding as well, so I'm going to go get more. And also dry off all my sponge. Just realised I have a shulker box full of scaffolding in my ender chest. But you know what? I'm also going to grab a bunch of string from the bartering farm, put this massive bamboo farm to good use by crafting plenty of scaffolding. And now I've got 2 shulker boxes full of scaffolding. And the only thing I need to do now is repair my elytra before I go back. That is mission successful. Now to get back to removing all the lava. And well, what do you know? I found some diamonds in the area as well. Tell you what, I do not miss this draining out lava. It's such a tedious process. But at least it's a much smaller task than it was in the nether. Turns out this was a massive cave full of lava, but it's now all gone. Just got this little bit here left to do. Even more diamonds right here. And it's time for the very fun task of mining up this obsidian. I think I have now completely got on top of the lava situation, which means it's time to set these machines off again. And then I can continue removing water and lava. The perimeter is coming along very nicely indeed. And I'm keeping on top of the lava without too much trouble now. You can see the current progress that it's at, so there's still a little bit for it to do, but it shouldn't take very much longer at all. The top half of this perimeter is so close to being finished. So I'm now focused on tidying up the blocks on this edge along here because I will need to build flying machines at a lower level. Since the TNT can't quite reach much lower, it really is starting to look incredible. And if this was before 1.18, the perimeter would have more or less been done. But instead, Mojang had to add another 64 layers for me to get rid of, didn't they? Which I won't be doing today because we're not going to have time if I do. We've got a world border to get to. I'll just wait until the machine has destroyed all of these middle bits, and then I'll shut off the machines and begin the long journey. I'll just get rid of this little bit of extra water, and it looks to me like phase 1 of the perimeter is now completely finished. There is the odd stray block that's been missed here and there, but getting rid of those won't be a problem. I think my best options now is to turn off the machines by placing redstone blocks. All the machines have stopped. So far the perimeter's looking pretty epic. I'll be back later to finish the job. And now the next thing I'm going to need is quite a lot of gunpowder. I have quite a lot here, probably enough actually. So before I use all of that, it'll be a good idea to get everything repaired. Now to offload these items. And on a side note, I got loads and loads of diamonds from that. Look at that, over 2 stacks. I think these diamonds should start living in with the rest of them. So first things first for the preparation. I head to spawn, add a ender pearl to the teleporter, and fill a shulker box up with sugarcane. Next I go to the gunpowder farm and create lots of firework rockets, but not flight duration 1, but instead flight duration 3 ones, which is the max that you can do. With the way I'm doing it, I can only bring a limited amount of resources, which is why the best firework rockets are needed. These will then go into the shulker box, and I repeat the process again. Realistically, I'm not going to need all of these rockets, but I want to bring extras just in case. I'm happy with the amount I've got in here and in here. I'd be lying if I didn't tell you that I'm starting to get a little bit nervous. Let's empty out the contents of this shulker box. And now to try and remember where I put all the elytra. Okay, it was in this chest. I'm also going to require a spare bed, so I'm stealing this one. Let's dye it black just for effect. And this is how things are going to look. This is going to be my inventory for the journey. In fact, I'm going to just take out another stack of firework rockets. I've got loads of elytra. I'm not sure if I'm going to really need them all, but once I'm in the air, I can't really leave the air, so I need them in my inventory. Most importantly, there are ender chests in here, so I can access all my items. I will need the flint and the obsidian to get off the bedrock roof. There's only one thing now that I'd like to do. I'd like to make a banner that I can place at the world border to prove that I was there. Although to create one, I'm going to have to actually remember how to make a banner. I'm going to need an oxide daisy. I'm using my precious firework rockets and elytra already. Pretty sure there's got to be some of them. Yeah, there's right here. Perfect. With that, I can make a flower charge banner pattern. Let's craft the banner. And I need something now that I've apparently never made in my world. A loom. Pretty straightforward to craft. It can go in this room full of the things that nobody ever uses. And we're going to put the banner kind of thing like this. So yeah, we go like that. Next we go with this one. Then this one. Yeah, it's not quite looking like a penguin just yet, is it? But if I do this, all of a sudden it does kind of look like a penguin. And I just need to sort the beak out now, and then a bit of orange there, and I can tidy up the final bit by doing this. There we go. I have got myself a penguin banner ready for the world border. I can go in there. Let's make sure we've got all the fire. This is it now, guys. This is the final send-off, okay? I don't know where this pattern's gonna go. No more drills. This is it. I'll eat a final pork chop. I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be. But because I am gonna leave my PC on for the next 40 hours because I cannot reload the world once I start the journey, I'm gonna restart my PC right now. Okay, I'm now back. I'm gonna go ahead and try and collide with this place. It's a bit broken, so if I do something like that, there we go, we teleported. I just want to kind of replace it just to be safe. If I can't get back, I will be, I'll be very, very screwed. In fact, it's going dark, so I should probably sleep anyway, so it's going to teleport me when I sleep. There we go. At least we know it's working. We'll place that in there. Once I head through this portal, there really is no going back. The mob switch needs to be turned off, and this chunk loader must be switched on. From what I can tell, the chunk loader is working perfectly. And now, as I head down here and get into position, the lag machine will be starting as pigmen go through the portals. The reason I need to build this down in perimeter is if I did it on the bedrock roof, it would just be way slower. It would take far too long. So this is why I've created a super fast one. I'm going to take off my current elytra and put on a brand new pair as well. And I need about 16 stacks of rockets, so I've got all of them. I've got plenty of elytra. I don't think I can be any more ready. I just have to now wait for the game to get laggier and laggier. And in fact, you can probably see that the game is already very laggy. Look at that. I've broken the trapdoor, and it's probably going to take about 4, 5, 6 seconds. I'm going to get it so that it takes about a minute and a half for that trapdoor to drop, and then I'll know that time is going slow enough for me to make it to the world border in time. But you can already see that the movement's pretty laggy over there. I can't really show you because they'll despawn if I go there, but go on the other side of the portals, the pigmen aren't despawning, they're not having entity cramming because they're climbing on vines, and the chunk loader is keeping them loaded even when I travel, you know, millions of blocks away. So that is why they're causing, you know, the tick rate to really slow down. And I'll be back in about 30 minutes when things are super slow. It's been a while, so I'm once again going to break this and see how long it takes. That took 1 minute and 5 seconds, so we're getting there, but there's still a little bit to go yet. 1 minute 30 is my goal. And now it's time to do the test again. I think this time we might be ready to go. And you can see on the F3 menu that it's still day 2886, even though I restarted my PC 40 minutes ago, so, you know, that should have been a Minecraft day in that time. But because time has been slowed down, this day is going to last for hours and hours. And it took 1 minute and 50 seconds. All right, time has definitely slowed down enough for us to set off. I'll have my final pork chops, which are going to take forever to eat. In hindsight, I should have done the eating before I slowed down time. It's really taking forever. Are we eating one? Okay, it took about 2 minutes. The eating has been successful. Now to wait a minute and a half for this shulker box to drop. Let's do it. Okay, this is why I built a ladder here so I could easily get up without having to, you know, fly through a tiny gap. I'm using mini HUD to show my coordinates in the top left just so that, you know, the F3 screen can be a little bit big. And we have now made it to the bedrock roof. Now, because time has slowed down, chunks won't really load properly. They'll kind of be a bit slow in loading. And if I try and use a firework rocket whilst loading new chunks, it will go wrong. So I need to look directly upwards now. And I just need to get going. And there we go. We're flying up now. And look how high it sent me, okay? So one rocket. Okay, hold on. Let's well, that didn't work. I just went right back down to 1.5 hearts. Take 2. Okay. You can see it's a bit laggy to get going, but I'm just going to use a bunch of firework rockets just to get up to speed a little bit. But this firework rocket, once I'm going, will get me quite high. So we're at 500 blocks in the air now. Now I'm going to use another rocket just so I get to Y2000. We're going to see how high this one rocket gets me. Because I've slowed down time, the boost works for so much longer. So far, it's got me up 1,000 blocks, and it's still no signs of slowing. And it was 1,750-ish, something like that. Which means roughly every minute, I'm going to release a new rocket. And that's how I'm going to get to the world border with very few resources. You'll notice that we're at 7,700 blocks in the air. And my durability has gone down by 1 on my elytra, so I'm not even going to go through my elytra thanks to this machine. But I've got to get to 410,000 blocks in the air, so if you think I'm going to sit here for the next few hours and do that, I'm not. I've got an auto-clicker every minute. That auto-clicker is going to right-click, release a rocket, and I'll just keep checking in on it and making sure that everything is okay. Look at that, guys. We have just surpassed 50,000 blocks in the air. And after traveling those 50,000 blocks, we've literally only used 13 durability. I might even only need 1 elytra for this entire journey, or 2 or 3 at most. And I was out of the room whilst it happened, but we have made it to 105,000 blocks. I've just got like 300,000 to go. The elytra durability, look at that, still 400. Absolutely perfect. Let's just keep flying high up into the sky. So I've left it for 4 or 5 hours. We are 470,000 blocks up in the air. My elytra have barely broken going all that distance, which is pretty crazy. I also don't know what day it is, because if you go above the build limit, then it doesn't tell you the day on the F3 menu, which is a bit weird. All I know is that I'm high enough to start gliding into brand new chunks, and it should all work fine. The chunk loader should stay loaded, so I need to look at about an angle of basically of 0 and directly north. And we're gliding. We're going, okay? Because we're so high, we can't load chunks below us because we're miles away. I get my totem back into my offhand. And yeah, this is me now. The beauty of this is that I can go ahead and just leave. Like, I can do other things on my computer now. I don't have to leave the window open, which is good. It's just going to be gliding. I have to keep an eye on the elytra durability. and it's just going to be like 30 to 40 hours of me gliding now. And we've made it to 5,000 blocks. We've just got 3,995,000 to go. Yeah, I'm going to need another cup of tea. A few more hours have passed and I've made it to 375,000 blocks. I also realized I can change my angle to 25 because I'm high enough. It'll make me fly much faster and get there, so it's only going to take me about 20 hours now. And I've got enough height so that I won't hit the ground before I get to my destination. It's getting late, so I'm going to leave this running overnight, and I'll keep checking on it through the night to make sure nothing goes wrong, and yeah, we'll see how we go. Well guys, about 18 hours have passed since I first started gliding, and we are at 2.87 million blocks. We've got under 1 million to go. By my calculations, we've got 6 hours to go, then I can make a new portal, and I'll finally be at the world border. Also, as you can see, this elytra has been used for ages and it's been absolutely fine. I might as well just switch up into a new elytra, and that will probably get me all the way there. So yeah, I'll leave this flying for a bit, and yeah, see you at 3,700,000 blocks. Look at this, guys. We have just surpassed 3 million blocks. As well as that, you'll see that I'm kind of in a void. I don't really look like I'm in the nether, but if I go ahead and just pause the game, you'll see that the chunks load, and then I'm back, and then I disappear, and I'll kind of fly back out of the loaded chunks. That's why it just looks like I'm flying in a snowstorm or something weird. Alrighty, 760,000 blocks to go now. We are now more or less at the place that we need to be. We're about 1,000 blocks away, but I'm quite high, so I'm just going to start flying directly downwards. Pretty soon I'm going to hit the ground. I should probably be careful. Yeah, let's be graceful. You can see it's flickering though, the textures when I move. That's just a sodium bug, so if I save and quit the game, and now when I've reloaded the world, as you can see, the flickering is gone. Now, I'm not quite in the right position. We're on day 2889, by the way. I'm just finding that out. In 3 Minecraft days, I made it to the world border. That's got to be kind of a world record, even though I slowed down time to do it. I've got a pretty exact position that I want to make the portal. And it feels kind of fitting that I would graciously walk the last few blocks. All this running is making me hungry. I kind of forgot what it's like to eat. In fact, I can probably just get all my tools back. I don't need all these fire rockets anymore. You'll also notice that because I reloaded the world, that turned off the chunk loader, and the lag machine has been stopped. So I can place things, break them instantly, absolutely no problem. And this right here is the very spot. Why have I placed the bed right here? Well, guys, this is the moment that I end my hardcore series. I'm going to blow myself. Just kidding, guys. All right, I wouldn't do that. You'll have to wait until the 3,000 days episode to know what this bed is going to be used for. It'll be very cool indeed. So you're probably tired of waiting. Let's go ahead and go through the portal and see what is going to be there. At least I wish I could go through, but there's one small problem. I built a teleporter that when you sleep, it teleports you back, which is a good thing. But I believe that if I enter the nether in the day and then come home at night, it might trigger it. I haven't tested it. I don't want to risk it. So I went during the day. I'm going to wait until the day counter goes up 1 to 3890, and then I'll go through. That way I don't get teleported back instantly. It would just be a disaster. It's now day 2890, so we are going to do the monumental moment and head through the portal. This is it, guys. This is a long time in the making. The world border, the edge of my Minecraft world. I cannot go any further. It blocks you from exploring past this. Look at this, 2999983. I believe if you go a little, you can go a little bit further with pearls, but like, you know what? Yes, there's a chance that I could die trying this, but let's just do it, okay? Put my chest plate on as well for a bit of extra protection. Life outside the world border, guys. So you can go up to 29999, which is kind of that way. I don't want to go too far because you can get stuck. I can come here. I'm kind of safe, which is good. But yeah, we made it to the world border. I should stay on the safe side of the border. We can't pass back through now. Only ender pearls will get you through. Here is the banner that will prove that the penguin was indeed there. And it is actually possible to use pistons to make something known as ghost blocks. So if I can grab a little bit of cobblestone and grab some sticks from a dead bush to make a lever, I believe I have all the materials right here to make a piston. There we go, that can be crafted. If I put a piston facing this way and then a lever, so you can't actually push anything through the world border technically. So if I go like this, you'll see like it kind of just goes inside, and it's super weird. And if I pull it back, like it is there, but it isn't there, because now if you look, I can do something like that. As you can see, there's 2 blocks in the same place, which is super weird. And I think I can only break the crafting table. Yeah, the oak one is completely glitched. And so by creating some slabs, you can do something very cursed like this. So you can push that one away, and then you can put a slab on top. And look at that, I have got an illegal slab in Minecraft. It's half and half. Very cool indeed. So you can basically do that, everything, you know, stairs, any funny shaped blocks and stuff like that. And what about this one? I flick that, and then we put an anvil inside of it, and it's like, well, part anvil, part slab. You can have some fun with it. It looks a little wacky, but to be honest, guys, there's not too much else to do it. It's just the achievement of getting here that I'm very impressed with. And this will not be the last time that I manage to come here, okay? Mark my words, guys. All right, you'll just have to wait and see how I do that. But the final thing to do is place a bed. Once we wake up and it turns to day, yes, we're back. back home. So yeah, I've successfully been to the world border and back. And who knows, maybe I'll create a way that I can easily get there in like a couple of minutes. You'll have to wait and see to know how I'm going to do that one. All these elytra can be safely stowed in here, probably never to be used again. I expected to use a few more up than those. These spare firework rockets can be safely stowed in here. And you know what's deserved after a long journey like that? A bit of improvements to the old village. They probably have no idea that I've been gone for so long, because technically for them it was only 3 days. But for me it was a bit of a lifetime. So this random bit of ice is kind of in the way. It should probably go. And something tells me I blocked some villagers in here for some reason. Any reason? Or you're Silk Touch and you don't really deserve to be in there. You know what? Be free, guys. I'm in a good mood. God, what a guy. He just can't leave his work, can he? Since I lost both of my beds on the journey, I'll make a brand new one, and I fancy an orange one. And I can't relax for much longer. I've got work to do. I've got an entire perimeter to finish. I'll start by completely destroying these machines, which is a much faster project than it was to build them. In fact, whilst I'm removing them, I'm actually going to keep this one running so that it can still be breaking like this edge here and just making it wider. Like, I might as well just have it whilst I'm doing other stuff. It probably won't get there and back too many times since this is so fast, but as Tesco would say, every little helps. All of them on that side are broken, except for the one that's still in use. And whilst that one is running, I should probably get rid of this obsidian. That's all the obsidian gone, and scaffolding can be used to get rid of this lava. And that should be enough of the lava removed. Now to build the next set of the world eaters. Although before I do that, I should also remember to remove these return pads. And that is mission accomplished. A bit annoying to get all my materials back from that though. And now I can get all of these built. And that's the first one successfully built. And that is the second one done. I think enough has been broken. The lava is starting to get a bit annoying, and we're starting to go into this massive lake here, which we really don't want to do. So I shall turn it off, and then I'll be able to remove it. The fourth one's done, and the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh is done as well. I don't know what those guys down there think they're doing, although I'm just going to ignore them and patch up this lava. And now I can get rid of this machine, and then I can rebuild it down here. This one is now done. All that's left to be done is remove this return pad, and then build a bunch of them over here. And all of these return pads are done as well. At some point, guys, I promise I will fix my house. But I thought it would be cool to get 30 notch apples for 3,000 days. Then I'd have one for every 100 days. So I'm going to get a timer on screen and see just how quickly I can find 3 of them. This is the place my portal has come out at. And there is a mine shaft right here. And look at that minecart chest. A notch apple in one of these is rare, but hey, it's not impossible. Although it's pretty improbable. Maybe this ruined portal will be better. Or maybe it won't. And you know what's going to be even better? A desert pyramid. 1 in 10 of these will have a notch apple, and this one did not. And what about this one? Well, it also did not. Same for the third one. Look at that. There's trees in a desert because of a lush cave below. I've never seen that before. Nothing in the fourth one, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th. Are you kidding me? I've searched 12 of these and still not got one. Today is not my day. Surely in the 13th one, we've got to have something, but we haven't. This is my 15th one, and also my 15th failure. And there we go. Desert Temple number 19. That took forever. And there's still 2 more to go. I'm still searching all ruined portals in the area, and I'll also search the rest of this desert for any more pyramids. Although the way it's been going... Okay, well, I was about to say, the way it's been going to me, I don't expect to find another one anytime soon. The very next pyramid. Better also check this chest just in case. No, there was nothing. But all of a sudden, things are right back on track. Can I make it 3 in a row? No. No, I can't. I think I've pretty much searched all of this desert. Now I'm going to do Shift and F3, lower the render distance down to 2, and use this method to find dungeons. Here's dungeon number 1. Here we are in the second one. Yet another one with no notch apple. And this is the 5th dungeon with no success still. And nothing in the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th. And this is 15 dungeon search. And we got it. We have now got 30 notch apples. Let's safely add all of those to the ender chest. That is technically 1 for every 100 days. I'm very glad that this project is now over. Let's go home. And the fastest way to do that is some nether travel. There's a bastion here. You never know. There could be some good loot at the bottom. I think they're going to get a bit upset from me stealing all their gold. But okay, we got some netherite scrap. That's not bad. That is basically all that we successfully got. Oh my goodness. Okay, now I've got to be a little bit careful. There's a guy going after me. I think we just get out of here. But they are always worth searching in case you do find a notch apple. Here we are. Home sweet home. Let's drop off all of these items. Also, guys, since it's 3,000 days, there is another poster. Yes, the goat of Minecraft has been moved along slightly to make way for this beauty. I've personally signed every single one of them, which took a very, very long time. And they are limited edition, which means there is only a limited number of them. Once they're sold out, they are gone forever. They'll probably run out in less than a week, so get them whilst you can. The link is in the description, sb737.store. And the next project that I need to do is finish this perimeter, since doing that will be key in building an end-of-life farm. They've all been set off, and so far they are all working correctly. So all I need to do is keep removing any water and also lava. Not sure why, but for some reason this one's decided to stop. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong there, but I think I've fixed it. Everything seems to just like not have moved across properly, but yeah, it's working again. I'd better get back to removing water and collecting up diamonds if I ever see them. Looks like I finally found my first big bit of lava, but it's still way easier to deal with these compared to the pre-1.18 lava lakes. Look at this, I've finally reached some of the bedrock, but there is still plenty of lava to be gotten rid of. So much so that I'm going to temporarily stop the machines, then I can properly clear everything out, and by the looks of things, I have got rid of all of the water and all of the lava. Let's set these machines back off and continue blowing up the massive perimeter. Well, that was, then maybe I shouldn't have gone for those diamonds. Although I have managed to get loads and loads of diamonds. Look at that, like 2 stacks from all of this. So all of this blowing up is a pretty easy way to find them. They're pretty much just everywhere you look. There's one there, there's some down there, some over there. I plan to build something using all of these eventually. Exactly what, though, I'm still not decided. Look what we have here. It's a fossil as well. They're pretty rare out here, but I'm not going to get it because I don't really need it. Progress is looking very good indeed. More and more of the hole is getting blown up. Nearly died there again, guys. I really should stop risking my life just to get a few diamonds. After all, they are for peasants anyway. And look at this. It is more or less done. Just these last few bits that are getting blown up. And look at this. The perimeter is now complete. It also seems that my machine has got stuck on a bit of stone. Suppose it was bound to happen eventually. Oh, you know what? This is all going wrong now, isn't it? Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to be breaking it anyway. And for these other ones, I'm going to disable them using redstone blocks. Tidy up these edges by removing all the lava. Absolutely magnificent. And the next phase is to now break loads of bedrock. And I could do that manually by using pistons and TNT and stuff like that, but that would honestly take me like years and years, probably the rest of my life if I was to break all the bedrock in there. So instead, we're going to build a bedrock breaking machine. Now, in order to build this machine, I'm going to need a load of pistons. No, that's not going to be enough. Instead, I'll have to craft a load more, which means heading to the stone generator and mining loads of it up. All of this should be enough, so let's craft more pistons. An entire shulker box should probably be enough. Also need loads of stone slabs, so I've got all the stone in there ready. And also observers, slime blocks, and a bunch of other items which I have right here. I'm also becoming very, very low on food. Even the food shulker box is practically empty. So I'm going to fly on upwards above the bedrock, take the remaining food from my Hoglin farm, and then AFK up here a bit to get even more food. A little bit of time has passed. I'm not going to stay up here for ages and ages. The real question is, what are you doing up there? I'll just get rid of you, top up the shulker box with pork chops, and head over to the perimeter. Every time I see it, I just think it looks so good. And it'll look even better when I break all of this bedrock. So right here is roughly the center of this area. I may have to do a little bit of mining on these walls to make it a bit smoother. You can see these bits sticking out at the bottom will probably have mob spawning on them, but I can worry about that a little bit later. And right here is exactly where I'm going to build the machine. Thankfully, it's not too complicated of a machine, and once you see it in action, you'll think that it looks so cool. These pistons are where the bedrock breaking is going to happen and move around. Now let's build the area that kind of, well, basically where all the magic happens. There we are. This side is complete. Took a little bit longer than I expected it to. Now to add all of the redstone on this side, and thankfully it's not quite as complex as that one. This side is also finished. It was also a bit of a nightmare, and all that's left me to do now is add loads and loads of pistons with loads and loads of slabs on top. And whilst I still will need to add a lot more pistons and a lot more slabs, I can actually add in those as the machine is running. I think we test this out. So to start it, I just open up this gate here, and as you can see, everything begins moving. And this TNT is blowing up, and as you can see, it is breaking the heads of the pistons. So you get something that looks like this. Very strange on both sides. And you can see the pistons from up here will be placed along here, which is why we need so many of them. So that's what the TNT is kind of doing. And pistons are also getting broken. So yeah, you can see this middle layer has actually broken the bedrock already. So I'm going to try and pick up as many of these pistons as I can, and that's how I'll make sure I don't run out of pistons. Now I wait for the machine to go back along there, and it's placing all of these slabs along as well, which I believe it has taken from that roof. And now more TNT is falling, and more bedrock is being broken. And before I let the machine go any further, I'm just going to flick this gate, which will turn it off. As you can see, we have 2 strips of broken bedrock. So now that the machine is set up, it is pretty self-sustaining. It'll just, keep running as long as I make sure I have all of the pistons placed. And of course, the slabs above that. Then it will keep running without any issues. So I'm going to get rid of a massive area of bedrock all along here and show you the finished product. Well, the rain is pouring, but as you can see, the top layer of bedrock has been completely removed all the way over here. But then I accidentally broke the machine because I forgot to place the stone, and then I placed it too late, and it just completely, everything does not work anymore. But I'm more or less at the end, so I'm just going to remove these bits of bedrock manually, and also manually mine up this machine. It's also great being so far down because phantoms don't spawn down here, so this is really, really good. The rain's now stopped as well. You know what, guys? These videos, they take so long to make, and you've probably not seen many people that build a machine that actually breaks bedrock. But trust me, guys, we are only just getting started. So if you like what you see, then make sure to subscribe, since I'm also trying to hit 4 million subscribers this year. And that is every single block broken. Now to collect up all of these pistons, fly back home, and I can grab all the materials that I need to manually break the bedrock. Everything I need is right here, so it's time to begin breaking. That's the first one done. As you can see, the bedrock underneath's gone. It's technically slower than using a machine, but it's going to be way quicker than rebuilding another one. This floor here is also going to be obsidian, so I might as well start placing it. As much as I'd love to break these layers below of bedrock, I just have to take out so much around the edge as well to do that, and it honestly, it'd take me about 20 hours to properly remove all the layers of bedrock. And since I've only got like 33 hours per video, I'm only going to remove this top layer. And for those of you that think that they changed it so that spawning is equal no matter what height in the world you're at, they actually reverted that change before the full release of 1.18. And that is every single piece of obsidian down. So let's get rid of these extra bits of bedrock. And that is all of the bedrock. Okay, well, maybe not. That didn't work. Time for take 2. And now all of the bedrock has been removed. Although this obsidian does need to be one longer on the east side, so I'm going to break this strip of bedrock as well. It should be a pretty quick process. This extra layer is now also done, and the platform can also be a little bit longer in this direction because the bedrock breaker was a bit wider than just 3 chunks. And as much as I'd like to get rid of these extra bits of bedrock, I'm more or less out of TNT, and my armor is not looking too good. Can repair everything at the gold farm, then mine a load of sand, grab a load of gunpowder to craft TNT so that I can break the rest of this bedrock. And that is all of them gone. Now to fly home again, grab more sand on the way, then it can all be smelted, the glass dyed various colours, and then placed around the outside to fill in the gaps and create a nice little border. And it has to be something like glass so that mobs can't spawn on it. And that is a red border completely done. Now to add some purple around it, and it really is starting to come together. It would look a lot better if there wasn't any bedrock on this top layer, but you know what? We can't be fussy now. I've just run out of purple glass. I need like maybe 3 or 4 more pieces, but I have no purple dye left. And that's because I have no blue dye left. But very conveniently, thanks to this perimeter, I can easily find lapis, which can be turned into blue dye, and from there make purple. And that is 2 layers of the border done. The final layer is going to have black stained glass. Although I'm a little bit worried that I might not have enough for this. And that is all my glass gone. I'm definitely liking the look of it, but I'm going to head back home, grab these remaining pieces of glass, and get all the ones that filtered through to this chest before I blocked the hopper. Now I should definitely have enough to finish the project. And there we have it. All of the glass that I want to have down is there, and we can get a good look at it from a nice top-down view. I think it looks cool. I think it's got a pretty cool, different look about it. And you'll see that the border is 4 wide on all the sides except for this one, but we are going to be removing this obsidian layer anyway, so I'll put red glass along there. And I am a bit tired of always running out of glass. I think it's in my best interest to mine up loads of sand, then all this can be smelted to top up the glass in my collection. And I also need to remove these little dupers at some point, so I suppose there's no time like the present. That is the last of those broken. Now to remove the return terminals. And that is all of those gone as well. So now it's time to build the next contraption. And that next contraption will be a light update suppressor. Basically, one of these allows you to place light sources in a room and it will stay dark. And that's how we're going to be able to have loads and loads of portals, but still keep it very, very dark on those blocks so that mobs can spawn. As you can see, if I stand in the portal, the light level goes up to 11. But with a light update suppressor, we can make that 0. Although first things first, I'm going to need to build a chunk loader. Otherwise, when I'm suppressing the light, the chunks just wouldn't load. So let's get this contraption built. And oh, of course you guys have to show up. So that's my portal sorted, as well as the redstone. Now to head through and do the same on the other side. And the portals on this side is complete as well. So in theory, I should be able to put an item in here. And look at that, it just keeps going through. So the chunk loader is now working. Let's break the scaffolding. It just seems to be raining, raining and raining, never ending. Before I forget, I'd also like to build a beacon, since this project is going to require a lot of mining of obsidian, which means having a bit of haste will be very useful indeed. And since the effects of that one don't quite reach all the way to the other side, I'm going to build another one right here. There we go, double beacon set up. And you'll notice another problem that's starting to develop. We've got bats spawning. Now, bats are going to be a real problem for this farm. So I need to create something called a bat switch at some point, but I'm I'm not going to do that just yet. Instead, I'm going to gather up all the resources that I need for this light update suppressor. It's basically just going to be one massive lag machine. I've gathered up every single item that I need in all of these different shulker boxes. It's not a very complex build, but there is quite a lot of blocks that I need to place. I'm building it in the spawn chunk so that it'll keep running even when I'm not in the area. And it's going to be built all the way up at sky limit, since that is what will cause the most lag for the lighting engine. I've marked out the entire border of this machine, and on top of these, we're going to have powered rails. And there's going to be some strips along here as well. And now adding strips along like this, and the reason I've got different color concretes is so I can mark out where each observer is going to go. And now to add rails all the way along on top of this, and then there'll be a row of observers attached like this to all of the rails so that it'll activate a load of pistons whenever these light up. Now to build a row of these on this side. Now we're going to add all of the stone, and this is what's going to be moved back and forth to create the light updates. I've marked out the edge. Now I've just got to fill in the middle. That's all the stone placed down. I can add all the observers by doing this, and then all of the pistons like this. Now to add a few more redstone components. Yeah, so I just added a redstone here, and it's set everything off, which was not part of the plan. Okay, but that stopped it again. Okay, that's good. Turns out the reason for the issue was that there needs to be a redstone block here before I place the redstone. And that is all the redstone for this section done. Now to add more rails, and now to repeat the exact same thing 3 more times. With these 3 pistons, it is complete. Well, it's almost complete, but I somehow ran out of stone, so I'm just going to go and grab a bit more. And thanks to haste, this is something that I can do very, very quickly. Now to finish it off, before I test it out, I want to head back to my house, grab a load of ladders, and build a way for me to easily get up and down, just in case for some reason I can't use my elytra because of all the lag. Now when I flick this note block, okay, something should have happened. I'm going to try placing a redstone block instead, see if that works. Okay, something moved. Yeah, that must be the way it works. You have to bud all the rails. So if I go ahead and... Okay, I can't place it there, but if I place it here, you'll see that all these rails will stay on, if that makes sense. Okay, it's starting to work now. Just need to bud these rails along here as well. And as you can see, this is causing quite a bit of lag. Now, if I do that, yes, they have all stopped. And if I go again... everything should be moving. Okay, I mean, it's kind of working, but not perfectly. The main problem is the position of these observers. You can see if I remove that, it stops, and then they just need to go on this piston here. All observers should be fixed. In theory, we should now have a working lag machine. I'm going to leave it to run for about 2 or 3 minutes. Enough time has passed. Let's just go ahead and press it again to stop it. And now the light queue is going to be pretty full, which means I can do some pretty random things. I'm going to place a torch here and a torch here. And now if I close my game, I've done it using Task Manager. And now as you can see, we've got a dark room with torches, and they're just not properly lighting up the room. And you can see from the F3 menu at client light, it's 0 light level everywhere in here. So mobs could spawn in here, no problem. And that is how we are going to build the end of light farm. The next thing I'm going to build is a sliced portal in the Nether. That means that mobs will just fall straight out of the portal, and it also looks way cooler as well. And to do this, we're going to need an update suppressor, and for that, we're going to need loads and loads of powered rails. I'm talking like 2,000 of them, which is about 30 stacks. All we have at the moment is 3 stacks, so I better go into my nice old gold reserves. Everything I need is right here. Let's begin crafting. Turns out it's not actually as resource heavy as I first thought. I've nearly got all of it that I need, and I didn't even have to use up all of my gold. I'm also going to use sandstone as the building block, since I can get a lot of that very, very quickly. That is everything that I need. And now I need a ridiculous amount of hay bales. They'll be used to make target blocks, but I'm going to need like 230 of them, which, you know, I could grow the wheat myself or something like that. But that just sounds like a waste of time and energy. Instead, I'm going to grab my trusty hoe and set off flying in search of new villages. And from there, I can steal all of their hay bales. Shouldn't take me long to get the 232 ones that I need. Look at that. There's literally a village right next door to the one I was just at, with more hay bales to steal. Already, I'm nearly up to 2 stacks. Sorry about this, Mr. Farmer. I can steal more from these pillagers by taking the bodies. I didn't expect to be doing this when I set off on the journey. And whilst I'm here, you poor golems, be free. Your days of being trapped behind bars are no more. And I've actually got all the hay bales I need now. So I'll fly back home. And I can do that by using a portal. And then to craft the target blocks. Well, what's that you say? I I don't quite have enough. Well, don't worry, I have a stack of spare ones in this chest. I also need a non-sticky block like terracotta, so I'm going to grab all the clay and set it off smelting in here. And then since I have so much bone meal, I'll turn it into white dye to create white terracotta and set that off smelting as well. All of this should be enough for now. I can leave the rest of it smelting in the background. And before I actually do any building, I'm going to fly up to the pigment farm and repair my elytra since they're a little bit worse for wear. Everything's fully repaired, so I'll activate the Nether mob switch. Right here is where I'm going to have the slice portal, but to do that, I'm going to first have to create an update suppressor. And whilst I can build it over there, I'll need a little bit more room here as well, so I'm going to mine out this wall. And also remove any lava that's in the way at the same time. Because these two up here, I think I'm going to have to plug them up as well, which I hope I can do with netherrack. You know what, I've got good armor, let's, I was going to fly into the lava, but, I didn't need to. I will for this one though. There we go. And now to continue mining. Everything over here has been done, but I've still got a big area on this side to do, and there's a little ruined portal here. Nothing too useful. And whilst I'm at it, I'll need to drain this lava lake as well. But don't worry, I've got a lot of experience when it comes to draining lava lakes, so it shouldn't be too much trouble at all. And that is every bit of lava drained down to bedrock, and all of the blocks cleared out of the way as well. And now to make a bit of a floor with this glazed terracotta, and then this is going to have powered rails on top of it. I'm also going to place them in this direction as well. Made a nice little sandstone staircase going up here, and we're basically going to be using rail budding to cause update suppression, which is going to allow us to slice a portal right here. If it sounds complicated, that's because it kind of is. I'm making a big platform right here, which is just going to be full of rails. It takes a serious amount to cause update suppression, over 2,000. Now I'm finally getting to place the trusty target blocks, and then to add even more sandstone, as well as the redstone underneath. Now I'll add a row of redstone blocks, and the big task of placing all of the rails can begin. And that is every single one of them placed. It didn't actually take as long as I thought. A little note block can go right there. We're going to have another rail here. And now to add the system that will bud the powered rails. All of that is now ready to go. But now to create the system that will bud these lines along here. It's really starting to come together. But now I need to turn a corner and go in this direction. All that's left for me to do now is place redstone blocks in all of these, and this will bud the pistons and bud the rails. Actually, it doesn't bud the rails just yet, but if I go like this and then do that, now the rails are budded and the update suppressor is working. Let's grab the flint, we've got the obsidian, and if all goes to plan, I can go ahead and build a portal right here like so. Okay, this isn't... Okay, you know what? Something's not right because the rails have gone off. Let me go ahead and just redo it. Do the rails go off now? No, you can see they stay on. You can see things are moving, so that means it is... The update suppressor is definitely working. That's the way you can tell. And prepare for your minds to be blown as we break that. Look at this. Look at that. The portal... Well, it's not like a normal portal, is it? We can break another one, and then we'll break this final piece of obsidian. As you can see, we have now successfully slice the portal. I'll turn off the update suppressor, remove these blocks from behind, and there you have it. All of this work just to remove the bottom layer of a portal. But it'll definitely be worth it because any mobs that come through this portal now will just fall straight down and I'll make a hole down there. So next, everything here needs to be removed. And thankfully, since it's all made from sandstone, it can be mined very, very fast. Well, that has to be said, mining up all those rails did not take long at all. Well, if you hadn't watched the video, you'd have never have known that all of this was here before, and now we've just got this lonely portal. Although I do still have some big plans, as I'm now going to rebuild that entire update suppressor right here. And as it happens, the beacon's going to be in the way, so I better mine it up and then I'll be able to move it. And there is also the issue that the blocks on the ground have to be non-sticky ones, so the glass would be very problematic. Instead, there's going to be lots of glazed terracotta as the floor, which I'll change back to glass once I'm done. And I'm also going to add actual blocks for all of the rails to go on. And now to begin building the even bigger update suppressor. It's pretty much the same thing, only that rail and all the bud lines will go further, and the same in that direction. And you've already seen me build this once before, so I'll see you again when the entire machine is complete. The entire update suppressor has been built. As you can see, this one is quite a bit bigger, and it has all this extra mechanism behind it so that I can actually move the update suppressor across by touching that note block in the distance. I've got my beacon back, but I can't have any light from the beacon coming over here, so that's why it's completely being covered. And now I'm just going to make it so that there's no skylight coming down, so that this farm will work even during the day. Because even without the roof, the game will still think it's dark down there. The only issue is that this roof is absolutely massive, so it's going to take me quite a bit of time to fill it all in. Tell you what, building the roof alone has been a monster project, but I'm now very, very close to completing it. And that is mission accomplished. I think this beacon is far away enough, but I'm just going to patch it up to be extra safe. And according to the F3 menu, there's still 1 and 2 light levels and 3 even on the sky, from the sky. So I've just got to extend it a little bit further out. So I'm going to extend it by 4 on this side, and I'll also do the same thing on this side. Although I've just run out of blocks. I didn't think I was going to need this many. That's 3 shulker boxes worth. Thankfully, I don't think I'll be running out of netherrack anytime anytime soon. Looks like all of my glass that I set off smelting has done as well. That's going to be useful for the project. And now to get back to finishing this roof. It would seem that on this side the roof is already wide enough, but just to be safe I'm still going to extend it by a couple of layers. And I already know that this side needs way more layers. So let's extend the beacon cover up a little. Okay, not like that though. Up a little bit, and then we can just extend the roof around it. And now mission to build a giant roof is complete. And I also want to add an extra layer of blocks in front of this beacon, because if I was to accidentally break some of the sandstone, it would cause a lot of problems. And I do stupid stuff all the time, so yeah, that should be much safer. Feels so dark in here. Alright, well, you know what that means, guys. It means it's time to begin. Although before I can actually do the part where I slice all the portals, I plan to build the AFK platform, which will also have a bat switch. And part of that is going to be to have a flint and steel with unbreaking 3 on it. And I will also need a water bucket, so I'll just take an empty one. And I was going to say that finding water should be pretty easy, but everything's frozen. Not to worry, I can just literally do this. Take the middle one, and that will refreeze. Now, the AFK platform is going to be right in the middle, which is here. So it's going to be built from glass to keep it spawn-proof. And this portal here is going to be our bat switch. I'll make sure there's glass on top so nothing can spawn there. And on this backside, we're going to have a couple of dispensers so I can turn the portal on and off. That's why this one has a flint. And this one has a water bucket. So the one with the flint is just going to have a normal button on the side like that. But the water bucket one is going to have an observer. That way when I press the button, you'll see the water both appears and disappears because of the observer. Well, I've had a change of heart and decided to move the dispensers to this side. That way it's just a lot easier to get to the buttons. Next it's time to do some portal linking on the other side. Now the most important thing for this part will be to make the portals around it slightly higher. So because these portals are 1 block higher, any mobs and bats that spawn at the bottom of the world will go to the lowest portal, which is this one. And then some bats will fly into these portals once their cooldown is finished. And this portal here will link to in here. So yeah, I'm kind of trapped right now. Not too much of a problem. And once I get about 15 bats in here, I can go ahead and turn off the portal, and then no more bats will be able to spawn all the way down there. So all that's left me to do is make sure that every portal is linked, and then encase this entire area in a glass box. That's the walls behind the portals complete. Now to add a roof. Actually, I want the roof to be 1 lower, otherwise the bats might get stuck in the corners. And now to encase the whole thing in a glass box so that nothing can escape. And the mobs are going to fall straight down here, and there'll be a collection system at the bottom. But that's all I need to do with that for now. I'll finish it later. Instead, let's begin this project. Before I set off, I'm just going to make sure that this chunk loader is working, which it is. And before I actually start the machine, I've actually grabbed a few extra items. So you can see when I power this note block, everything starts. And then when I unpower it, it stops. So I'm going to build a really simple little hopper timer that when this hopper empties, it will then activate the redstone and turn on the machine. I just took a load of slime blocks in for now since I don't need them. So from the moment I flick this lever, hold on, I need some redstone here. I have now got 2 minutes to get to the chunks, because chunks will load fine when it's not on, but when it's on, yeah, chunk loading is a bit dodgy, really. Okay, I didn't mean to use a totem there. You know what? It's all in the name of speed. It's a race against the clock. I can't be messing about. Although, to be honest, 2 minutes was loads and loads of time, so I don't think I was ever in any danger of not making it. Let's get another totem whilst I wait for the thing to start. By my calculations, it should now have started. I can test it out just by flying away, and as you can see, no new chunks are loading. Look at that. we can't really, we can't go there, so we know that the light suppressor is in action. So let's start up the update suppressor and get to work. There's a lot of suppressing going on in this video, isn't there? I'm also going to use the chunk borders to make the portals the right thing. I know it's working because the things are moving when I place stuff, so we're going to light it up. And now when I mine up this obsidian, as you can see, we have sliced the portal. I can get rid of the top one as well, and I have to break this entire top row now. This is what's going to take the most time, just mining loads and loads of obsidian. And this is where my glass is going to come in on the end. In fact, on that edge, I don't need to do anything, actually. But when I get rid of this portal, this obsidian block right here can instead be glass so nothing can spawn there. And as you can see, when you break a portal, you always lose this end one, which is why I have to make it one longer than I want it to be. Got a bit carried away with this third portal and made it way too long. Now let's create this third portal, slice it once again, and remove the excess obsidian. This right here is going to get changed to glass, and this end bit of obsidian in the floor is going to be red stained glass. That's layer 1 successfully complete. Let's turn off the update suppressor, and now when I use this note block, everything moves across one, and we repeat the exact same process right here. It's just so satisfying every time when you... Okay, I was going to say, when you slice the portal in half, I should turn on the update suppressor first. And I just realised why it's not working. I need to extend this. So there needs to be a block there, and then that like that. Then it's all connected. Now I can start the update suppressor, light the portal, slice it. That's layer 2 complete. So I'll move the suppressor along again, and just rinse and repeat. I've managed to complete 8 layers, but as you can see, my game is now going very, very laggy. I think it's something to do with the massive light queue. So I'm going to enter the nether through one of these portals and see if it even works. Okay, it did work. Okay, and straight into my own trap. And yeah, you can see we're getting a lot of bats spawning as well. That's why we need a bat switch. Could the bats be causing the lag? Well, I flew away so they'd all despawn. Yeah, it's not helped. So instead, I'm going to reload the game. Now then, when I reload the world, it actually takes me back here, which is probably not a good thing, so I need to go through this portal. So now I'm going to make my way out of here. Then I'm going to head to spawn, and the spawn chunks load with no problem, which is good. Then I'll remove all of the slime from here, and I need to flick this off, don't I? Put some back in, the machine stops, the lag's gone, it's beautiful. Now to flick this lever and repeat the whole process again. And thanks to the F3 menu, I can tell that this has worked, and everything is light level 0. And now I can get back to work and add more layers. Well, it has been a massive grind, but I am finally on the final layer. And the constant lag is driving me absolutely crazy, but yeah, we're so close to the finish line. I've spent a good 4 or 5 hours just doing the same thing over and over again, and I'm so glad that the finishing line is now in sight. And there we have it. Every single portal is complete. The update suppressor can be turned off for the final time, and I can now move this machine a few times so that it goes out of the way. So I'll just keep going. Look at that. It's so cool when you just like actually watch it move like that. And then another time. I think it's well and truly out of the way now. I'm going to tidy up the area a little bit and get rid of this beacon now before I forget about it. I've still got a lot of things to do to make this work. And if I make one wrong move, all my progress will just be wasted. And I do not fancy having to replace every single portal again. Seems that a few neighbours spawned without me realising. And I'm guessing this was from a lightning strike. The next thing I will do is go through one of these portals and join all the oh my goodness, this is absolutely crazy. This is probably one of the reasons why it was so laggy. There's 1,400 of them here. I can't get out of here because my game's kind of in this laggy state now. I'm just going to have to quit the world. It probably won't let me quit. I'll probably have to like end it with Task Manager. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly why I created a bat switch. I definitely do not want something like that to happen again. Now we can safely fly up to the light suppressor and turn it off. It feels so nice to have smooth, normal gameplay. I haven't had this in about 5 hours. I will need it again before the farm is finished. But first I'm going to head to my pigman farm and repair all my tools, all my items, and I'm going to take a break. Well, that's enough of that. Let's dump all of these items, grab more shulker boxes, and then I can start the timer for the light suppressor to turn on. This chunk loader up here can be removed. I know the light suppressor is working because chunks will no longer load. So that means that I can safely remove this entire roof. This is definitely a much quicker process than it was to place all of these. And because I've got the light suppressor on, this will make the game think that it is still dark down there when I reload the world. And so mobs will still be able to spawn down there, even in the daytime. And that is all of that removed. Let's get rid of this where the beacon once stood. And also remove the update suppressor. Let's also remove the other beacon. All of this needs to go as well. And now to get rid of all these rails and the sandstone underneath. And finally, every single one of the rails has been removed. And the final thing to be done is to mine up all of the glazed terracotta and replace it with glass. I also almost broke my other pickaxe, so thankfully I just about did a substitution in time. The final steps of this farm have involved a lot of mining. I've removed all of the terracotta, but I'm sick of the game being so laggy, so I'm going to mine up all the shulker boxes and then head through the portal. Nice to be welcomed by a lot of bats. Oh no, not again. It is not easy to get out of there one bit. I have made it all the way to spawn, and let's turn off this machine. Okay. The frame rate, it's so much nicer. How on earth did you get up here? Have fun getting down, mate. That was really evil. I'm going to reload the world anyway now. Now everything is so much smoother, and you know what? I can't do it to you guys, actually. I'll leave you guys up here. And now to head back home, drop off some of this stuff, and then let's get this pickaxe repaired. And now let's place down all of this glass. I've also realised that I did mess up the skylight suppression somehow. So this farm will only be running at full capacity at night. And that's because that roof should be the final thing that you remove, not other stuff. But that's not to worry because I can fix it. I just have to rebuild that roof, then start light suppressing, and the problem will be fixed. However, since we're on day 3000, we don't really have time to do that, so we're going to test it out tonight when the sun goes down, because it'll just work like normal at night. And I think that is now every piece of glass placed down. Let's fly back home, offload these remaining items, and grab magma, hoppers, and a bunch of rails. And now let's sort out the chamber where the mobs are going to fall. We're going to have a layer of magma here, and then hopper minecarts would pick the items up under here. I'm going to create a much better storage system that will cope with the sheer amount of items. It's going to be like 100,000 items per hour, but I haven't really got time for that right now. The only thing I do have time for is to turn off this mob switch, and then to test out the end of light farm. And oh my goodness, you can see it happening right below your very eyes. Look at the mobs spawning in and then just and then going through. This looks so cool. And I can't actually see what's going on the other side, but I'm going to show you guys in replay mode. Just looks so mesmerizing from up here though. Yeah, I thought I'd look at the replay file as well, guys, and yeah, the sheer carnage is amazing, but this is not quite how it's meant to go. Yeah, I definitely need to work on my bat switch a little bit, but I haven't seen anyone successfully do that in a single player world. I've only seen people do it with more than one player, so I'll have to get my thinking cap on with this one. Because, I mean, bats are coming through, but there's still way too many bats through. I can put lava walls. I'll come up with something. From the F3 menu, I can see that loads of bats are coming through since their cooldown. We've already got like 40 bats in here already, and now we've got a spider. Yeah, I've definitely got to I've got to sort the farm out a little bit, but yeah, there's too many mobs for me to handle right now. The system I've got, the system through there will definitely be improved. The bats just keep coming. We've got 165, 160. Yeah, you see, no more new bats will be spawning, but because there's like 1,000 already in there, they'll just keep on coming through. But you've got to say, guys, it really is an insanely amazing farm. I mean, the idea was that when I get to 15 bats, I would just press that and then they would stop coming through, but we're at 250. I'm not meant to be able to get that many. So yeah, before any more come through, I'm going to disable that. That should hold them back. Any more bats now will probably go down there and hopefully they'll despawn after a bit. You guys just all land and make yourselves comfortable. But yeah, guys, if you thought that this video was amazing, if you think this farm is something else, then please subscribe. I'd just appreciate it so much. The sun has set, guys, so that was 3,000 days in hardcore Minecraft. Also, don't forget to get your signed poster. I haven't actually signed this one yet, but it will be signed when you order it.